This is the EvilleCJ Media and Investigations Network, the realest reporting of all media sources. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Give me 1 second as we get all this chaos turned down for today. I still need a sip of my frickin' coffee. Got some things to talk about, some things to go through as we are sitting here waiting for day 23 verdict watch. Accused killer mom trial. Hopefully we find out a verdict today. We'll see, hopefully. But if not, we're going to have live polls. We're going to have live calls. Your verdict while we wait for a verdict, if that's the case. But there's a couple things I want to go through with you guys this morning before we kind of get into everything. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Let me get a sip of my coffee real quick and we will dig in. So, yesterday we got shut down a couple times. So, we're going to have to go about it a little bit different today. But we're going to be using Court TV. I got a bunch of stuff prepared, a bunch of different opinions, a lot of different sides, a lot of different discussions. So we're going to be having a lot of different discussion today as we're waiting now. I kind of said yesterday after we were waiting for the verdict that actually before, I'm kind of thinking that the weekend is possibly going to affect the jury and their decision. And so I was thinking, we probably wouldn't get anything by Thursday afternoon. Now, here's the thing is, now, they agreed to be in court for 6 to 8 weeks. We're at the 6 weeks. So they agreed to be there for 2 more weeks. So will they take the whole weekend to then come up with a decision? You know, a lot of us have thought hung jury. You know, you saw the poll results yesterday. It was pretty divided. It was only like 60, 65, 70% that were for insanity, and then it was split up with the others. So it was still, you know, it wasn't a dominant poll for one particular charge. So, you know, hung jury, maybe. I don't know. But I got a ton of questions for you guys. I don't know if it'll show up. Got a ton of questions for you guys for live calls. And then also, I got a bunch of videos and stuff to play and some polls that we're going to do throughout the day. And as soon as we get a verdict, live verdict, we are going to take you to it. So hopefully with this slightly altered version of what because I'm not trying to get shut down again. I got shut down 2 times yesterday. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. Maybe because we were getting a shit ton of views and attention. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm still confused. I'm still confused about it. I don't know. I'm so confused about it. The only thing I can think of is that it's because of the views. 150 some thousand. So I don't know. So we're going to very sparingly be showing anything from court. Now, we're still okay for the other days that we, like, nothing's happened with anything else. So, if you missed anything or if you need to go back to anything, look, closing arguments were still up yesterday. It was just when we were replaying them to go through them again, which I thought was like very informative for public, but maybe not. I don't know. I thought it was a good thing to go through the. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Matter Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms.
Don't
Clancy
shut
is
me
present.
down.
She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Bring the jury in.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Good morning, everybody. Let's hope we don't get shut down. Let me know if you see something funky. Good morning, Stone. Good morning, Busby. Hopefully you're doing well, buddy. Miriam, what's up? Good morning.
Court's now in session. Be seated, please.
What's up, Mama K? Yeah, I can't wait either. What's up, Rosie?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What I'm going to do is just ask you those questions and send you right back out. So, first question: is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question: is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way. Jurors have exited the court.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
Yeah, they just had to address the court today. No, it didn't happen again. I just put that up instead. All right. So, no, we're here. No, if it happened again, you're not going to see that. 1 second. Let me hide that. No, if it happened again, you're not going to see that. It's going to be a black screen. It's going to say stream interrupted. This is just our media network background that we have. All right, so I'm going to cover up my mug again. We're okay. I'm going to cover up my mug again because I can't put the. I suppose I could. Hold on. Let's put it over here. There we go. Okay. Well, no, then it covers up the frickin' logo. 1 second. Just cover up my mug. All right. So your verdict. This is going to be the first poll today. We're going to have a few polls going throughout the day. The first one we'll have up for the first 2 hours until 11 a.m. We're going to have this poll up. The trial, and this is your verdict. The trial will end with a verdict of criminally responsible, insanity, innocent, hung jury, or mistrial. If you're undecided, wait until I tell you we're going to end the poll and then sneak your vote in then. So type 1 if you feel the verdict will be criminally responsible. Type 2 if you think the verdict will be insanity. Type 3 if you think the verdict will be innocent. And type 4 if you think the verdict will not, it won't be, it'll be a hung jury mistrial. So I'm going to put in my vote. You can vote as many times as you want. We know technology, sometimes it doesn't take it the first time. And with these StreamYard Live polls, it won't take multiple votes. So you can literally vote as many times as you want. Also, you can continue to vote just to show people what you think the verdict is going to be. And then whoever's right can say, ha, 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 I was right. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, hold on 1 second. We're going to... Let me get this up here real quick. This was Kevin Reddington outside court yesterday after the closing arguments were done. And then we'll come back to you guys here in a second. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Hopefully we get a verdict today. We've all been here this whole time for this whole trial. I'm ready. But I have a feeling we're not going to get it to the end of the day or possibly Monday. Let me know in chat as well. When do you think we're going to get a verdict? I'm saying end of day today. Let me know. When do you think the verdict's going to be read?
5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. The former labor and delivery nurse used exercise bands to strangle each child in the family basement while her husband, Patrick, was out running errands. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, yesterday said his client is nervous and scared as he left the courthouse yesterday.
Would you wish I had a second chance to go back up there and rebut any of that?
No. Kevin, you confident?
Never confident.
Kevin, did you get your money back from the prosecutors for the 75 cents?
That comes under you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys. So I don't disclose that.
What do you have to say about this jury? The judge complimented them.
They've been great. They've been amazing.
There's a podium here, Mr. Reddington.
I don't see it. I don't do podiums.
Kevin does not do
Mr.
podiums.
Reddington, what will it take for institutions to realize that maternal mental health is a priority and something that needs to be funded and something that needs to be consistently supported for moms around the globe?
Somebody like you to advocate for them.
Yes,
Thank you. Lindsay Clancy was obviously emotional in court. How's she doing after the closing arguments?
She's doing all right. She's nervous. She's scared.
What do you hope you left the jury with today? I mean,
Pardon me?
what do you hope after hearing everything from you today that they're left with? What's the message that they're left with?
I think that they have to weigh all of this evidence, and I believe that the government ultimately has not proven their case.
Any idea how long this jury is going to take, you think?
Absolutely not. I would have no way of knowing. A lot of evidence, a lot of time on the case, a lot of exhibits, and they've been very, very attentive and working hard. I don't know.
Kevin, you were here Monday or no?
Don't know.
And any response to those critics who say your closing wasn't as great as it could have been?
Who would say that, right? Who would say that about Kevin Reddington? The closing wasn't as good as it could have been.
Put it this way. I have my fair amount of haters. I'm sure there's people that would like to comment on the fact that I'm arrogant and aggressive and a bully and all the rest of it. And so, did the best I could.
All right, that was Kevin Reddington leaving the courthouse yesterday. Just a short time ago, he did arrive, and again, we're expecting that Judge Sullivan is going to address the jury before he sends them back to work. After 3.5 hours, it's day 2. This could take a while. Let's bring in our panel as we sit and wait. And a note, we are live on not just Court TV, but the YouTube channels of Court TV and Law and Crime, and we're going to be here until there is a verdict. So don't go anywhere. That's our camera in the courtroom. That's our photographer, Rich. He'll get first notice of a question or a verdict. So we have you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here with us today.
To dissect and mull the evidence that the jury is mulling and trying to determine what to do. Will they come to a verdict? Will it be a hung jury? We'll have to wait and see. It's a waiting game. But again, we're all here together. Let's bring in Susan Hendricks, Ali Benevento, and Randolph Rice. Ali and Randolph are attorneys. And Susan is in the Court TV studios this morning. Let's start and just go around the horn here with thoughts about closings and predictions on how long you think it's going to take these 12. 9 women, 3 men. Ali, you're up.
Never want to try to predict how long it's going to take. I always joke that waiting for a jury to come back is kind of like waiting for a baby to be born. Could be quick, could take several hours or longer. So
right.
I will not speculate on that. But there is a lot of evidence in this case. There has been many, many days of testimony. This jury they have been troopers. There's a lot to go through, and we want them to be careful with that evidence. We want them to go through it, to discuss it, to bounce ideas off of each other, and to be really thoughtful. This is a serious matter, and of course we expect they're taking it seriously. So it could take a while. I thought closing arguments were interesting. I thought Kevin Reddington did a great job of continuing to exude empathy and to be enthusiastic about the real issue here, which is criminal responsibility, postpartum health care for women. And I thought that it was surprising to see that the prosecution had softened their tone.
All right, so I do want to pause it there real quick. The quarters actually, so the reason he was putting the quarters down yesterday was because Jennifer Sprague, during the trial, had put down quarters on the same table when she was proving points during one of the testimonies. And so this was another subtle jab from Kevin Reddington. Remember, Kevin Reddington was like, who told you not to call the mom? And he was like, the prosecutors. And he was like, which one of these two told you not to call the mom? And he was like, Miss Sprague. And he goes, Jen Sprague? And he goes, yeah, Attorney Sprague. And she goes, Attorney Sprague. And he goes, Jen Sprague? Right? And then a couple minutes later, who was it? I can't remember. It was one of the last witnesses. And he referred to her as Miss Sprague again, and he goes, Attorney Sprague. So these little subtle under the radar kind of jabs at the prosecution. You gotta love it. Shout out again, Kevin Reddington. And shout out to you guys. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much.
Closing arguments. Finally, no sass, no snide comments. And we'll see if the jury thought that came across as genuine or not. But I thought that they were very good in being methodical and using that timeline against Lindsay to try to show premeditation and planning. Really good job on closing arguments, I think, from both sides in this case.
Randolph, your thoughts?
Well, I certainly think both sides did a good job in closing. I will say this, a couple things that stood out to me yesterday as Kevin Reddington was leaving the courthouse. One of the reporters asked him if he thought he could have done something different in closing. And I can tell you of the thousands of cases I've had and the thousands of closing arguments, I got to tell you, when you come back after the fact and somebody says, would you have done it differently? The answer usually is yes. You know, you always think to yourself, you know, I should have said this, or I could have said that. I should have predicted what the prosecution
What's up
was
from
gonna
Australia?
argue. I would bet he probably also wanted.
By the way, I do want to pause it real quick. When we take live calls, we take live StreamYard calls, so anybody around the globe is literally able to call in on our show. So you don't have to have a phone that has service to click into the American phone number if you're outside the country. The beautiful thing about the StreamYard live calls here is anybody around the world can literally do it. Thank you all for being here, and shout out Australia.
He should have picked up those quarters. In his mind, he probably thought, you know what, I should have picked them up so that the prosecution couldn't use those in their closing. But all in all, I thought good closings. You know, at the end of the day, I think it goes back to how much evidence was put in, and that's probably what the jury really is focused on right now.
Susan, we've covered a lot of trials, and a lot of times.
What's up,
the
Blue
jury
Moon? Thank
foreperson
you
can
from
be
South
an X
Africa.
factor. And in this case, the jury foreperson is one of the two jurors that I noticed right away, and talking with other people that have been in the courtroom feel the same way. One is a gentleman who's also on the jury who didn't take one note throughout the entire trial. The foreperson is a different breed. This is a woman in her maybe late 60s, could maybe in their 70s. She was dialed in. She was right next to the witness, taking notes, looking up. This was like one of those jurors you're like, ooh, I wonder if she'll be on the panel or not. Well, she is, and she's the foreperson. And with this amount of evidence and her leading the way, we could be here a while.
Yeah, there is a lot of evidence, Ted. And what stood out to me are, of course, all the exhibits, the witnesses on the stand. But with Reddington kind of dumping in reasonable doubt throughout, not sticking really to one theory, talking about Patrick, asking him on the stand. How did you hear Lindsay speak if she wasn't able to speak? Almost putting him as the focus of what was going on. So I don't envy the jurors here because they have to go through all of that. And based on some of the jurors I've interviewed in the aftermath of certain trials, they go in, of course, and say, okay, let's raise our hand and say how many people believe this way, how many people believe that way. And coming together may be difficult here. I don't think they come back today because I think it's a little bit too fast, if you will, because of they take their job seriously. As you saw, Ted, in that courtroom, they are dialed in. And to just come back and say, oh, yeah, guilty, not guilty, and not really take the time to go through the jury instruction, to go through, 57 exhibits plus, it'll be interesting, though, to see.
Yeah, let's go into court. Judge Sullivan taking the bench.
Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
All right, we do, for copyright reasons, we do have to skip to that. All I can do is refer you to yesterday's stream. About an hour and a half into the stream yesterday. I do apologize. We got spanked and sent in the corner a couple times.
You sure that nobody heard or saw?
Why I still have yet to know or understand.
Or talk to anybody about the case, and everybody said they did not. Whether you believe them or not is up to you, but you have to have faith in the system.
Thank you
Despite
for the
phones
vote,
and the constant
Kathy.
Communications and the fact that this is a massively high-profile trial, one would have to just take stock.
By the way, if you are just joining, we do have a live StreamYard poll with up to the second results. Your verdict, the trial will end with a verdict of criminally responsible, type 1, if you feel criminally responsible, type 2, if you feel it will end with an insanity verdict, type 3, if you feel it will end with an innocent verdict, or type 4, if you feel it will end with a hung jury mistrial. Let us know in chat as we sit here and we wait for the live verdict. As soon as something comes or any action is in the courtroom, as always, we will take you there live. But until then, we're going to be checking out different things. I got a bunch of stuff prepared for you guys today. We're going to be doing a bunch of different polls. We're going to be taking live calls. It's all about your verdict until we hear the actual verdict. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe yesterday. And thank you for being here today. I'm sure YouTube is I don't know, something happened yesterday with I know I see some of you popping in here now. You guys know what happened. It was kind of weird and I still don't understand it, but we continue to roll on.
Talk to the system and hope that they have not been influenced at all. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll start going through what they're going through, the evidence. 5 weeks since voir dire, this group has been together, and now they're in a room trying to hash out what's important, what's not, and share with each other what they think should be done with Lindsay Clancy.
Let us know what you think in the vote and the poll. Let us know. Let me skip ahead. I can't play part of the court. I have to skip all the court. All I can do is refer you to our other streams.
The courtroom this morning. Anything when they came in, just take us through what we didn't see this morning.
Yeah, when it was all rise time for the jurors to come in, I'm watching them closely, looking for any sort of indication. Are they tired? Are they well rested? And I think it was the latter. Honestly, this jury looked refreshed. It seems like they went home, had a good night's sleep. They looked great. They looked dressed up. A lot of people who I've seen in the past where they wear just casual wear. One particular person, I've only ever seen him wearing t-shirts. Today I saw him in a polo, a little bit more dressed up. And this is speculation, but I know sometimes when jurors are getting closer to reaching a verdict, they dress nicely because at that point we can go talk to them after potentially, or they might be on camera.
Interesting.
We can finally film them or take photographs. And I will say they looked very nice today.
Interesting. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Huge sign.
Yeah.
So do you guys think that's true? Do you think that juror members dress more nicely when they're about to come to a verdict? I've never heard that before. This lady is some podcaster. Has anybody else heard that before? You've heard that before, Suzanne. Okay. So maybe we will get a verdict today, huh? Maybe we will get a verdict today. I mean, it'd be nice. I'm thinking we'll get it by the end of the day today. Let us know in chat. Number 1, vote. Do you think the trial will end with type 1, criminally responsible, type 2, insanity, type 3, innocent, type 4, hung jury, mistrial? And also, when do you think we're going to get the verdict? I'm thinking end of the day today. So maybe them dressing nicely goes along with what I'm thinking. But let us know in chat as well. When do you think we're going to get a verdict? By lunch? By the end of the day? Monday? Tuesday? Hung jury? Mistrial? What are we talking about here? Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe.
That we've noticed over the years covering trials that sometimes you'll see a juror walk in with a suit or a sport coat,
right,
who, to your point, was in a t-shirt for the trial.
Right.
So,
damn, insanity. Insanity is taken off already this morning. The poll is a little different than yesterday. Yesterday, it was a little more split. So far this morning, we only have 8% criminally responsible, 69% insanity, 8% innocent, and 15% hung jury mistrial. Again, if you're just joining, you can vote as many times as you want. Technology, sometimes it doesn't take the first vote. It is what it is. Also, if you vote multiple times, it's only going to take one vote to you, so you can literally vote as many times as you want. It's only going to count one of your votes. And also, you can continue to show chat what your vote was. And then who knows, once the verdict comes back, you can always take the bragging rights for being correct.
It may be maybe they're close. Who knows? Anything else? We could see that Lindsay's family was there.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, many people in the courtroom.
Honestly, it was not as packed as it was for closing arguments. And that makes sense because everybody knew we were going in to all rise for the jury. They said that they had no conflicts. They went back to deliberate. So it wasn't quite as busy. But I will say there was kind of a scuffle for a moment today. A spectator, not media, was wearing a shirt that said spicy mums in reference to moms. Overseas in England, they say mum rather than mom. Anyway, there was a bit of an issue because you can't wear T-shirts or any sort of outfit that supports one side or the other. Because
good morning, everybody.
about
Let us know where you're
mothers, about
watching
postpartum
from.
psychosis in part. So she was instructed, okay, you have to leave, or you have to change your outfit. You have to put your shirt inside out, backwards. And her answer was, okay, point me to the bathroom. I'm changing my shirt. So there were some spectators, and there was an interesting moment this morning, but honestly, not too much going on beyond that.
All right, and we will let everybody know if there's a question or a verdict. Sarah Gillespie, thank you. Sarah will be with us throughout the day as we continue our coverage. Let's go back and compare the closings. Let's start with the prosecution, because this was no comparison. You had two different prosecutors delivering the opening to the closing, and the tone.
All right. Again, if they're going to watch any part of court, for some reason, we kept getting shut down yesterday. If you were with us yesterday, now we were cool, and you can go back and watch it. We were cool watching it live, but when we went to watch the closing arguments on replay, we got shut down 2 times. So just to be safe, anytime this morning, if it's not something live, because we're going to take you as soon as we get to the verdict here, or anything that does happen in court, but just to be on the safe side today, we're going to skip anything that was replayed from court by the Associated Press, Denver. It was from the Associated Press. Not sure why, but yeah. So we will go live, just like we did when court started around a half an hour ago. We will go live if there's anything going on, so we will be able to take you live. But just as a precaution, any replays of closing arguments and stuff like that, I got to skip ahead. I can refer you to yesterday's stream. Again, we were able to stream it live. It was just on the replay that we got shut down for some reason. Still don't understand it. So that's what we're doing today. So as soon as we hear something, we're going to take you there, and let us know in the poll what you think the verdict or the outcome will be.
And it seemed as though they read the room, the Commonwealth, maybe for the first time after 4.5 weeks, that they needed to change the tone.
Yeah, absolutely. Even the affect was different. I know it was obviously different prosecutors for the Commonwealth, but almost a whisper in the closings. And I believe it was because of the witnesses on the stand. Witness after witness saying she was a wonderful mom. Patrick saying that. Patrick's mother, her mother-in-law, her mother, of course, the nanny. There was no evidence that she wanted out of motherhood. So they had to shift. And I believe they did a good job. I don't think they had any other choice but to do that.
I'll try to figure it out.
Allie, we've talked before. You suffered postpartum issues after the birth of one of your children, and there's been a groundswell of support and empathy for Lindsay with people that have had versions, experiences. Maybe a loved one has had an experience of it. And the Commonwealth, again, just before closing, didn't seem to have heard that reaction or felt that. There's a great deal of sympathy for this lady in the wheelchair, even though she killed her 3 kids. In the close, they seem to have gotten it.
Yeah, Ted, they had to. I mean, I don't know how they did not see this coming. Maybe perhaps not today.
Now, Denver, we haven't heard anything. There was no noise. Basically, they just announced who was in attendance, and then we heard from a court reporter a second ago that the jury dressed really nice, and said that if the jury dresses really nice, then that means that they're probably going to come to a verdict. So that's just a court reporter. Now, after during some other stuff, I'm going to take you to a video of a court reporter that was in the courtroom yesterday, and they're going to discuss some things about what happened in the courtroom after the closing arguments. Very interesting stuff. We have that lined up here for you guys this morning. Thank you all for being here. Good morning. We're going to find out as soon as the verdict goes live. We will take you right to the courtroom. Until then, I got a bunch of stuff prepared for you, and we're going to be doing live polls, live StreamYard calls. We got a whole bunch of stuff that we're going to do today while we wait for this verdict. Hopefully it comes today. My guess is it's coming at the end of the day today. Let us know when you think it's going to come. I'm thinking end of the day today. And if it doesn't come by the end of the day today, then who knows? Who knows? Because they've had a night to sleep on it too. You know what I mean?
The extent that Lindsay has received this much support, but this is a classic example of why you don't make promises in opening when you're not sure that you can deliver. We heard Shannon Buckingham stand up and say, you will hear evidence that she was controlling and she was manipulative. And what happened, Ted? We heard evidence quite to the contrary, that she was loving and dedicated and concerned about her children, that she was happy in her home, that she wanted more children. And so I agree, they had to pivot. They had no other choice because the evidence did not bear out the promises that they made in opening. And in addition to that, all of this, the while we've been watching this trial, we have seen support, not for Lindsay's actions, but support for Lindsay's plight, for her situation, and for women across the country and the world that have suffered in silence with postpartum issues against the backdrop of a healthcare system that does not necessarily take those concerns seriously or may not know what to do with them. And so I think what we saw is, by necessity, the Commonwealth had to, yes, I agree, change their tone because they were receiving a lot of backlash for the way that they were coming across as harsh and unfeeling, but also completely change strategy because, as it turns out, none of those witnesses delivered on the promises that Shannon Buckingham stood up and made in opening. Big mistake. We'll see what the jury thinks about that shift.
Randolph, do jurors hold lawyers responsible if they don't come through with their promises from openings?
Yeah, Allie made some great points there, and I sort of think a lot of times that jurors don't remember the openings, particularly in a trial this lengthy. We're sitting here talking about this because obviously we're getting to watch the replays, and we've talked about it over the past 5 weeks. But I wonder if they really remember that opening statement. Do they remember the comments about manipulative or controlling, or do they just sort of glaze over that, get into the evidence? They've heard the closing, and that's really what they're grabbing onto at this point. So I question that a lot of times. Are they remembering that?
Yeah. Now,
Reddington reminded him of it in his cross-examination a little bit.
Yeah. He did. The final witness in this trial was the last expert for the Commonwealth, and he literally read that portion of the opening statement from Shannon Buckingham and asked the expert, do you agree with that? And he had to say it was a little harsh. And so he did a great job of trying, but to your point, Randolph, a long trial, a lot of it. But I'll tell you, that foreperson, I don't think anything got by her. So it may have been discussed in that jury room if she's running the show. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the defense. Did Reddington through with? What was his tone in the opening Clancy murder trial? It's verdict watch. 3 hours, 52 minutes. They've been at it. Last break, we watched the prosecution. We compared the opening statements from the Commonwealth to the closings. Let's do the same now with the defense.
They brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew.
Damn it, they're going to get me in trouble. Oh, they're going to get me in trouble. All right, so I'm going to pause it there. I'm going to take you to what happened in the courtroom yesterday. Give me 1 second. This is from Nate Eaton. This is what happened inside the courtroom yesterday after the closing arguments.
So, closing arguments, your thoughts. You were in the courtroom. How do you think they landed with the jury?
You know, I've heard a lot, from both of these lawyers, and I think the prosecution did a little bit better than the defense. I mean, Kevin was very dramatic at times, and he went first, and he, held up. I think one thing he did that was very effective, he held up 2 pictures, one of the children, the family, and then one of Lindsay at the hospital, and he held them both up side by side. And how do you get from this happy family picture to this, semi-conscious, broken back, and an accused murderer? And I thought that was very effective, because that was a question, obviously, that was a theme that ran through the entire trial, is how did we get from Lindsay being a warm, loving, nurturing mother to this woman that had killed her children. And so I thought that was very effective. But his voice trailed a lot. and then, so it was difficult to hear him at times. And he kind of jumped around a bit. He talked about manipulation of the evidence and how, telling the jury to watch for that. But then when the prosecution kind of, took over and it was their time to close, they kind of addressed pretty effectively everything that he raised. For example, he accused the prosecution of manipulating the evidence and accusing Paul Zeisel, the expert psychologist on their side, of telling Lindsay what to say. And that wasn't something that they brought up at all during the trial, at least not that I can remember. And that's effectively what she said. We didn't raise that argument at all. And there was some other points that he raised that the prosecution was able to address pretty effectively. And there was always the question of that 911 conversation. But what the prosecution did, which Kevin didn't do as effectively, is connect all the dots. The expert testimony, everything that she did on that day, because really what it boils down to is her state of mind on January 24th. Mm-hmm. And they kind of walked the jury through everything that she did that day, and what she did that day that showed that she was in control, that she was conforming her behavior to the requirements of the law. And when she decided to kill her children, she exercised decisions, right? She made decisions. She made decisions on when to do it, sending her husband out, where to do it, in the basement, the order in which she was going to kill her children, so that it kind of connected the dots more so than the defense's closing.
Grace, what was the reaction of the jurors during this? Did you see any emotion? Any jurors that were kind of looking away or losing interest?
Well, we know that the jury is 9 women and 3 men, and the women tend to skew older. Actually, the whole jury tends to skew older than Lindsay. There might be one female juror that's about her age, but most of the jurors are much older, like 40s, late 40s to 60s. And, they're very attentive. And the judge has selected juror 18 to be the jury foreperson. Juror 18 sits right in front of the witness. So she had the best view of the witness, and I thought she took a lot of notes during the trial. I mean, she was scribbling, and they were all very attentive, except some of the jurors didn't. They were given the jury instructions, and they were told that they would have a copy of it back in the jury room, and that while he read from them, they could follow along. And some of the jurors didn't read the instructions along with the judge. Some of them just kind of looked around, and some of them have been kind of taking in the gallery. This was the one day where you could not get a seat in the courtroom unless you were media, and even media was difficult. It was a challenge. I've said that on days like this, it's the Hunger Games. It's the Hunger Games, and it's Survivor rolled into one. Because if you want a seat in the courtroom, you're hoping that somebody gets kicked out of the courtroom so that you can take a seat. I mean, that's how crowded it was.
You got in and had a seat.
I got into the courtroom.
You on the feed.
Yeah, I got into the courtroom, but it's always a challenge on days like this. And so they took it in. They took in the fact that in the second row, which is reserved for the district attorney and his staff, and the prosecutor's aides, I guess, that was completely filled shoulder to shoulder with law enforcement. And of course, they got up and left right after the closing argument, and they didn't stick around for the jury instructions. And so that you could tell that they were taking in the newish environment so far. Yeah. And sometimes it's really hard to read. I mean, what does that mean if they don't follow along with the jury instructions? Does it mean that they're going to read it later, or that they've already instinctively decided? It's hard to tell.
Right. So, Grace, do you think the jurors are aware about how high profile this is? I would imagine when they drive in do they see what you see, or are they going in a separate entrance? Do they see all the cameras, all the media, the protester, not the rally people, in the pink shirts, all of that?
There haven't been as many. It wasn't like that big, the big demonstration where you had more than 100 women dressed in pink showing their support for Lindsay. We haven't had that kind of a showing since that day. But I think they're going through a different entrance because I haven't seen them since the beginning. In the beginning, they used the same entrance as we did, as everybody did. It was a public entrance and they had to go through security. Now, I think they're being brought in through a different entrance. So they don't see the camp, what I'm calling Camp Clancy, which is all the tents and the cameras and the tripods and the staging area. They don't see that. And of course, they don't see Kevin. You saw the video of Kevin when he arrives at the courthouse. He's being trailed by, an army of photographers and journalists just hoping to catch something that he says.
Right. Okay, so what do you think? Tomorrow you'll be back there. The jurors will report at 9. Will they be in the courtroom and the judge will welcome them and then they'll go back? Is that kind of how it'll work?
Yeah, that sounds like what the judge is going to do. He doesn't seem to stray from the practice of bringing them in and questioning them and making sure that they haven't read or talked about about the case outside of what they've about outside of the deliberation room. So I think he'll bring them in and give them the instruction again and set them off to deliberate. And there isn't any information about whether he's going to allow the family to gather before he reads the verdict when there is a verdict. So it's hard to tell what the protocol is going to be. A lot of judges say, I'm going to wait half an hour so that the families can get here. But in this case, everybody seems to be waiting in the courthouse.
Lindsay's parents, they've been waiting there.
Lindsay's parents have a room where they can wait. And that it's a room that they've used throughout the trial. And the prosecutor's office is right there on the same floor as the courtroom.
And so Patrick Clancy is not there.
Patrick Clancy is not there. No.
Right. Yeah. And Kevin Reddington, it sounds like, hung out at the courthouse all day.
Yeah, he hung out. He more or less hung out in the courtroom. And then there was only a brief period where he was outside of the courthouse, the courtroom, and then back into the courtroom. So he's very
Lindsay
close.
Stay in there?
Lindsay she has the holding cell, right, where she stays until they bring her out and for the proceeding. And they bring her out every morning and, whenever court's in session.
And she's in there with her nurses?
She's in there with her nurses, yeah. The nurses aren't always in there, but they're in there a lot of the time. Because I sometimes see the nurses come out, I guess, just to take a break. But yeah, she's in there most of the time, except when she's in the courtroom.
Grace, I probably shouldn't ask this, but when do you think we'll have a verdict tomorrow?
I doubt it. When I talk to jury, if I'm lucky enough to snag an interview with a juror, they always tell me that they look
So that's 1 verse 1. We got one person thinking the verdict's going to be today, and we got this lady that was in the courtroom thinking the verdict is not going to be today. And then we're going to go to Brian Enton next. He was also in the courtroom, and we're going to hear what he has to say. I guess Brian Enton will be the tiebreaker. So it's 1-1 right now. Let us know in chat what you think. Do you think the verdict is going to be today, what time it's going to be today, what day it might be, or you can vote also if it's going to be a hung jury or a mistrial. You can type 4 in our poll for a hung jury mistrial. You can type 3 if you think the verdict is going to end with innocent. You can type 2 if you think the verdict is going to end in insanity, and you can type 1 if you think the verdict is going to end in criminally responsible. Let us know what you think. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Please hit like, subscribe, vote, and let us know in chat when you think this verdict is going to be coming in.
Through all the evidence before they made a decision. And, and even in, oftentimes, we're in trials where the verdict seems a foregone conclusion that it's obviously guilty or obviously this or obviously that. And they take their time. Jurors tend to take their time. They tend to honor their oath. And if they do in this case, it's going to be a while because there are hundreds of exhibits. And like I said, the jury forewoman took a lot of notes. So there's a lot of testimony to review. Think about it. This has been a 5-week trial where they've heard from, 6 or 7 experts. They've heard from friends. They've heard from family members. They've heard from her husband. They've heard the 911 call. There's just so much evidence to review if that's the direction that they go. I doubt whether they go in there. I mean, they could, I suppose, come back tomorrow afternoon because Friday is usually a good day for verdicts, but they could come back tomorrow. But I think that they will take their time.
Okay. Well, we will see, and we will see you tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Nate.
All right, so we are going to go ahead and switch to the other person that was outside of the courthouse or inside the courthouse yesterday and going to be reporting about what happened. So we have one person this morning that was inside the courthouse, thought that the jury dressed nice, so they're probably going to have a verdict today. We heard from this lady that she thinks the verdict is not going to come today. And we got Brian Etten, also was in the courtroom. He's going to be talking about what he thinks the verdict and when. Thank you all for being here. Let's hear what Brian Etten has to say. Shout out to Brian Etten, one of the best boots on the ground out there.
All right, so that was part of the prosecution's closings. I'm going to go catch up with Lauren Conlon now. I'm going to see where she's at. So many reporters out here, but she's my buddy and she's been in court throughout all of this. She always has a really good perspective. I'm going to go find her and bring her to my car and see what her thoughts were on the closings. Okay, so what you were in there for closings. What was your takeaway? I mean, I watched the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Did anything surprise you?
I had heard in the courtroom on Wednesday, the day before closing arguments, that possibly Kevin Reddington was going to offer some surprises. I was confused by this, and I'm just giving you some context before I get into closings. But I would say as of Wednesday evening, you were there for all the questioning. I had asked Reddington about the crushing up of the pills, and his comment to me was, well, ask police. They never tested it. I was like, okay, interesting. Then Thursday, I felt like at the 11th hour, really for the first time, he's really hammering the lack of police investigation, really hammering it. And it's not that it hasn't really been brought up here and there before, but it was very apparent yesterday. And also, when they had the charge conference, he wanted something called a bout in charge, I believe is the pronunciation, which basically explains to the jury that the police did a horrific investigation and they shouldn't consider this, they shouldn't consider that. And the judge denied it, but said, you can talk about this in your closing. And I was like, oh, wow. So as I am watching his line of questioning to the expert yesterday, Dr. Sadoff, which was the Commonwealth's final expert, I'm noticing a pattern here. And it goes back to the police investigation. This is not at all, in my opinion, pointing a finger at Patrick. But the fact is, everything that the expert said regarding some of Lindsay's statements to him, he said were inconsistent. Lindsay's statements to him versus, what the hospital said, and then what Patrick said. And Reddington elicited from this doctor that everything he knew, let's say, was from Patrick or, quote, the police reports. But the police reports were only what Patrick said. They didn't do any investigating beyond his statements. And so I think what Reddington was trying to get to, and this was yesterday, kind of spilling into his closings, was that, you're saying that Lindsay was methodical in the way that she made the decision to crush up these pills and do this and do that. Reddington saying, well, how do you know that these were pills? The police didn't test them. So is she that methodical? I think that was part of his, just what he was trying to prove here. And so during his closings, which, look, I've been very I've been feeling positive about the work he's been doing. His cross-examinations, he's not everybody's style, but I have appreciated everything that he's done so far. His closing, I didn't think was the best. He did focus on police a bit, and he focused on certain things that I just don't think the jury should have to really worry about at this point. Because inside the courtroom, it is, hi, I'm Lindsay, I killed my kids. Hey, this is Lindsay, she killed her kids. You know, everybody, that's understood in the courtroom. So by him bringing things up in the closing arguments, like, well, there wasn't really a knot around, you know, a knot in the exercise bands. Patrick said there was a knot. The Apple Watch he brought up. Well, why did it show this going up? And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, oh man, I get it. But also, what is the jury going to do with this right now? The jury is not on TikTok. The jury is not looking through, you know, what people are saying, which certain elements of the case don't add up. And so I felt like, as a layperson, and what I've struggled with is I just felt like he should have gotten up there and he should have, and I'm not a lawyer, he obviously knows better than I do, so just preface with that, but I would have just been like, look, nobody actually knows what went on in Lindsay Clancy's head except for her. The experts can tell us this, they can tell us that, but all I know is that by every account, this is a mother who loved her kids and one day did this incredibly out of character, horrific act that she cannot undo. You know, let's make sense of that. These experts, Commonwealth experts, while they might be wonderful, they have essentially zero experience in treating postpartum women or PPD, PPP. I mean, it's just obvious. And the Commonwealth had said, well, you know, they did treat women with PPP, right, 40 years ago. I would have really honed in on that and just honed in on the fact that Lindsay is broken. She is paralyzed. She has no future, essentially. Look at her life. If you don't, you know, if you don't believe that she heard the voices, then so be it, okay? But like, this is what we have. But I think to focus on some of that stuff,
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll
And
resonate.
he brought up, I'm like paranoid there's going to be a verdict while we're doing this.
Oh yeah, no.
Sure we're good.
I think I don't think there will be, but
Yeah, you just never know.
And plus, we would know.
Yeah, talking about that a little, and he also brought up again in closings about the 911 call and whether or not she actually spoke, which is something we talked to him about yesterday, because the 911 call, he says you just hear her grunting and moaning, but Patrick Clancy said he had a conversation with Lindsay where she admitted to taking her own life and then said to go look in the basement. But I thought it was interesting he brought that up in the closing.
I did too.
Because again, it's kind of like a little bit of a distraction from the bigger just point I'm thinking that he wants to make.
You completely verbalized that so much better than I could in like my 10-minute rant.
But because what you said reminded me of that too. I was like, this is kind of a weird thing to bring up.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
It was a distraction. All of that, the Apple Watch, the call. I mean, again, I see what he's doing in terms of like, I thought he was stringing all of that together to see, look, we don't know what happened because you can't take one person's account and just go with it and then claim that the defendant, my client here, is inconsistent, is calculated, is this. You can't say all that if you're only going off of one person's account. And this is just me being objective. I'm not speaking, you know, for either side. I'm just saying that's what I kind of thought that he would sort of explain, but he didn't explain it.
I thought when he held up the photo of the family, and granted, like we've all seen the photos and we know this already, but I thought it was a strong moment. Like, I mean, this is what they had. This is how happy they were. And something obviously changed, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And did you get any vibe from the jurors? Someone told me that one of the jurors was crying.
So I did see a female juror, an older female juror in the back. And I've noticed this with her before. When ADA Sprague brought up Dawson, and this was hard. This was very hard. So she brings up Lindsay's previous.
Whoa, hold on a minute. Court just popped up a second. They are in a sidebar. We might have a verdict, ladies and gentlemen. They are in a sidebar right now. All right, hold on one second. Hold on one second. All right, let's put this poll down. Let's hide this poll here. Let's see here. All right. We might have a verdict. We might have a verdict. All right. Yeah, just a second ago, literally, counsel, sidebar, please. Oh, shoot. Saw Kevin Reddington stand up. Oh, hell. All right. Yeah, that was fast. I'm thinking we got a verdict already, ladies and gentlemen. Man, that was quick. I was like wanting to hear what Brian Etten had to say there. I was warming up my coffee. Here, we'll go. How can I do this? Yeah, we can do this. Here, hold on. Let's show it. There we go. We got the poll right. Sorry, my finger's kind of disappearing. We got the poll right up. Right up there. We got the poll. We got the live stream over here on the other side. Good morning, LA. Yes, if you want to vote, sneak it in right now, or if you were unsure, I don't know, you can wait to vote if you want. But I think we have a verdict, guys. So if you haven't voted, please do. Your verdict. Geez, I thought we were going to be here all day. I had slots for live calls, different polls, all sorts of stuff. I was up since 5 a.m. prepping for this morning. Man, that sucks. I didn't have to get up so early, huh? 3.5 hours of prep before the show. But that's what I try and do everything I can to make sure you have the most informative presentation without any dead air. All right. So we're just waiting just a second ago. The judge asked counsel for a sidebar. So we are waiting to find out if they have a verdict. I think they do, ladies and gentlemen. Holy hell. And you know what? We'll still take some live calls. We'll just take live calls on not your verdict, but your reaction. Good morning, everybody. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And by the way, the Shanna Gardner trial that we were going to start on Monday has now been postponed to May 2027. They are going to have a hearing in October, preliminary hearing, so we will cover that. But we are going to be starting something else next week, and we will figure that out. And then also we might go back to the trial of the husband that took place while Lindsay Clancy's trial was going on, so we really didn't get to see it, and we might go through that one, but we'll see. We had plans and schedules and everything set up for Shanna Gardner. Yesterday they introduced a new charge, and so therefore they had to postpone the trial until May of 2027. So this weekend I'm going to get with the network, and we are going to but I think we're going to do the husband. We'll see. But we will be here. So if you've been spending your mornings, your afternoons, your evening, wherever you're at with us, don't worry, we'll still be here for you. We'll still be here with you. All right, we are just waiting just a second ago. Here, let me see if I can rewind it and then go back live. So this was just a second ago, you guys. This was just a second ago. Just a second ago. Don't shut me down, Associated Press.
All right. Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
All right. So that is what happened. That is what happened just moments ago, ladies and gentlemen. So As soon as they come back, we are going to take you there. So we're just going to sit here. They've been in a sidebar. We're just going to sit here right here until they come back, because I'm not missing nothing. Now, I suppose we could, if you guys want. I suppose we could. Here, let me do this, and if we get shut down, I should put that up just in case. I'm just so worried. Yesterday, I still don't understand what happened. All because, it was like informative here. We just got done watching the closing statements. The jury went back to go, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, whoa. They did a fake out on us. Oh, are we going to get a verdict, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to get a verdict?
You have to address? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
What?
Court, all rise.
What? What happened? What the hell was that? Did something happen? I'm so confused. What the hell was that? Hold on. What the hell was that? Unforgiven says it hung jury.
Court back in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Just trying to see what that was. That's what it said on Court TV. Hung jury. Here, let's go to let's go to Court TV here real quick.
Allie Benevento, Randolph Wright, Susan Hedrick still with us. Allie, we were watching the openings of the closings with Reddington. Anything that you picked up in terms of change of tone throughout this 4.5 week trial? Just shy of 4.5 hours.
Court, all rise.
But at the end, you have to trust that the jury.
They're spinning.
And
I believe, should be made a court's exhibit along with the original questions. So,
Judge, or you said yourself, how do I argue to the judge to craft the answer to this question that may help our case moving forward?
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that the jury has not had a question. Well, they now have a question. We have just been alerted, so the parties are making their way back into the courtroom. Rich, our photographer, is making his way back to his camera, and they will go on the record. We understand Judge Sullivan will take the bench, and usually what happens is the judge will just be in front of the attorneys, and they'll discuss the question.
Damn, I thought we had a freaking verdict.
Sometimes they do it at sidebar, and then they'll craft.
By the way, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Let us know where you are watching from. We do have a live poll up right now. Your verdict, the trial will end with a type 1 for a verdict of criminally responsible, type 2 for a verdict of insanity, type 3 for a verdict of innocent, and type 4 if you think it will end with a hung jury mistrial. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, hey, right? It's still exciting. Like I said, as soon as something happens, we're going to be taking you there. So the jury has a question. Do I want to go to Brian Etton or do I want to stick to Court TV? I think we're going to stick to Court TV right now. Now, since there was a question with the jury, I want to hear what these experts have to say about this question. Maybe they'll go into it a little more. We'll see, kind of, see what's going on now. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you guys very much as we sit here and wait for this verdict. I'm thinking it's coming at the end of the day today. Let me know in chat when you think this verdict is going to come, or if you don't think it's going to come at all.
Craft an answer. So we are standing by and waiting, and as soon as we see the camera move, we will go in and we'll watch together to see what this question possibly is. Again, 4 hours and 15 minutes they have been at it, and just for today, only 45 minutes. I'm being told that there is a little bit of movement in the courtroom, but we don't have audio yet. So we'll wait. We'll hold that shot up. Susan Hendricks, Ali Benevento, Randolph Rice. This is a round. This makes sense. Randolph, they're into day 2. They've slept on what they discussed day 1, had some time to hash it out. Somebody's got a question. And again, that 4-person who seems very scholarly is likely leading this. Your thoughts, what we should read into it, if anything? Of course, we don't know what the question is.
Right. Let me make some guesses here. And questions can be very, very telling, or they can be just completely silly, and you're like, oh my God, they have no idea what they're doing. So they could be asking questions about, can we see evidence? They may be saying, how do we interpret certain pieces of the law? Sometimes they ask things that the judge says, look, that's your decision. You need to make that decision yourself. I can't answer that for you. So it can be very telling, but it can also come back and be like, huh? What are they talking about? How did they even get to this point in the deliberations? So I'm very interested to see what the question is.
Ali, no matter what it is, to Randolph's point, you do learn something.
You do. It gives you some insight into an otherwise very secretive room, right? You get a glimpse into the room where it's happening. And like to Randolph's point, I have had some really, nothing's fun. I just want to be clear, nothing's funny about the situation, but sometimes the things that juries will get hung up on, or the rabbit trails that they will find themselves on and then come back and ask a question, can really be a head scratcher to the people who have lived the case and litigated the case the entire time. So any insight, I think, is helpful. It may not be anything that's a really big deal, or it may be something really significant. It looks like we're about to find out.
All right, let's find out. Judge Sullivan on the bench.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? Yeah.
Okay, they are going to discuss it first at sidebar. So we may or may not hear the discussion on a crafted answer. At some point, the question will be put on the record, one would opine. And as a side note, you saw Lindsay grab something there on the desk. There's been a lot of speculation. What are those? Are those pills in front of her? No, they're mints. They're cinnamon Altoids, according to Kevin Reddington. So that's what she was grabbing as she now is, as everybody waits at sidebar. Susan Hendricks, sidebars are a big part of this case. Yeah. So we're used to it. And I'll cut you off, of course, as soon as we see the camera move. But it's always fascinating to see what that first question is, because it does, as the others said, give you a bit of insight.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, Ted, it's different with different jurisdictions, but in Indiana, in Delphi, they would go to a sidebar, the juries would discuss it, then Judge Gull would read that question. So you didn't know which juror was asking the question, but read it. And what I noticed was there were highly intelligent questions, very specific. I remember one about an unspent bullet, very scientific. So it said to me, wow, they're paying attention, they're paying attention. And there were a lot of questions. And to me, it also says they're doing their job. Let's say they go through their notes, because it's a long trial and you forget what you've heard. So it makes sense to think, okay, let's all go back in, let's ask the judge instead of just guessing if we don't know the answer.
Absolutely. And to that point, Ali, the question of can we see exhibit A, B, or C, that's telling on some level, but it also is the overarching message. we're working. We're making progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And questions like that tell you that they are still going through, perhaps in chronological order, the evidence as it was presented. If they're later on in their deliberations, sometimes they start asking questions about the law that the judge gave them during instructions. I'm not sure here if anybody knows the answer. Some judges will send the written jury instructions or charges back with the jury, and some expect the jury to sit there and listen to them verbally only. I'm not sure which is the case here, but to me, when we have factual questions or exhibit questions, that tells me we're still early on in the process. When they start asking questions that apply to the law as they were provided it, that tells me that they're getting closer to getting to that ultimate question. Very curious to see which of these two, or maybe it's something different, this is.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure. I'm talking to Rick Grundy this week that they do have a copy, because we were actually talking about the bizarre practice in some jurisdictions where the judge rattles off a gazillion instructions over 45 minutes and then they don't have a copy of it. But in Massachusetts,
happens in my jurisdiction regularly. It's very frustrating.
Yes. Yeah. Randolph, any when you are sitting there as an attorney, you hear there's a question. When you get it, when your phone rings and you are on, what's it like as you wait? You've done all your work. There's nothing you can do. What is that gut-wrenching hour, day, like 2 days, 3 days when you're just waiting?
Oh, it's painful because you're sitting there on pins and needles, and then you hear something from usually a bailiff or a sheriff will come to you and say, oh, we have something, right? And then all of a sudden you get your client, and if they're not locked up, if they are locked up, you maybe go downstairs, tell them there's some information, you go back up in the courtroom, and the judge may say, oh, we just have a question. And then you read that question at sidebar, you go up to the bench and read it, and you say to yourself, like I said earlier, what does this mean? Or, oh, I get this. I understand where they're going now. I think they're leaning our way. And then you start thinking, okay, judge, you said to yourself, how do I argue to the judge to craft the answer to this question that may help our case moving forward?
Yeah, there's gamesmanship for sure, Allie, because the answer can be just as important sometimes as the question, and you can fight.
Yes, and that may be what's happening right now at sidebars. Is there's collaboration. Okay, what is this question? What are we trying to get at? And also the judge is going to help guide the parties and have discussions about the appropriate way to answer it. You can never tell a jury what to think. You can only guide them. You want to respond directly to their question, only to their question, and not give additional information. Really important there. You have to be really careful in the way that we answer those questions as well. And the responses, I believe, should be made a court's exhibit along with the original question. So if there are any issues that come up later on down the road, say in the event of an appeal, that all of that is properly preserved and made part of the record.
Yeah, good point. Susan, we've covered the cases, the families.
Yeah.
This is gut-wrenching. We've all gotten close to families that are on both sides. Sometimes it's the defendant's families, sometimes it's victim families, but the families are going through a process that is so foreign when they walk into it, and then so gut-wrenching. And a moment like this for the Clancys, I'm sure their heads are spinning.
And I was thinking just now about how telling that was. You see the Clancys kind of stretching their necks and looking over and thinking, oh my gosh, what is going to happen to my daughter? What am I going to see from their facial expressions, from their body movements? And of course, with the question, and I go back to Delphi because I was there for so long throughout the trial, and the families were just so nervous. And there's ups and downs, and you have to stay within the vicinity of the courthouse. And it's very nerve-wracking, but at the end, you have to trust that the jury knows what they're doing, obviously takes this very seriously. Reddington did say that, thank you for your service, as the judge did. And you can tell, as you said, Ted, you were in that courtroom, you saw the jurors, and they're attentive. They're taking notes. They care about this because think about it, her life obviously is in their hands, and they have to live with whatever decision they make.
Okay, it's breaking up. We understand it has something to do with medications, and Judge Sullivan has crafted a response from people.
Anything else we have to address?
Telling us, let's go back.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, they shut us out. They didn't tell us what the question was. However, according to our team in the courtroom, they pulled out an evidence bag with some medication in it. Judge Sullivan then was seen crafting an answer, and both parties seemed to be in agreement. In the estimation of our reporter in the courtroom, the Commonwealth seemed maybe a little bit happier, a little bit more of a pep in their step as they walked away from that sidebar. Some more questions than answers from the first question. All we know is they've had a question just shy of 4.5 hours. Boy, quick reaction here. Allie, Randolph, and Susan, I guess not much to react to. Allie.
Do we know why they do not have the exhibits back in the deliberation room? That's a question I have. I don't know if anybody can answer that, why they're not sending everything back, because if not, this may keep happening. If they have to come out every time they want to see something and send a note out, that may be a little bit inefficient. I've never seen that done before. Usually everything goes back with them. Curious about that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the volume of evidence here is fairly large. But Randolph, yeah, you would think that they could bypass that. Your thoughts of the fact that we don't know anything, really, except that there was a question.
Yeah. Well, and I think to answer Allie's question is there's probably just so much to it. Maybe they have a small deliberation room. Ted, your notes from Rich, the photographer, saying that something about the medication bag, if I remember correctly, that's something that Reddington brought out during closing. So again, reading tea leaves, are they going back to Reddington's closing and saying, he made some good points there. Let's look at this medication bag. Maybe this is important to us making a decision here.
Okay. Yeah. And that was in the context of they didn't seize it, they didn't take it, they didn't test it, they didn't do anything with it. In fact, it was found after the house was released, after the initial investigation had released the house back to the family. So let's get a break. When we come back, we got something to talk about now. The jury had a question. We don't know what the question was, but they are hard at work. 4 hours, 30 minutes, almost. A live look outside the courthouse in Plymouth. They're back working inside. We're back right after this.
Did nothing wrong in her life.
We're here to support Lindsay.
You are a biased weasel.
She was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
Welcome back to Court TV Live and our continuing coverage of deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. The jury just had their first question. This is a live look inside the courtroom. Moments ago, the Judge Sullivan, came out on the bench. Immediately, the parties went to sidebar, and then that was it. They crafted a response, sent it back in. That's all we saw was basically the seal. And when they walked up to the sidebar, Sierra Gillespie was in the courtroom and saw some other things. I guess some bag, evidence bag, medicine. Just take us through it all, because of course we just saw the seal.
Yeah, so there was a jury question. I was hoping that things would be discussed, and they were. They just weren't discussed in front of us. They're at sidebar, so the white noise is playing. We can't hear exactly what they're saying, but here's what I saw. That the evidence bag, this is the one that I believe Kevin Reddington had in his closings. It's a large Ziploc baggie with a bunch of prescription pills in it, okay? So that is brought up. It's the judge and both sides there discussing. We've got the bags right there. The judge eventually writes something down on a piece of paper. Both sides read it, obviously. They nod their heads in agreement eventually. The prosecutors looked pretty happy after whatever was decided and all of that. And it's unclear whether this bag was taken back to the jury room, but I could infer that their question had something to do with this piece of evidence, the prescription pills.
Interesting. And the Reddington, any reaction? He's kind of
He's got a
every
good poker
sidebar.
face.
Yeah, he walks
Yeah.
out of every sidebar with that look to us.
Yeah, I don't think he's phased. I think his feathers have not been ruffled. He's like, okay, accepting whatever the question is. But the prosecutors did look happy.
Interesting. And family, did they get in? Were they in there for the question?
Family was in there for it. And when the sidebar is over, when court is back in recess, everybody needs to leave the courtroom immediately. All the reporters are asked to leave. So we kind of shuffle out. That's why I wasn't able to see, did this go back to the jury room? But I did overhear the bailiff speaking with the Clancy family saying, or excuse me, Lindsay's parents saying, you guys can stick around, hang out for a minute. So they did hang back in the courtroom after all the media was asked to leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sierra. We'll see where this leads. Of course, this was the first of anything since this deliberation began. You did mention we should go back and remind everybody that when Judge Sullivan took the bench this morning, just after 9 o'clock Eastern time, the jury was brought in, and you did notice some things.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This morning, the jurors came back in. They looked very well rested. I mean, I'm sure that they were discussing things yesterday. It was about 3 hours of deliberations that they had. And I don't know if they talked in the courtroom and said, hey, let's all go to bed early or what, but they came back and they looked very well rested. I also will note that some of the people previously, I mean, most of them were dressed very nice, but very casual. You know, this is just another day. But today, people who I'd seen previously wearing just a t-shirt and jeans now are wearing a polo, now dressed up. People look very nice today. And I know that sometimes that could be an indication. Maybe they're getting closer to a verdict or a decision of some sort. And I mean, you know that they're deliberating, right, Ted? Because they're asking this question about the evidence.
Yeah. And it could, you know, it's Friday. It's a beautiful weekend predicted here weather-wise. They may be thinking, all right, 4:30, we're headed to the Cape. You know, who knows?
They're dressed for it, too. They're just very nautically New England. They look great. They really do. So maybe they want to wrap it up and then head off to the Cape.
Did you notice the foreperson at all? She's my favorite juror, of course, now that we know that she's foreperson. She's the older woman, late 60s, who definitely was engaged through from start to finish in this trial. Anything stand out from her? Was she leading the crew in? Or?
It is interesting that she's the foreperson because she has been taking diligent notes. She's been paying attention throughout all of this. Dressed very nicely today, very put together, not leading the charge to have everybody come in today. She's not like, you know, waving the flag, taking everybody in. But I think you can tell she's the foreperson. She's the one who's going to give us eventually whatever the result is. And I guess she is leading them in a way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The foreperson leads the discussion. And obviously, every jury is different. Every deliberation room is different. But from your vantage point, it doesn't look like there's any issues. People seem, as you put it, well rested and a team. Because a lot of times, you'll see factions. One group comes in, the other ones will trail, and you see them interact, and it's little bunches.
It is kind of funny to see because they all walk in line. You know, they haven't until deliberations been able to discuss this case, but you can tell that they're friendly with each other. You know, I'm sure that they've passed each other or had lunch. Maybe they're talking about their kids, things they're allowed to talk about pre-deliberation. And you can see some of them kind of nudging each other or smiling or whatever. They have their little inside jokes. So I do think after 5 weeks, they've at least made kind of friends more than acquaintances at this point. They've gone through a lot together, more than we have. I mean, they've seen the autopsy photos we haven't been privy to, the 911 call. I mean, so they are kind of, I don't want to say trauma bonded, but they went through something big together, and now they finally get to talk about it.
And talking to other jurors that have served in long cases, you can't talk about the case, but you talk about your families, your friends, your shared experiences. These are people that likely, some of them will stay in contact possibly for life. It is a bonding experience. To your point, the crowd or lack of outside the courthouse here, this is a different case. It isn't Karen Reed by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, not at all. I mean, this is a case that has captivated the world. People are watching from all over, and they're doing it at home. But as far as coming in person, not so much. I mean, we did see more people here for closing arguments yesterday, and that makes sense, right? Today, we don't know if there could be a verdict or it could just be another day of deliberation. So we haven't seen that many spectators in the courtroom. But to your point, Ted, there really hasn't been that many people out here. I mean, last Thursday, I believe it was, when everybody wore the pink in support of Lindsay Clancy, I've seen a few stragglers here and there, maybe 5 people a day who are like, pro-Lindsay or anti-Lindsay, but really not as many as you would think. I think it's just the tone of the case. It's a lot more somber. It's not, it's people are compelled to watch it and they're interested, but it isn't fun,
No, it is absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
No matter where you stand, those 3 children lost their lives, and the mother has garnered a lot of sympathy, empathy for different reasons.
Yeah.
And so yes, you're right, it's just different. And that Thursday was a scheduled event, here we're going to rally and be here and blah blah. It is different, and we haven't really seen. The other part of the equation is the courtroom's huge. They can fill a lot of seats. So in other trials with small courtrooms, people were forced to mill around because there's nowhere to go. Here they have an overflow room and a huge courtroom. So anyway, just part of the scene here in Plymouth County. Sierra's going to be going in and out of the courtroom for us.
I'll be running back and forth all day. Any news, you're the first to know.
All right. Sierra Gillespie, host of Scandal, the podcast. Sierra, thank you. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll continue to go over the evidence that the jury has seen, that we've watched on television, and what do you think is the most important? Was it Patrick? Are they thinking about him? Are they thinking about those experts? We'll talk about it when we return. 4 hours, 42 minutes, and counting. Stay with us.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. As soon as something pops off, we are going to take you there.
The defense, and we don't, obviously, Mr. Reddington wasn't showing any emotion, is that they are wanting to see all the different medications she was actually on, and that how serious was it? How deep was she into this mental health treatment? So it could cut both ways. It's hard to tell right now.
Allie?
Yeah, I agree. Difficult to know what they're thinking. There was also some discussion about whether she was being dishonest with her providers, and that the pill bottles, according to Jennifer Sprague, could provide some insight as to that. Perhaps the jury may be wondering, was she, do we want to compare what we see in the medical records to what we see in those pill bottles to determine whether she was intentionally withholding information or making misrepresentations? Does that matter in their analysis? But I keep coming back to, if the issue really is, was she criminally responsible, there really has not been an argument that the lack of criminal responsibility comes from an over medication, but rather from an episode of psychosis. So I'm not sure exactly what to make of this question, and I know it's not fair that we don't have the actual question, but I agree with Randolph's analysis. It could go one way or the other, and honestly, the answer is we just don't know. But I wonder if it has to do with her disclosure to her providers and her truthfulness.
And Susan, that was a big part of the Commonwealth's case at the end, is that through their experts and then in their close, she wasn't honest this woman who's supposedly super honest and is a great mom and great nurse, she wasn't honest about something that was very important and you could argue may have saved the life of her children. That was, she wasn't forthcoming about the ideations of harming her kids, except for to Patrick and her mother the one time, but not to the providers. And because she knows the system, the allegation is, if she'd have been honest, they'd have taken the kids. Well, if they'd have taken the kids would be alive. And the jury has to factor that in.
Yeah, kind of putting the blame on her, saying that this was up to her, that she was a labor and delivery nurse for 9 years, and so she should have known better. She wasn't upfront. But also, during the defense, Reddington's closing argument, him holding up that bag, his story was, look, she had a wonderful life. She did nothing wrong. And then because of this, which I thought was powerful, that big bag of pills that we saw, once she met Dr. Tufts, her life was not good anymore. So to me, it would seem like this was positive for the defense, but you never know. As Sierra said, that the prosecutor seemed happy about the question, but maybe Reddington is always a straight face and you never know how to read him. He always seems consistent. But I think it could be a big part either way of the defense. Was it her fault? Did she not take them? Or was she prescribed that medication and she trusted the medical field, which failed her? We've heard that time and time again.
Randolph, if she was the problem in terms of her lack of disclosures, if she made bad decisions during her downward journey, does it matter if at the end of the day she was in psychosis? The jury's got to decide yes or no, are you criminally responsible? And whose fault is it that she got to that point? If they think she got to that point, well, that's really why we're here, correct?
Yeah, and that's a fine line, I think, that Kevin Reddington was trying to walk in this trial. He wasn't trying to hammer the failure of the medical care system and the doctors that were treating him too much. He certainly mentions it. He alludes to it in his closing, but he doesn't want to shift too much that blame on them, because at the end of the day, he wants to say this is a Lindsay Clancy issue. This is something she was dealing with, and that psychosis came on right at that moment when obviously Patrick had left the house. So, to answer your question, is it something that they're focusing on here? It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Allie, I hate to come back to this, but you are the only one that I know that has a little bit of insight in that you were going through an issue with postpartum depression after the birth of one of your children. The navigation of that journey has to be scary, and there are no clear answers, or correct me if I'm wrong. From your perspective, what she did or didn't do, is it her fault?
So it's not her fault, right? Like, let's start there. It's not her fault. And let's be clear, everybody does not experience any illness or depression, especially mental illness, in the same way. And so the question is really not about was it her fault, but I think where the prosecution was trying to focus in was she claims to be compliant with her treatment. She claims to be seeking help. She recognized she had a problem, but then when people offered help, she did her own thing. She failed to follow directions. She wasn't taking her medication. And that's why they're trying to put the focus on she's using the cry for help as an excuse for premeditated murder. But at the end of the day, if she was experiencing postpartum depression that somehow turned into postpartum psychosis, and she was not in a place at the time that she took her children's lives to be able to appreciate that what she was doing was morally wrong, that it was against the law, then it doesn't actually matter how she got to that point. The question is, was she criminally responsible in that moment? That's the ultimate question.
Yeah, but jurors likely could get derailed by the thought of, hey, if I was her, I would have, because that's what jurors do. They put themselves, they're not supposed to, but they do it every time. They put themselves in the defendant's chair and say, well, here's why I would never do that. Oh, I would never associate. In this case, there was nothing except that. That is what they could be focusing on, Susan, to say, well, had I been going through that, I would have been honest, and I would have told my providers what I was thinking.
Yeah, I've done the same thing, kind of putting myself in their shoes. I remember having my daughter. No one really asked any questions about that, how I was feeling. Fast forward 7 years with my son, and there was a form of kind of a happy face and a sad face, and you're supposed to circle that. But I think that women are connecting online and sharing their stories through this case and saying enough with the shame, because I think women, and it's great that Ali's speaking about it, don't talk about their stories. They feel shame, they feel blame, they feel like something's wrong with them. And that's what I believe that she has come, Lindsay, to represent the truth for many women. And that's why I believe you see women, or you did outside of that courthouse, in pink. And I see online people sharing their stories saying, this happened to me, I'm from this state. So in a way, it opens the conversation around the trial.
Absolutely. If nothing else, this trial has put it front and center and educated a lot of people and motivated a lot of people. I met a woman who drove here from Indiana just because she felt it. She said, I just had this urge to be here because of her journey with mental health. So let's get a break. When we come back, we'll continue to monitor, wait patiently. If we hear anything, we'll let you know. Almost 5 hours, 4 hours, 56 minutes and counting. Our continuing coverage continues and will continue until the jury goes home or there's a verdict. Stay with us.
All right. Now that we've heard that for a while, got an idea of the question, we're going to go back to Brian Etten. So earlier this morning, we were checking out people reporting from inside the courthouse and what they thought was going on. So we had two opinions. One opinion was they thought the verdict was going to come back today. Another opinion was they thought the verdict was going to be not coming in today. So we're going to switch to Brian, and he was actually inside the courthouse as well. And he's having like 4 guests on that were also inside the courthouse as well. So it's actually going to be quite a bit of a roundtable of different reporters that were inside the courtroom discussing all the different things. So while we're waiting to find out what's going on again, anything happens, we're going to bring you right there. We do have a StreamYard poll open for another 14 minutes, and you can vote your verdict. The trial will end with and you can type 1, 2, 3, or 4 in chat to vote, and you can vote as many times as you want. You can type number 1 for criminally responsible. You can type number 2 for insanity. You can type number 3 for innocent. You can type number 4 for hung jury or mistrial. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We are so close to 18.7K. Right now, we are sitting about 21 subs away. If you're not sub, please do. All right, we're going to switch to Brian Etten. He is going to be having like 4 different reporters that were inside the courtroom as well. He's going to be giving his opinion. They're going to be discussing different things. It's a really cool conversation and roundtable. And again, thank you all for being here with us as we sit here for this live verdict watch. Make sure you vote. Poll is only open for 13 more minutes. You can vote as many times as you want, and then we're going to have a new poll open for you. Thank you all for being here again.
And see what her thoughts were on the closings. Okay, so what you were in there for closings. What was your takeaway? I mean, I watched the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did anything surprise you?
I had heard in the courtroom on Wednesday, the day before closing arguments, that possibly Kevin Reddington was going to offer some surprises. I was confused by this, and I'm just giving you some context before I get into closings. But I would say as of Wednesday evening, you were there for all the questioning. I had asked Reddington about the crushing up of the pills, and his comment to me was, well, ask police. They never tested it. I was like, okay, interesting. Then Thursday, I felt like at the 11th hour, really for the first time, he's really hammering the lack of police investigation, really hammering it. And it's not that it hasn't really been brought up here and there before, but it was very apparent yesterday. And also, when they had the charge conference, he wanted something called a bout in charge, I believe is the pronunciation, which basically explains to the jury that the police did a horrific investigation and they shouldn't consider this, they shouldn't consider that. And the judge denied it, but said, you can talk about this in your closing. And I was like, oh, wow. So as I am watching his line of questioning to the expert yesterday, Dr. Sadoff, which was the Commonwealth's final expert, I'm noticing a pattern here. And it goes back to the police investigation. This is not at all, in my opinion, pointing a finger at Patrick, but the fact is, everything that the expert said regarding some of Lindsay's statements to him, he said were inconsistent. Lindsay's statements to him versus, what the hospital said, and then what Patrick said. And Reddington elicited from this doctor that everything he knew, let's say, was from Patrick or, quote, the police reports. But the police reports were only what Patrick said. They didn't do any investigating beyond his statements. And so I think what Reddington was trying to get to, and this was yesterday, kind of spilling into his closings, was that, you're saying that Lindsay was methodical in the way that she made the decision to crush up these pills and do this and do that. Reddington saying, well, how do you know that these were pills? The police didn't test them. So is she that methodical? I think that was part of his, just what he was trying to prove here. And so during his closings, which, look, I've been feeling positive about the work he's been doing. His cross-examinations, he's not everybody's style, but I have appreciated everything that he's done so far. His closing, I didn't think was the best. He did focus on police a bit, and he focused on certain things that I just don't think the jury should have to really worry about at this point. Because inside the courtroom, it is, hi, I'm Lindsay, I killed my kids. Hey, this is Lindsay, she killed her kids. Everybody, that's understood in the courtroom. So by him bringing things up in the closing arguments, like, well, there wasn't really a knot around, a knot in the exercise bands. Patrick said there was a knot. The Apple Watch he brought up. Well, why did it show this going up? And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, oh man, I get it. But also, what is the jury going to do with this right now? The jury is not on TikTok. The jury is not looking through, what people are saying, which certain elements of the case don't add up. And so I felt like, as a layperson, and what I've struggled with is I just felt like he should have gotten up there and he should have, and I'm not a lawyer, he obviously knows better than I do, so just preface with that, but I would have just been like, look, nobody actually knows what went on in Lindsay Clancy's head except for her. The experts can tell us this, they can tell us that, but all I know is that by every account, this is a mother who loved her kids and one day did this incredibly out of character, horrific act that she cannot undo. Let's make sense of that. These experts, Commonwealth experts, while they might be wonderful, they have essentially zero experience in treating postpartum women or PPD, PPP. I mean, it's just obvious. And the Commonwealth had said, well, they did treat women with PPP, right, 40 years ago. I would have really honed in on that and just honed in on the fact that Lindsay is broken. She is paralyzed. She has no future, essentially. Look at her life. If you don't believe that she heard the voices, then so be it, okay? But this is what we have. But I think to focus on some of that stuff,
yeah,
I don't know if that'll resonate.
You brought up, I'm like paranoid there's going to be a verdict while we're doing this.
Oh yeah, no.
Sure we're good.
I think I don't think there will be, but
yeah, you just never know.
And plus, we would know.
Yeah, talking about that a little, and he also brought up again in closings about the 911 call and whether or not she actually spoke, which is something we talked to him about yesterday, because the 911 call, he says you just hear her grunting and moaning, But Patrick Clancy said he had a conversation with Lindsay where she admitted to taking her own life and then said to go look in the basement. But I thought it was interesting he brought that up in the closing.
I did too.
Because again, it's kind of like a little bit of a distraction from the bigger just point I'm thinking that he wants to make.
You completely verbalized that so much better than I could in like my 10-minute rant.
Because what you said reminded me of that too. I was like, this is kind of a weird thing to bring up.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
It was a distraction. All of that, the Apple Watch, the call. I mean, again, I see what he's doing in terms of like, I thought he was stringing all of that together to see, look, we don't know what happened because you can't take one person's account and just go with it and then claim that the defendant, my client here, is inconsistent, is calculated, is this. You can't say all that if you're only going off of one person's account. And this is just me being objective. I'm not speaking, for either side. I'm just saying that's what I kind of thought that he would sort of explain, but he didn't explain it.
I thought when he held up the photo of the family, and granted, like we've all seen the photos and we know this already, but I thought it was a strong moment. Like, this is what they had. This is how happy they were. And something obviously changed, And did you get any vibe from the jurors? Someone told me that one of the jurors was crying.
So I did see a female juror, an older female juror in the back, and I've noticed this with her before. When ADA Sprague brought up Dawson, and this was hard. This was very hard. So she brings up Lindsay's previous Facebook post about Dawson, her middle child. And I've always just kind of been like, oh my gosh, like this is not a big deal. This is a mom group. We've all posted, or a lot of people have posted in mom groups. And mainly you post when you're frustrated. You don't get on a mom group to be like, hey, everything's going so well with my kid. Like you get on there to vent and to feel heard, whatever. So Sprague brings up this post that Lindsay made about Dawson being very difficult, or her middle child being difficult, blah, blah. And she ties that in to Lindsay's methodical brain in how the order in which she strangled her children. She said, well, she took Dawson first because this Facebook post, she obviously was struggling with him, and she knew that Dawson would be the one to struggle. So she had to do it first because, kind of insinuating that if she did Cora first, Dawson would see and run away. And it was sad. And then she really, I get why she did it for the jury, but man, I'm not going to repeat it. She just went into detail about his state, and she left the jury really, and me too. It's like, talk about emotion. She just said, how do you think those kids must have felt? They must have been scared, confused. They couldn't breathe, all at the hands of their mother. And then she referred to them at the very end. Her last sentence here was that basically she discarded them like broken toys in the basement, because I think a lot of other cases that involve I can't even say it ever, altruistic filicide, a lot of these mothers put flowers, or they cover the bodies with sheets, or, hearts, teddy bears, whatever. And Lindsay did not do that. She left them there in the basement and then went to take her own life. So she left them with that. And that was very powerful. But now there were other parts of her closing that were silly, I thought. Well, if the voices told Lindsay to kill the children this way, why wouldn't she just kill herself that way? I'm like, well, that's not going to, personally, that didn't resonate with me. There was other elements there, but the last thing she got out was children.
There were a couple things that also resonated with me. One was when she talked about that Lindsay had help, that she had a nanny, that she had help with meal prep,
Great point.
that she had daycare. I guess I just hadn't thought much about that because, the defense, you kind of think of Lindsay as just being so isolated and alone. And I know she was in some ways, but I just thought, I was wondering what the jury was thinking during that part.
So let me actually add context as a mother.
Yeah.
And from what we heard in court.
And I'm glad you are, by the way, because I feel a little at a disadvantage covering this. No, I'm just being honest.
No,
as a guy and not a mother, I think you're right. I'm glad you're doing that.
No, and I think it's nice that you were open to that. And I think before I was a mom, I would literally think the same way. Well, I don't get it. They're in school till 2:30. You get a break for 8 hours. Any mom will tell you, even moms, I'll say stay-at-home moms who work double as hard as anyone else, they'll tell you those hours go by so quickly. It's truly, I would say it's not a break, and any mom will tell you that. You're cleaning the house, you're answering school emails, you're getting the check for the field trip, whatever the hell it is. So she had this nanny. I believe they had said it was only it was a certain amount of hours per week, and a lot of it was for back when Lindsay was working. She was doing overnights so she could sleep. And then Cora and Dawson, they went to school, not every day, just a few days a week. And I don't know the exact time frame, but again, I'm guessing it was, the between 2 and 4 p.m. And it's just, that's not for me. And then you've got a baby on top of it. I mean, for me, like I get when you're not sleeping, you have insomnia, and you still have all these things to do and plan, and everyone's schedules. It's a lot. It's overwhelming. And look, husbands or wives, whoever, like, they're a team, right? But there is one partner that does take on, I would say, the quote brunt of the family planning. And I think that was Lindsay. And I used to have friends that literally would say their nanny was their partner because their husbands were very busy with work, financially supporting the family, which is also important. But I just had a girlfriend. She's like, I have this babysitter and she's my partner because I just can't, and I'm like, that's cool for you. That's great for you. You're very lucky that, you have that, but not everybody does.
What did you think? And again, both sides brought this up, which I thought was interesting in the closings about the Google search of the time that it took that Lindsay searched, how long it would take for him to get to CVS.
Yeah, and then it was on the way to 3B. I mean, so it could be. So I've been thinking about this. Sorry,
this one I'm really hung up on. I don't know why.
Well,
because I Google search things to see how long it'll take sometimes because of traffic and
Mm-hmm.
stuff. But it does seem kind of unusual that she did that.
So you drove the area and she lived in this area.
Yeah.
I have not been to this area of Duxbury. So this is my bad. Could she have been checking to make sure the CVS was on the way to 3V to say, because I don't want to send my husband totally out of the way. I mean,
But
no,
it's kind
she
of a
lives
small
there.
town.
That's what I'm saying.
I
Sorry,
mean,
that was dumb. Yeah, that's why I'm
I
like,
think
no,
she would
I don't
know.
know. Well, the defense said in closing, she was just trying to see how long it would take him because she wanted him home. And then the prosecution was like, well, if she was really in distress, if she was really in distress, why would she send him off on errands? Why wouldn't she say, just stay here? I guess it's just like, we don't have the answers to this. We just don't. And that's why I find this case incredibly difficult. We were talking about this with some other reporters. If I was an alternate on that juror, and I would be like happy,
like relieved.
Yes. And some people were like, well, why? You've been listening to this testimony. Like, I would be so invested. I'd want to deliver it. I'm like, no, this is so hard. It's hard.
Weird. Like, as a journalist, sometimes I think it's almost a relief because you try to be unbiased. And it's almost like easier to think like that than to think like if you were a juror and you had to, it's a tough one. And it's like a lot, I don't know about on your post, but like a lot of the comments on mine, some are like, you're so pro prosecution. And some are like, you're totally on her team. And I'm like, I guess it's good that I'm getting like both people. Because I'm just trying to be down the middle and tell people what happened. And like, we'll see what happens with the verdict.
Well, like you, I've been swarming Reddington outside of court as well. And I was so confused because I was called a fangirl. And I'm like not responding to anyone, but I'm like, how is it a fangirl to do my job and ask me questions? He's the only one that talks. I mean, I'm sorry.
He's the defense attorney.
Exactly. So like you, I have tried to be unbiased, and any show that I comment on, I do find myself when the host takes one position,
she talks a lot.
I just find it important to at least point out the other side.
Yeah.
No matter, what they're saying, I would like to point out, well, this is also what you have, just so the viewer as a whole can
I thought
see
we
both
were going to be
sides.
done
And
like 10 minutes ago.
unfortunately, that will make me the biased one on
And
whichever
I
side.
know,
Yeah.
and like, I don't share my opinion, and sometimes I don't even really have an opinion just because I'm so trying to like keep it out. But I have smart friends who are women on both sides of this.
Absolutely. And if I have an opinion and I'm doing commentary, I will share it.
Yeah.
And I would say 9 out of 10 times I have an opinion, and it's pretty formed.
I'm sure you do.
I can be swayed, obviously, depending on a
10 out of
trial.
10, more
So
like
I
it, right?
usually like to wait, obviously, till the end of the trial. But for this one, and I kept saying, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait.
11 out of 10.
It's hard, yeah. What do you think? Do you think it's going to take a while, the deliberations? I do. I don't know about
I know it's going to
but
take a
I'll just
while
tell you
for
my
her to
opinion
answer
first. I
that
think
question.
That they seem like a smart bunch. I think they seem professional, just the way that they're dressed, the way that they are.
It's going to take a while for her to
the
answer this,
note-taking.
Brian. That's a
I don't-
lot.
Yeah.
That's a
don't know,
lot,
and
Brian.
especially with misdemeanor being added in it. Not misdemeanor. I said that
Manslaughter,
last time. I was
yeah.
so ready. Were you there when I told?
Oh,
when
Brian.
Reddington came out, I was yesterday. I was so ready with my questions.
He's digging himself
and
in
I
the
wanted
pit.
wanted to ask him about manslaughter being added, and I had a butt in front of everybody. And
Now
I was
he
like,
added
"What about
that.
now the misdemeanor
No,
on the
I didn't
table?"
see
Yeah,
it,
and like
sorry.
everybody was there listening.
Everyone
And I was
knows
like-
that you're
and-
great,
and
but I'm laughing because I know you.
And he was
you
like
hated that.
misdemeanor, and I was like, I'm like manslaughter.
Sorry.
But
Thank you for the jewels,
no, and that,
everybody.
but I was
I
that being added
appreciate
in
it.
last night. That's also now something for them to weigh. I think it's going to be a while.
That's oh gosh, that's actually a great point. Now that they have to weigh the manslaughter, and you know, I made a video this morning. Kevin Reddington wanted involuntary manslaughter. They got the manslaughter with wanton and reckless. I forget what the whole thing is. I'm sorry. It's escaping me. But basically, I was looking this up, and the adding the wanton and reckless actually makes it more like involuntary manslaughter in the
Okay.
state of Massachusetts. So
Yeah, and Massachusetts is different than other states a lot. Even
exactly,
the
yeah.
defense going first was really unusual.
I thought
you
so
would have
too.
normally
my
you would have the
lord.
prosecution first, defense, and then the prosecution gets
I
a rebuttal. So I was like, there's a lot that's different here.
I was so confused at that because I was like, oh God. I was
You
like,
keep hitting
I
your
know,
nail
I
clip
do.
on
I'm
that,
like,
yeah.
this dumb clip. I was confused. I thought maybe the defense would get a rebuttal, but I guess no, they don't get the last word.
Anything else on your mind before I let you go?
Um,
Before I
Oh,
free you from the vehicle?
Brian.
I'm
Brian.
just kidding. No, there's just no winners here. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. I just don't know. I just hate this case.
I know, it's awful.
I just don't even.
And
know
also,
what
like, even if you and I are kind of like laughing right now, I think it's also just like Lauren is one of those people that like you help me kind of like relax a little bit. Like this has
Yes.
just been such an awful case.
It is.
And it's so sad that like I hope we're not coming across giddy during any of it because
No.
I
Oh,
just
you're-
like you do help me kind of like relax a little bit and just feel like it's
no,
terrible.
and my
Not
apologies
giddy.
if we are.
no,
I don't think.
I don't
okay.
think we are.
I just
but
in my head, and
yeah,
it was
yeah.
just
I just
stupid.
didn't want
Yeah.
people to think like
No,
Yeah.
no, and I think that's also important because of what went viral the other day in court. Like no
that one girl smiling.
yeah,
and
no
stuff, yeah.
one in court is everyone is taking this so seriously, and it is so incredibly difficult to sit through that testimony.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even there for the 911 call, so I cannot imagine. I
Yeah.
really can't. But no, I think I'm ready for there to be a verdict, obviously, as is everyone else. And I'm
Oh, my
interested
Lord.
to
When are we going to
see,
be done here?
Let's say it's not guilty
What
by
the-
reason of insanity.
We
how
got a
quickly
poll to
her
end.
Civil suit starts to move.
We got a poll
if she
to
is
end.
found guilty of murder, even manslaughter, I don't know. I don't know how that's going to affect her civil suit, but I'm interested in that.
Yeah, me
Keep
too.
voting.
Because last thing I want to say is the
Keep
Commonwealth
voting.
expert, Dr. Sadoff, even said his diagnosis of her bipolar 2, he made a comment in saying, I would caution or be very wary of prescribing someone with bipolar 2 an SSRI,
Whoops.
which she was, which they have said, or there have been studies that they can cause hallucinations. But again, nobody knows what went on in her head except for her. So anyway,
Well, we'll see how it plays. Thank you, Lauren. I'll see you later.
Thanks.
Like in 5 minutes when we leave the car.
definitely.
Yeah. Really, really
Like in 5 minutes when we leave the car. What the hell were we just watching? What were we just watching? All right, so we are going to end the poll here. Thank you, everybody, for voting. The poll question was, and we'll put up a new poll here in a second. And honestly, in all fairness, we didn't start. We're going to be doing another poll at 1 o'clock Eastern. to be fair, we didn't start this poll until like 9:13 a.m. Eastern, so it wasn't a full 2 hours. So, in all fairness, we'll let it go in 8 minutes longer after the hour, and had to let them finish talking anyway. So, the poll question was: the trial will end with a verdict of criminally responsible, insanity, innocent, or it will be a hung jury mistrial. So let's take a look at the poll results. Stop poll. All right, the final poll results are, let me see, 18% for criminally responsible, 61% for insanity, 7% for innocent, and 14% for hung jury mistrial. Yesterday, we had the same poll up, and it was pretty divided compared to today. So it looks like most of it is towards the insanity verdict. So thank you, everybody, for voting. So the new poll question, and give me a second to get it all typed up and all that other stuff. But the poll question that is going to be coming up, and again, you can vote as many times as you'd like, to you, and this is to you. Do you think Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible? It'll be a yes, no, undecided. So it's to you. Do you feel Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible? All right, we're going to go back to some more Brian Enton court reporters from inside the courtroom. That was a little chummy, right, Caddy? That's the perfect word for it. Little chummy, but a great conversation nonetheless. One of the things that stuck out to me yesterday, what the hell? My bad. One of the things that stuck out to me yesterday was when the prosecution had their closing. Thank you, Rosie. Prosecution had their closing arguments, and I can't believe Jennifer Sprague said that Lindsay left the kids like broken toys. Do you guys remember that comment? That Lindsay left the children like broken toys. What the hell was that, man? Was that not dirty? That was so disgusting to me to watch a prosecution team act that way during the whole trial. It was the mortal sin, the hot mic moment. Shut her up. Just disgusting. The badgering of their own witnesses. Crazy stuff. I've never seen a prosecution team act like that in all my life of watching trials. It was crazy. All right, here's the next report. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Also, as soon as something happens inside the courtroom, you saw we jumped. We didn't know if there was a verdict all of a sudden. We found out the jury had a question about something that was in the medicine bag. What do you think that question was from the jury? Again, as soon as something pops off, we're going to take you right there. Appreciate you guys. We'll have that new poll up in just a moment.
Appreciate Lauren for taking the time to talk with me again. She's awesome. You guys should follow her on X. She does a ton of posting. Allison Weiner, my producer who I work with at News Nation, who I was telling you guys earlier, you guys may have seen her on my show before. She's also a lawyer, and I want to understand the charges and the jury's options here, because at the end of the day, and the burden, the prosecution has the burden to prove that Lindsay Clancy was not insane and did know what she was doing. And understanding the law is really, really important. Despite how you feel about the case, the jury has to follow the law. And I want to understand the charges. So I'm going to go find Allison and have her break that down for us. I'm joined now by Allison Weiner, a News Nation producer who has been here for the week too, been in court a lot, and is also an attorney, which is very helpful because some of this stuff with the charges goes over my head in terms of what applies to what. The The options are first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility, which is, I guess, like not guilty by reason of insanity. And then there's a count for each of the victims. So one for Cora Clancy, one for Dawson Clancy, and one for Callan Clancy. So the jury will have to check one for each victim, which is, it's sad that when you see their names, the whole thing is awful. But first-degree murder is, I think most of us know what that is.
That's an intentional murder, and it involves premeditation. And we got a bit of a lesson today from from the judge from Reddington, and also from the prosecution, but to understand what the different charges are. But in this case, the prosecutors made a great deal of argument that this was a first-degree murder because she planned it. She sent her husband out of the house, and then she killed the kids, and then she killed herself so that they could allegedly all be together. And that's the prosecution's theory, one of them.
So first-degree murder would be the ultimate victory for the prosecution.
Yes.
Yes. And then second-degree murder, what's the difference there?
No premeditation. And we actually heard the judge talk about it. She caused the death of her 3 children. The defendant intended to kill Cora, Dawson, and Colin, or to cause grievous bodily harm to them. But the difference between that and first-degree murder is there's not a focus on premeditation.
So that would mean that she did it, but she did it, but that she didn't like plan it ahead of time.
Right. Right.
Okay. And then manslaughter.
Manslaughter is that there is no intention, but it's the unlawful killing unintentionally caused by reckless conduct. It creates a high likelihood that that conduct is going to cause injury. So it's not really, it's wanton or reckless conduct. Act results in death, without which death would not have occurred. So it really is, we're taking the intent out of it, but a reasonable person should have known, they did know or should have known that that kind of conduct would end up with somebody being dead. So if you allegedly strangled your child or put a rope around their neck, you knew or should have known that that reckless conduct was going to cause injury or death.
Yeah, I guess, and I might be wrong. When I think of manslaughter, I think of like you're in a car and you accidentally like kill a pedestrian and you didn't mean to do it.
Well, let's think about this.
Kind of like that?
It's more like you got drunk and got in your car, and there's a reasonable likelihood that you're drunk and driving and have no real good control, and that there is a reasonable understanding that you know or should have known that there's a possibility of you killing somebody when you do that.
So you're responsible, but you didn't intentionally mean to kill somebody.
You didn't get in your car and have a plan. I'm going to get drunk. I'm going to go drive my car, and I'm going to hit car number 2 that comes by me, and the people in the car are going to die.
So how would that apply to Lindsay Clancy, though? Because I get why the jury, if they choose to do not guilty because she was not mentally there and postpartum psychosis, but she did strangle the kids. So how would that be manslaughter?
Well, they're saying that she knew or should have known that by strangling them that they would die. But she didn't sit there and premeditate it. She didn't do it intentionally because she wasn't of sound mind. I think that basically it's kind of a convoluted argument, but it's just sort of like she did it, but she wasn't cognizant, and it wasn't her intent to kill them. And that, I think, it goes with the not criminally responsible in some way, although she is criminally responsible because it's manslaughter. Frankly, it's the lesser charge. I don't know. You have to do a lot of gymnastics to get into manslaughter.
Yeah.
You could do intentional, he didn't divide it. Sometimes it's unintentional manslaughter and intentional manslaughter. So he just left it there. So there are subdivisions in other states, and I'm reluctant to say anything about Massachusetts because they do seem to have a lot of their own different rules. Certainly in the way in the closing arguments, they had the defense go first, which I haven't seen in other states. And then they had the prosecutor go. And so it normally is the prosecutor, then the defense, and then the prosecutor gets the last word with a rebuttal. So it was kind of a little different than I'm hesitant to say anything about that. But I think the manslaughter charge, it was pushed by the defense, and it gives the jury a chance to hold her still criminally responsible, but she didn't do it intentionally. And that goes to, she was on drugs. She just wasn't, it's not that she has a mental disease or defect though, but it's just that it's not intentional. It's not planned. It kind of goes a little bit with the story of like, suddenly I decided to do it. It's not suddenly I heard a voice that told me to do it and I was in psychosis. It's kind of suddenly I decided to do it and I knew it would probably result in their death.
So it's
with criminal responsibility and a criminal sentence.
It's kind of a complicated, in some ways, decision for the jury. If they're not going to go not guilty between those other three, it's going to take some sorting out and reading the law, I think.
I think it's really complicated. I think, and this is sort of the discussion that you and I have been having, that understanding mental illness and understanding or believing that, and understanding, I shouldn't say believing, but understanding that she might not have been responsible for her actions, even though there was a methodical way these children died, and that it looks as if there was some sort of a plan, that what were the ropes doing down there, you know, and the timing of it, and the husband being out of the house to go run some errands, asking him to run said errands. So it's really complicated. And I have to say, when we're all talking and all the different reporters are sitting around also with, you know, other people, legal experts and whatnot, you know, it goes back and forth because it's so incredibly tragic what happened. But there is, you know, we did listen to arguments from the prosecution about there being some sort of planning. And that becomes a little problematic if you don't understand that she could have done it in that, if you don't understand it or don't understand what the defense said and the defense experts, that she had psychosis, which means you could be perfectly fine one moment and then psychotic the next moment, and that mental illness is not a straight line and that it ebbs and flows. And we heard in the closing today, the prosecutor was saying, well, she was at this event and she seemed perfectly fine. You could see her on video looking fine and not psychotic, but that's not how mental health works. And I think anyone who's had someone in their family or themselves experienced mental illness knows that it isn't a straight line. There are good days and bad days, and hopefully you haven't experienced psychosis, but that apparently comes on, according to the experts that we listened to for the defense, rather suddenly. Also the prosecution experts, it comes on rather suddenly.
What's your take on the jury? I mean, because it's hard to say. I mean, you're in there looking at them. Obviously, we haven't been able to talk to them or anything, but just based on sort of the vibe from them.
Well, I thought they were really serious. I've rarely seen, and the judge actually commented on it, such serious, he said, in all of his years. They were alert, they were listening, they were taking notes. If they weren't taking notes, normally you see somebody kind of head bobbing or falling asleep. The people that weren't taking the notes were listening intently. There was eye contact. And when things got heated, you'd see the jurors' heads go back and forth to the prosecutor, to the defense. They were very interactive, but still, I wouldn't want to play poker with any of them. They also showed no expression about things for the most part. Very few times. You have to look at them 24/7 during the proceedings to catch somebody actually having an expression. So I thought they were professional. I thought the way they dressed and came into court showed a respect for the proceedings, and a seriousness of what was going on, how serious the issues were. We have a triple murder here, and that seemed to register with them, and they behaved accordingly. But I thought you had a really interesting theory about the jurors that are left, because they had 6 alternates, and now we have 9 women and 3 men who are on the actual jury, and still have the 6 alternates if something should happen that would, one of the jurors has to leave who's deliberating. And I said, oh, they got rid of some of the older women. And then you had something to say they had the young women left. No,
I think it's the opposite, isn't it? I think it's the younger women that are gone. And it's mostly the older women who, and when I say older, you know, like over 40, 45. No, what I was just...
No, but you said there were 2 young women in the front that stayed. I think
that's Courtney or other. Yeah, but what I was thinking is...
I just thought your analysis of the
I was
jury.
just wondering, older women, would they be more, you know, well... I mean, it's hard to say, but like with mental health, sometimes I find like older people are like, well, we got through it easy. We didn't have any, you know, we had kids. Postpartum wasn't a thing back in the day. You know what I mean?
I totally do. And I thought that was very...
I wasn't sure if like younger people are more open to like mental health these days.
It seems like there's a difference to me.
Yeah.
And that when you talk to younger people, that they are availing themselves of mental health services, that they, I mean, of course, a lot of them went through COVID, that some of them are suffering from having gone through that horrible time in their formative years. And I do think they are more sensitive to mental health and mental health concerns, and mental health and mental illness treatments. not wanting to take tons of drugs, but really trying to try different alternative therapies. I mean, I have two, children that are on the younger, not young, but like who are in their 20s. So I think that is probably, if they're still on the jury, a better chance for the defense with the younger jurors. I thought you were right in pointing that out. I didn't really think about it, but I know it's sort of for women that are older and already had their children, the postpartum wasn't generally recognized. It was sort of baby blues, and to the extent it was recognized, there was no discussion of psychosis, and postpartum depression doesn't even have its own entry as an illness in the DSM, in the diagnostic manual that most psychiatrists follow. So I think it's an interesting observation.
When the prosecutor made the point of, yes, women's mental health is important. Yes, postpartum is important, but that's not the focus of this case. The focus of this case is what she did. And I was just wondering, I mean, on the outside of the courtroom, the whole country's talking about this, and on social media, and we're all talking about women's health now and postpartum and women who aren't getting the help that they need. I wonder if that's also going through jurors' brains, or if that's just sort of this narrative that's on the outside.
You know what? Whatever anybody thinks, and this is my feeling about juries, they're not isolated completely from the actual world. It just can't be done unless you you sequester them. And even then they have visits with relatives. I've never really believed that they could be totally isolated. I think they're cognizant of the high profile nature of the case. It's a small area, and it's been growing. I don't know how you could live here and not know, even if you're not discussing it with anyone and you're not talking about it, you're still going to know. I think for a lot of people, it is, I found that statement isn't about, in the mental health system, mental health care, but it is, because that's the defense. She's saying that she didn't get the care she needed despite her numerous resources, and she got worse and worse, and she reached out to whoever she could. She Googled, so forth and so on. And for anybody that's been watching the trial, you all know this. So it is part of the case, because that's the defense she put up. Whether or not the prosecution believes that's relevant, the issue is, was she criminally responsible? The defense has put on experts to say she was psychotic when she murdered her 3 children, or killed her 3 children.
Yeah.
So I think postpartum, it's part of this case. And for the older women, they remember a time where people were like, oh, everyone's postpartum and everybody's depressed after they have a baby. There's a lot of hormones involved. And the treatment, was brushed off by a lot of people. So I think while the hysteria kind of surrounding the case has gotten out of hand, because there's been some crazy people out here. But I do think at the core of this, there is an outrage from women over the fact that they get such poor, not just regular mental health care, but also health care. It's not the same. I think that there's some of that rage bubbled to the surface during this.
Yeah.
And to the extent that the prosecutor is talking about that, I understand what she's saying. That is not what this is about.
Do you think it's going to be a while?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think so.
And why do you think that?
I just think the jury seems really serious. I think that they seem locked in. When you were talking about the judge commenting on what a good job they've done, like even other trials I've covered, like there'll be juror drama, like someone's late, someone doesn't want to be on the jury anymore, someone has to leave early. Like you didn't see any of that with this case. And they
have all the jurors and the 6 alternates.
They're dressed up. They seem professional, like they're here for a job. They're taking notes. They're not really looking over at us. They seem focused, which just makes me think that they're going to want to take their time, especially now with the manslaughter charge added in. They have to understand all that. I think they're going to go back through the evidence. That's my sense.
I do too, and I think that is I think they're going to take their time, and I think that it's so complicated. Even sitting here, Brian and I have discussed this so many times, and we're having dinner or grabbing something, or we're standing outside waiting for him to be on TV again.
Yeah.
So many times, and we change back and forth about what we think about this comment. Oh, then that comment was really, so it's very confusing. I have to say though, there was one moment, I know I can't judge everything by this, but I saw one of the witnesses said something incorrect that wasn't true, that had been stated by Lindsay Clancy, and the juror kind of shook her head, and I thought to myself, they actually seem to know what the actual record is, where there's documents about what was said and what wasn't said and when it was said. And
Interesting.
So it wasn't a I don't like you, shake your head. It was just sort of like, that's not quite right kind of shake of your head.
Like they remembered. They've become the expert in a way.
I kind of felt that way for that. It was just one moment, so it's a lot to base anything on. But I agree with you about the professionalism. It was really, you usually do see that. What was your sense about the coverage? Because it seems to also be all over the place, which kind of it indicates how complicated it is as well.
You mean the media coverage?
Yes.
I think, the trial's been live streamed. I think people feel invested in it. I think people are talking about it everywhere. My friends and family. Everybody's following it and wants to know what's it like. What do you think? I think the judge has reminded them every day not to consume the coverage, and they do seem so. You're right. There's no way to totally avoid it, especially in today's world with Facebook. There's got to be something that they're seeing. But I get the sense that they're probably trying to follow the rules, not intentionally going out and watching YouTube videos or whatever. But
I'm
hard,
asking you about the media and
Sorry,
the different.
I'm paranoid there's going to be a break. That's why I keep looking at my phone. I'm not being rude.
Well, no, it's okay.
I just want to make sure. Okay,
you didn't answer my question. My question is, what do you think of the media coverage? Because when I look around, or I look on Twitter, or I look to different mainstream like networks, it's just people are picking up on different things, and I don't see a simple line through the coverage like you often see in other cases. I agree.
Yeah, no, that's why I think it's
going to be difficult.
It's going to be difficult. Yeah,
if the media isn't even.
It's a sensitive case. You've got 3 dead kids, but you've also got a woman who was clearly failed by the system. There's really that's not really up for debate, I don't think.
No, it isn't up for debate. And like I said, I think it matters. I don't know to the extent, because I wasn't here every single day.
Yeah.
So I always stop short of saying that, but it matters to the extent of, did the medicine she was getting turn her, if she was psychotic, was it from the medicine? Was it from being over medicated? Was it from lack of attention? And her medical treatment, for someone who had all these resources, she tried a lot of different people to try to help her. She tried inpatient, outpatient. So, and yes, the prosecution sort of intimated that she could have done more. Maybe she could have. I'm not here to opine upon that. But I think it's just, there's a lot of ability to relate to that issue. But then there's no ability to relate to the killing of 3 kids. So that's where it becomes very difficult to think about. Yeah. And I think we both have had that feeling, and I really had it today when the prosecutor was describing what had happened.
And you see their pictures, and that's it's so sad.
And the other thing too is you see how happy she was. And in the picture, I don't know if that is true to life.
Yeah.
Because we all take the best pictures of ourselves and post them. At least we do.
Yeah.
I know you do. So I don't know, but it's so tragic. So I think the disconnect comes when you begin to feel sympathy for the defendant, and then you look at the children and you feel, well, isn't someone responsible?
Yeah. And that's why it's going to be so hard for the jury. Well, thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
We'll go back over there to make sure we're not going to miss
Oh yeah, we have to get going.
Really, really appreciate Allison for taking the time. Appreciate you guys for following along. This has been.
All right. So that's pretty interesting to hear that most of any of the experts, or not experts, court reporters, people that were inside the courthouse, we had one person say that it was going to be today, and then everybody else pretty much has said, no, it's going to take a while. So that is pretty much the vote from pretty much all the people that were reporting from inside the courthouse, that it is going to take a while. So who knows? We did have a little tense moment earlier where we thought maybe the jury had reached a verdict. In fact, the jury had a question about something inside the medicine bag. So we're not sure what the question was. The court decided not to release that information. So as of right now, we do not know what the question was about or pertaining to. But who knows? Maybe at some point we will get that report. As always, as soon as something does go live in the courtroom, we will take you back there. This is a live shot right now. Nothing has gone on since. So until then, we are going to listen to some more experts talk about the deliberation, the jury, and what they think. So I'm thinking end of day today. I'm thinking they don't want to take the weekend, but we've heard from a lot of people inside the courtroom that they are very serious. They're prepared, a lot of notes taken. I've heard that many times from different people inside reporting from the courtroom. So we're going to check this out, see what they have to say as we continue on as this live verdict watch. Make sure to vote in the new poll. To you is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible. You can type 1, 2, or 3 in chat. You can vote as many times as you want. You can type 1 if you think yes, she is criminally responsible. You can type 2 if you think no, she is not criminally responsible. You can type 3 for undecided, but if you are undecided and you kind of want to give it some time, we're going to be keeping this live poll open till 1 p.m. Eastern. So you got another 1 hour and 26 minutes to vote if you would like. But if you feel undecided, I'd wait to vote until you sneak it in there right at the end. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Please hit like, subscribe if you haven't. The poll results that we had from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern was your verdict. The trial will end with a verdict of 18% said criminally responsible, 61% said insanity verdict, 7% said an innocent verdict, and 14% said it would end in a hung jury or mistrial. That was the poll we had from 9 to 11 a.m. this morning. From 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. to you is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible. Thank you all again for being here. And by the way, we are only 7 subs away from hitting 18.7K. If you're not subscribed, please consider doing so. And as soon as we got some action in that courtroom, we're heading back, and we're going to stick around with you each day too until we get a verdict. We got some live calls coming up here in the early afternoon.
The Lindsay Clancy murder trial now moving to closing arguments before the case goes to the jury. Clancy faces 3 counts of first-degree murder and the death of her 3 children. The central question was, she criminally responsible, though? Prosecutors say her actions showed planning and control, while the defense says postpartum psychosis left her unable to control her behavior or understand it was wrong. The defense says she tried to get help before the killings.
When people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Ms. Clancy called twice. They were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
What kind of a devastating effect would that have?
It could have a very serious effect.
All right, let's bring in the experts. Fox News contributor, former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Josh Ritter, live outside the courthouse, along with Fox News contributor, criminal defense attorney Donna Rotuno. It's good to see y'all, my friends. All right, so let's talk about what's going to happen today. There is a slight curveball, and I'm hoping you can speak to this, Josh. I'm not a fan of this when you give the jury different options. I think it confuses them, but the court is allowing them to choose the different degrees. Here, explain this process.
Yeah, you call it a curveball. It's a complete game changer, in my view. The judge is, at the last moment, based upon defense arguments, going to allow for a manslaughter instruction here. He's essentially, the defense is asking for a compromised jury. I think what they're betting on, Kevin Reddington, her attorney, is betting on, is the idea the jurors are going to struggle mightily over this case. And there may be people who don't want to convict her, who feel that she was sick and was struggling for help, but there will, as much equally be jurors who struggle with the idea that 3 children lost their lives. And if there was some other alternative that didn't land her in prison for the rest of her life and gave her the opportunity of perhaps one day being free, that maybe they will go for that. And I'll be honest with you, at this point, that might be the verdict that we end up with. The problem with it that you point out is it's confusing to jurors because this case from the start has been argued as a first-degree murder or nothing. It's either a first-degree murder, especially considering the way that these children were killed. There's no other interpretation of those actions, in my view, but premeditated murder, or it's a woman who is suffering from mental psychosis and simply couldn't understand the consequences of her actions. But to then add in this third option, I think might be confusing to jurors.
Donna, I want to play what one of the experts had to say about the diagnosis, and then I want to get your reaction to this curveball that is happening before the court. Let's play it.
On the day of their killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis, in the sense that it was a postpartum onset, and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
Doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
So, Donna, as we said from the beginning, this is already a confusing trial because you have the battle of these experts and they're saying different things. That's the way our adversarial system works here. But with these new jury instructions, how do you feel like it's going to impact the decision from the jury?
Well, first of all, you're looking at these experts saying 2 totally diametrically different things. So what does a jury do with that? Well, you have to remember who has the burden of proof. The prosecutors have the burden of proof. So if you have information being sent to you that's different on both ends, where do you reconcile that? Tie goes to the defense, because when you're talking about proof beyond a reasonable doubt and you have 2 different schools of thought here, how do you say the prosecutors have actually proven their case? So now you are left with this basic new instruction here that's going to tell the jury there's another alternative. And I agree with Josh, when juries are faced with those different options, if they feel like they did not meet their burden in terms of first-degree murder and that she was ill, now they're given this sort of catch-all. And frankly, I think it could potentially cut against both sides, because if you have a jury that's saying, we don't think that she's criminally responsible, but then you're left with this other option, well, maybe it gives her a little bit more of a punishment and it's not first degree murder, then, you know, she's also giving something up when it comes to that instruction, just as much as the state is, because the state is hoping for this first degree murder conviction. And now you put this other option in front of a jury, and jurors like to walk away feeling like both sides won something. And so when you leave that option, you open that option up for very, very serious conversation and consideration by these jurors. So this is very interesting, and this definitely goes against what the prosecutors said they could prove in their opening statement.
All right, Josh and Donna, stick around. We want you to react to this next story. So an Idaho judge granted Brian Kohlberger 2 new hearings next year. He's seeking to withdraw his guilty plea, claiming he was convinced to falsely confess to killing 4 University of Idaho students. Todd Pyro has the detail on this story. Todd.
LJ, good morning. As part of his petition for post-conviction relief, a judge has granted Brian Kohlberger 2 days in court next June. It is a blow to prosecutors who had previously asked the judge to dismiss the petition without a hearing. A status conference now scheduled for June 3rd, and there will be an evidentiary hearing on June 17th. Now, after admitting last year to stabbing Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, and Xana Kernodle to death, Kohlberger is now looking to withdraw his guilty plea and proclaim his innocence. He claims in the filing that he was, quote, convinced to falsely confess by his attorneys. He also states that he received ineffective assistance of counsel and that his lawyers failed to disclose or review key evidence, claiming there was a hair found at the scene that was not tested for DNA. Kohlberger has now been appointed a new attorney. He's currently serving 4 consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole. Lawrence?
All right, thanks so much, Todd.
Cuomo here. We are seeing the midterm strategies take shape.
2 primaries, 2 postcards from where our politics are right now in each party. MAGA seems to be choosing loyalty to Trump over logic. Darlene Graham is Exhibit A in South Carolina. The sister of late Senator Lindsey Graham is Trump's choice for his Senate seat, and she's in a tough race. Now, in her first debate, she showed and admitted she doesn't know anything about foreign policy. That's bad enough for a senator. But her take on health care, remember, the #1 cost center for most families, the leading issue where people say overwhelmingly they need the government to do more, Graham's take may be a killer.
My parents worked long, hard hours to make ends meet. We didn't take vacations. If they were sick, they had to get up and go to work because the doors weren't open. We weren't making money. My mother passed away when I was 11 and my father just over a year later.
You have to respect the adversity, but I don't get the rationale. Darlene Graham attacks government-run health care, but isn't she kind of raising the question of whether better health care may have helped her parents not die so young? And then her own story as a child without parents turns to needing exactly what she says she is against, government-backed health care. According to the Military Times, after
Just give me one moment here. They say they have discussions about something and then you play it, and obviously they don't. So clickbait is everywhere. Holy shit. Hold on one second. We will, let's go to this here. We'll check out some of this for 1 second.
Resume today in the Lindsay Clancy
Thank
murder
you all
trial
for being here.
following yesterday's closing arguments.
Still
when the prosecution
waiting,
and defense
still
made their
waiting.
final pitch to jurors.
Still waiting something to happen here.
Has ripped the soul out of this girl. How does this turn into this? How? Because of the damn medicine and the lousy medical care that she got.
Every doctor she saw, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever.
Criminal reporter for the Boston Herald, Colleen Cronin, joins us now. Thank you so much for getting up early for us and for talking about this very difficult case and for covering it. Your thoughts now as jury deliberations. Today's the first full day that they'll all go back in this room and discuss what's been a very difficult case all across the nation. People have conflicting views about it. Your thoughts?
My thoughts. Well, thank you for having me. I think that the jury has a really difficult case on their hands. This is really very serious. There are 3 children who were killed in this trial. And the jury has a lot of evidence to look at. They had more than 80 witnesses. There are hundreds of exhibits that include, medical records and text messages and photos from the crime scene, autopsy photos. And they've been taking notes this entire time. They've been very diligent. And so I would expect them to be diligent in the deliberation room.
Yeah, to build upon that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. To build upon that, Colleen, you talk to 3 people about this case, you get 15 different opinions. You have 12 people that are ultimately going to decide. You've been in the courtroom. You're looking at their faces, looking at the reactions. You just mentioned all of the research, the work that they've been doing, taking notes. How soon do you think before we get a verdict? Because just my gut instinct tells me it's going to take a while.
I don't want to venture a guess or make an estimate. I don't want to be, wrong about that. But I think it could take them a long time. I think we could see this go into next week. But we don't know. You never know with the jury what they're thinking. We don't know how well they feel they were paying attention while the trial was happening. And they have to rely on their memory, right? Their notes are only an aid to their memory. It's what they remember, not what they've written down. That is the most important when it comes to testimony. And they don't have a transcript of the testimony either. So it could it really depends. You know, we'll have to see. I'll be there in court today. I'll be there in court until we have a verdict. I don't want to, you know, not be there when it happens. It could happen today, but you know, I think people who are at the courthouse are thinking it might be more next week, but we'll see. We don't know.
You know, the jury also got to see a lot more than even the public saw. A lot was revealed over the course of the trial, but the jury heard the 911 call that has been described as truly horrific when Patrick Clancy discovered his children suffering, and two of them already dead. One had briefly survived. Callan, the youngest, just 8 months old, had briefly survived. They saw the autopsy photos. They've seen more than the public has seen. Do you think that they may have a different view that the public that is discussing all of the issues at hand will have?
I have seen some commentators say that they think that the fact that the public didn't hear the 911 call has perhaps led to some more of these conspiracy theories about Patrick Clancy, Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband. I was in the room and I heard the phone call, and it's something that I'll never forget. Just the sound of Mr. Clancy seeing that his children were, you know, in the basement and unresponsive. It was horrible. It was horrible. So I don't know, you know, they're not supposed to be looking at social media. They've said and sworn that they haven't, and they haven't been watching the news about this. So, you know, they haven't been on Twitter. They haven't been on TikTok, seeing other people's theories where maybe they're trying to fill in where they didn't have information. And the jury also has information that they don't have. So, you know, we'll see what happens, but I think that phone call will stick with and be with everyone who was in that room that day for us.
Yeah, you also have to wonder to that point if the jury is aware of and could potentially be influenced by the spectacle that's happening outside the courtroom and throughout our country. We will see. Colleen Cronin, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
What did you make of today's closing arguments, and do you think that the prosecution overcame their standard of reasonable doubt in this case?
Right. And two things can be true at the same time in this trial. Honestly, Katie, this is what's so frustrating. She can be methodical. She can think through these crimes, and she can still be psychotic. And it can peak and it can diminish. And it can peak in those 18 minutes and go away beforehand and after. So if you talk to medical professionals outside of that courtroom, and I've talked to many and I've covered a lot of these trials, going back to Andrea Yates, they will all tell you that it's not a straight line, these, you know, psychotic episodes. And so if the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, was able to impart on this jury what I just said, then I think they legally could arrive at the not guilty. I say by reason of insanity. It's the not responsible language in, you know, Massachusetts criminal code. But if they don't, and I think it's hocus pocus, then they will probably go for the top two counts, maybe the third.
So the judge gave the jury a lot of instructions, a lot of options today. What do you make of the judge allowing the option of manslaughter potentially?
It's everything. It's a whole ball of wax. Here's what's weird. I thought when I first heard that was a win for the prosecution, right? Because it gives the jury a jail compromise. Lock her up. I feel bad saying not guilty. I got to give her something. I don't think it's the top count, but I got to give her something. And then I realized it's actually a win for the defense, because I think the defense is more concerned that in this country, you just don't get a lot of insanity verdicts. You barely get attempts at an insanity defense. And of those very few attempts, very few actually succeed. So for the defense attorney, I think he's probably thinking, you know what, a compromise would at least give her max 20 years, probably won't get all of it, and then won't serve all of it. And as a young woman, she could get out with a manslaughter. So I think it's a win for the defense that it even got on the ballot.
So we obviously put a lot of faith in juries in this country. There's, you know, they are having conversations that we're not privy to when the cameras are not rolling in the courtroom. But do you think that the emotional aspect of this case will impact the way that juries decide on a verdict? Or do you think they'll be able to stick to the instructions and the evidence that was presented over the past 5 weeks?
So it's a big question. I talk about us barreling towards a more perfect union at all times. And that holds true for jurisprudence, in my opinion, as well. I think in the Andrea Yates days, people called it the baby blues. Bullshit. It's not the baby blues. It's real mental illness. Postpartum is real. Let's just call it what it is, for God's sake. Get rid of the old, in with the new, because it's real and we've evolved. Juries have too, and they bring their common sense when they go into the deliberations, right? So they get the evidence, they get the testimony from these experts that's competing, and yet they all have medical degrees, and oftentimes they're awash, because how is it that two experts with the same training can disagree? I guess it's possibly both true or none of it's true. Yeah. And so then they use their gut, and that gut is how we've evolved. How do we as a society view these things? Is it hocus pocus, or is there something to it? And I just wish I could have seen more of jury selection and voir dire.
I mean, we've seen this reach outside of the courtroom as well. We had, tons of women showing up outside the courtroom in support of Lindsay Clancy. The jury was not sequestered. Jury members saw that happening. Do you think that we would have seen this if a man were on trial for murdering his 3 children, that we see this support outside of the courtroom? I mean, obviously this has become a cultural conversation as well, but this is not staying just inside of the courtroom, as we've seen.
Yeah, I have completely moved away from that question, and I'll only say that because guys can't get postpartum. So
that's true. Fair enough.
Discussion to start with. Can they be insane? Sure. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a big argument to be made about, I think was it Travis Decker, who murdered his 3 daughters and then ran into the woods and left them with bags around their heads. Not one of us has ever said, but maybe he was insane. I think there is a really good argument to be made that he had PTSD. He was a veteran and he was insane. But we're not discussing it because it's not a trial. He killed himself a mile away. So, but I do think that what you're saying is, do women get a short shrift, or do they get an extra pass? And I'm going to be honest, I don't think they get an extra pass. I mean, we talked about Casey Anthony being slutty because she was dancing in a contest. I mean, how does that factor into evidence? It doesn't. I think women have always been excoriated for anything they do to children, more so than men. So I think it's a different argument with similar ideas.
Yeah. Before we go, I want to ask you, of course, about the idea that this woman's husband killed these children. There's been this movement online, including with celebrities getting on their platforms. They have a lot of followers, not even saying allegedly that the husband did this, but that he did it, and that Lindsay Clancy is completely innocent. You've watched this trial very closely. Have you seen anything presented by the defense at all that would insinuate that the husband was involved here, not to mention the murderer of the 3 children who are found dead?
Hogwash, and let's you and me commit to disabusing everybody watching and anybody who looks at our socials and anybody else we meet at the coffee shop that it is absolute garbage. The internet has a really dark, ugly underbelly. We've known that for years. It's just getting a little bigger and louder at times, but there's nothing to suggest that Patrick Clancy did this. And I'm going to say this. If Patrick Clancy had not made a motion to suppress his 911 call, which is guttural, horrifying, and it tells you that man is a horrified victim in all of this, then we probably wouldn't have had this ridiculous cacophony of morons saying these things. So maybe Patrick might consider withdrawing that request to keep that 911 call suppressed and allow the world to hear what a real traumatized, horrified, victimized father sounds like. It ain't a murderer, I'll tell you that.
Well, certainly he may have some legal options of his own once this is all over. Ashley Banfield, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Hey, Katie, keep knocking it out of the park.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
So after hearing more than 80 witnesses, the fate of Lindsay Clancy is now in the hands of 12 Massachusetts jurors. That panel, made up of 9 women and 3 men, is deliberating whether Clancy is guilty of killing her 3 young children or not guilty by lack of criminal responsibility. Jurors are going to receive separate verdict slips for each of Clancy's slain children. And though the top count is first-degree murder, as we talked about, jurors could decide instead to convict her second-degree, even manslaughter. The debate in that jury room may be fierce. And thankfully, we got 2 leading experts to help break down what may be happening behind those closed doors. So I got jury consultant Dr. Lillian Glass and reproductive psychiatrist, CEO and co-founder and medical director of the Motherhood Center and a clinical associate professor of psychiatry at Weill Cornell Medical College, Dr. Catherine Berndorf. Thank you so much for coming on. Dr. Glass, I'm going to start with you. I've been saying, I think this is going to be a long deliberation period. How long do you think these jurors are going to deliberate for?
Jesse, it's hard to say, but it's going to be a long time because there's a lot of information they have to get through, and it's very technical information and very emotional information. So it's going to be a long time. And then you're going to have some conflicts, perhaps, with the other jurors. So it's not going to be an easy task.
And I wonder, I talk to people about this case, and they're pretty stuck in their opinions. I wonder if you're going to get a unanimous decision or potentially a hung jury. Put that to the side for a second. Dr. Berndorf, in your experience, how difficult is it to convince the jury of a psychosis defense? Does postpartum psychosis face, its own unique hurdles? Because I wonder, are people skeptical? Are they skeptical, especially with the killing of 3 young kids? Or, as the defense would say, it's the only way to explain how a mother could kill their kids?
Well, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, the behavior and what we're seeing and what we've learned is very consistent with what we know about postpartum psychosis. It is not someone who is stark raving mad, right? Like, I think that what's hard is that you may expect to see somebody really behaving erratically and irrationally, and that's not what was seen. So it can be very confusing, but this illness is tricky, and diagnosing it is difficult when you have sort of a fixed false belief in the back of your mind that is telling you something that is very much out of touch with reality.
Dr. Glass, I thought it was significant that the judge told the jury if she's found not guilty, she would be committed to a hospital or a mental health facility. Do you think that's going to affect their decision at all?
I think it could, because people that feel for her could say, well, it'll be a lot better for her to be in that institution where she could get help, where she could deal with her life a little better. But either way, her life is pretty much over, because when you see her reaction in the courtroom and she's so emotional, it's really devastating to see.
By the way, Dr. Berndorf, if she were found not guilty and committed to a mental health facility, could she ever get released? How would that even work? I know it's up to the court's decision.
Yeah, it's not a decision, I know the answer to, but what I would say is, much like what Dr. Glass said, I mean, her life is so devastatingly different. And I think that were she to be released, she would have to be in a restored and well state of mind. And when you're in that state of mind, to recognize what you've done, it's got to be very hard to go on.
Yeah. Dr. Glass, going back to you, I was talking about in my last panel. Do you think it's going to be difficult for this jury to find her not criminally responsible in any way? I mean, there's multiple options. There's different theories for first-degree murder. There's second-degree murder. There's manslaughter. You heard the prosecutor talking about what these 3 kids went through, the idea that they had to recognize that their mother was doing this to them. Do you think this is going to be a situation where the jury is going to maybe say, we just can't not find her criminally responsible for killing her kids?
Well, again, that's not for me to say. That is for the jury to say.
Sure, but I'm curious your experience as a jury consultant.
Exactly. And it's impossible to say. I wish I could answer that question right off the top of my head, because you can go either way with this case, Jesse. I mean, it's so complicated, and it's so emotional when you really think about it, that here's a mother, and yet she's having reactions, and they're watching her in the courtroom, and then they're also watching the attorneys, and that does play into it.
Dr. Berndorf, from a medical point of view, let's talk about this for a second. In order to prove first-degree murder, they have to show deliberate premeditation or that it was a cruel killing. But can jurors differentiate between rational planning and a plan that's driven by psychotic delusions? Is there a possibility that she could have command hallucinations and yet can't determine right from wrong? I mean, how is it so siloed as the prosecution would have you believe, or is it a lot more complicated?
I think it's pretty complicated, but you have to look at the context of who she was and then what happened. It's so starkly different. And I think when someone's in the throes of a psychotic experience or illness, they believe what they're doing is right. Now, if they're in reality, they know it's wrong. But in this state, you believe what you're doing is the right thing to do. That is a psychotic, out of reality thought that killing your children might be saving them. Killing yourself might be doing the right thing. And that is common in postpartum psychosis, that you may be having this belief and these command hallucinations telling you something that you wholeheartedly, unshakably believe to be right. And again, when you're well, you can say that that is wrong. But when it's happening, you cannot say that.
This kind of conversation that we're having right here, the kind of conversation that I had in my last block, this is why I think this is going to go into next week. This is why I believe there's a strong possibility that these jurors might not have a consensus. I'm not surprised they didn't come back with a verdict today, but will they come back with a verdict tomorrow? Will they come back with a verdict early next week? We'll see.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Beth, so good to see you. I wanted to ask you a couple questions with your vast legal experience about the options the jury has here. They can find her guilty of first-degree murder, manslaughter. Of course, we could have a hung jury. But then there's the one about not guilty by reason of insanity or mental defect. Massachusetts is one of the states that has this. What can you tell us? I mean, what differentiates this from other, more simple charges, if you could say?
Well, that option of not guilty by reason of insanity or mental illness, insanity is an anachronistic term that we still use, but we're the only ones in the legal system that use it, right? Medicine doesn't use that term anymore. It's mental illness, psychiatric facilities. We don't say insane asylums anymore. But they also have second degree, I believe, which is a life with parole sentence. So first, second degree manslaughter. There are so many options for the jury, and I think that the community is divided on whether or not she is criminally responsible, right? And that could be representative of this jury, right? I mean, I'm reading about reactions that people in the courtroom saw of jurors during summation, some dabbing their eyes when the prosecutor's talking, some reacting when the defense is talking. So these jurors may very well be divided. I think there's a good likelihood of a hung jury, but jurors are, there's no greater mind than the collective mind of 12 jurors. They know the case so well, and judges will give them instructions if they say they're at a deadlock, saying, look, it's really in everyone's interest, in the interest of judicial economy, expediency, everyone involved in this case, that you try to come to a resolution, but without compromising yourself. So they're kind of told to compromise, but not compromise, it's like, it seems contradictory, but I think that it's either murder or it's not guilty by reason of insanity. I really don't see the lessers because that's a compromise, right? Certainly for a manslaughter, that's a compromise. She either intended to do it, maybe first or second, right? She premeditated it, or just an intentional killing, depraved heart, those theories for first or second degree, or she was just too sick to really understand or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. I don't see manslaughter really. That's a compromise verdict. Now, that said, I don't think this is going to necessarily be a quick verdict. I mean, the rule, when I was covering trials and trying cases, the rule, which is not always followed, is it's like a day of deliberation for every week of trial. So a 50-week trial. Now, look, O.J. Simpson had a murder case that lasted 9 months, and it took the jury overnight, right? So it's not really a great rule. No one really knows. A quick verdict, is that good for the prosecution? Quick verdicts have been good for the defense, too. So, I mean, there are 9 women on the jury. We don't know about the background of these jurors because my first question is, how many of them have had children?
Yeah.
How many of them know this experience? Maybe suffered a little depression themselves that didn't rise to the level of Lindsay Clancy. But, you know, I was talking to my niece a couple weeks ago, and I mean, she's following this case closely in New England and totally understands like where the defense is coming from. I don't know how she would vote, but she understands that this is possible. You know, that someone is so sick and that the system wasn't offering her enough help.
Yeah.
Then again, there are good arguments on the prosecution side too.
And let me ask you, Beth. So, could age make a factor too? Because if you've got an elderly jury or the age skews higher, sometimes younger people might be more open to mental illness defenses or the fact that she may have been suffering versus the tougher or the older generation that might say, you know, tough through it. I don't want to be stereotypical here, but I'm just saying that, you know, a lot of times there might be a little bit more understanding, I guess. But then again, too, shouldn't the jurors leave their personal feelings and emotions out of it and simply focus on the evidence and the judge's instruction?
Okay, so you raise a lot of things, all good questions. First of all, jurors are instructed not to let sympathy play a role, right? And they're also told, I don't know if they were told here, but jurors are often told not to check their common sense at the door. You know, you got to bring your common sense into the jury room. Jurors are expected to bring their life experiences into the jury room. Yes, they're not supposed to be too sympathetic to one side or the other, but you're talking about 3 dead children here and a mother who really injured herself pretty severely. Certainly, those were not superficial wounds that she suffered. Like, what do you do with this case? Everyone agrees that she's mentally ill. And like, what do we do with this? What do we call this? Like, is this a murder? Or is she just so sick she needs to be institutionalized? So to answer your question about age, you know, I don't know that it would really matter because people who have lived longer bring the wisdom of their lives to the jury room. So I would want to listen to somebody older, maybe because I am older myself. I'd want to listen to me. So you know, I just hope whatever resolution they have, hope they have a verdict, and whatever it is, that people accept it and that it's, you know, the community will, you know, make peace.
Let me ask you about the personalities of attorneys playing a factor in these cases. So Lindsay Clancy has Kevin Reddington, man in his mid-70s, really thick Boston accent, comes in without a laptop. He's got his exhibits on big poster boards. He doesn't use a computer. He doesn't use notes. He uses, you know, brash language. And then the prosecutors, 2 women, very straight-laced, very non-abrasive, is and Kevin Reddington has developed this following. Today he was walking into court and our producer Grace sent us some video. He's surrounded by 50 people with cameras and mics and he talks to the media, and you've got supporters calling him Big Red, and the prosecutors, you've got people mocking them. I mean, how much of a role will that play into the deliberations, if any?
You know, I have covered trials where I've seen the community react like this. I mean, Casey Anthony, Jodi Arias, and I mean, the community in Orlando wanted Casey Anthony convicted, and that jury didn't convict her, right? Jodi Arias, that was different. They still didn't send her to death. So you know, they're probably aware of what's going on. These jurors are not sequestered. I don't know how. I'd like to think that jurors are going to tune it out, and they're instructed to just rely on the evidence in front of them. And the problem here is that, you know, science and the law, they don't always match well in the courtroom. And I'm talking about science of the mind here, right? I mean, we look at what people do and say. We have to look at their conduct to try to figure out what they're thinking, right? Unless a defendant confesses, and that's not even an issue here because she admits to what she did. But it's like we're relying on experts here, and like the defense, it's really hard to prove, right? The law says that she has to understand, if she's able to take some steps to understand, right from wrong or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct, then she was sane, right? Then they've proven her sanity beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the burden in this case. It's a different burden in other states. But in Massachusetts, the prosecution has to prove she's criminally responsible. And the law doesn't always, she can be so sick, and the law, if you read the law, she's still responsible, even though she's really sick, because of the way the law is drafted. It doesn't take enough into consideration enough of the illness. I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but I've always been troubled by the intersection of law and science in the courtroom when it comes to psychiatry, because you're trying to get in someone's head and understand how sick they are, and we're judging her as being, responsible, criminally responsible for what she did. It is the most ghastly thing what she did, right? And you can't let her get away with it, but at the same time, she's really sick. So,
well, we saw that with the witnesses. You'd have one expert psychiatrist who's brilliant by all accounts that would contradict the psychiatrist who spoke before him, who's brilliant and has a resume a mile long, and they're both giving completely opposite diagnosis of her after they've met with her. Which I also wonder too, in the jury, do they get confused? Like, well, wait, he just said that, you said that, you're both really smart. Yeah. What do you do with that?
Okay, so good question. So in an insanity case, the battle begins when the defense begins, right? Because no one is challenging what happened, right? Same thing in self-defense. You are admitting to the acts in the state's case in chief. The state still has to put on all the evidence, but in an insanity case, they have to still put on all the elements of what she did, but the battle begins with the defense. So you're not going to see the battle of the experts until, the defense and the state's rebuttal. State didn't have to call that kind of an expert in their case in chief. They probably wouldn't be allowed to. Defense introduces the defense team introduces the defense of insanity, not criminally responsible, and it's rebutted. Okay, so now you got these two experts who are talking to the same person, doing their same testing or whatever, relying on their lifetime of experience, and they reach opposite conclusions. These are paid experts, right? Take that into consideration. Jurors are told that they can. If they don't know what to do with it, they can just reject it all, right? They can, if they find a witness hasn't been truthful about something, they could reject all or none or all or some of the testimony. They can do whatever they want with it, right? Because these are expert witnesses. These are not fact witnesses. These are not eyewitnesses, right? These are not the police who are at the scene. It's not the husband. These are experts giving the jury an opportunity to, because they don't have this kind of expertise in their life experiences to understand. I've always had a problem with psychiatry, right? A good profession. I respect people in it, but because of these opposite conclusions, and because, I had a very, very severely mentally ill mother, and I saw her treatment. She didn't hurt any of us, but I always was skeptical, of some of her treatment. It makes me skeptical when I look at some of these experts in the courtroom. A little too much information, but I got a little personal.
That's all right. That's all right. As you said, we bring our personal experiences with us, and that's how we view the world. Beth, always great talking with you. Anything that you want to add?
No, I would not want to be a juror in this case, because I think that both sides have good arguments. But I think Lindsay Clancy has paid. All right. She killed her children. She's paralyzed for life. She will never take another step. She's already paid something. So for people who really are out for blood and really want to see her go to prison for the rest of her life, I don't know what that's going to serve. She's not going to hurt any other children, right? But I can understand if she does get convicted. I do see both sides here. I also think if she gets civilly committed, she's not going to get out while she's mentally ill. And I don't know that this woman is ever going to be well, right? Medication will keep her stable, but she may never be well.
Well, as they've said, in the 3 years she's been in the hospital since she did this, she's been on suicide watch every day. She's had to have people with her at all times, and she is medicated, and nothing has changed. Maybe that does happen over time once the trial's over or whatever, but yeah, I don't see it being anytime soon that suddenly in a year she's out, in society.
Right. No, not at all.
Is there one thing that you think the jury responded to and what you had to say to them today may have sealed it for them?
If I could know that, then I could probably prosecute all the cases in the state. I really wouldn't begin to know what I think, did it for them.
That was Tommy Pope, who helped prosecute Susan Smith, a South Carolina mom convicted of murdering her 2 young sons in 1995. And as we await a verdict in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, Pope says there could be a surprising twist in the jury room. Women who've experienced postpartum depression themselves may actually be less sympathetic, he says, to Clancy's defense. Tommy Pope joins us now. He's the Speaker pro tempore of the South Carolina House of Representatives and joins us now live. Tommy, thank you, Representative,
Yes,
for joining us. Not sure how to address you. You're wearing both hats, I guess, today. But
Yeah,
a lot of
Tommy will be fine.
all right,
Yeah.
for now. For the purposes of examining these 2 cases, there are a lot of similarities that people are pointing out, and we'll pull them up on the screen, call for number 2. In both instances, the mother kills multiple young children. Suicide is part of the story. Mental health is a central piece of the defense. The prosecution says there was a plan, and there's this public fascination with the mother's motive. But I wanted to ask you about the motive because there was a pretty clear-cut case of motive with Susan Smith. Do you think that the prosecution has really articulated that with Lindsay Clancy?
I think Lindsay Clancy's case is tougher in that regard. Of course, in Smith, the defense adamantly claimed it was a botched suicide, that Susan meant to kill herself with the kids. But when she showed up claiming she'd been carjacked, she wasn't wet, she wasn't injured. She surely was effective in taking the kids' lives. And again, not to make light of suicide, but she could have effectively done it. In the Clancy case, the hardest thing for me is there doesn't seem to be an end game. With Smith, a boyfriend had told her he didn't want children. Susan had her wedding album, her wedding dress, the kids in the car, basically everything but her husband in the car to kind of erase the board and start a new life. And so with Clancy, it's a little bit different unless the end game is just the absence of the burden of the children. I don't dispute, Susan Smith was arguably a good mother. I've heard that Clancy is, but I think the difficulty there is her end game coupled with, and again, I deal with this delicately, her failed suicide attempt. If it was that, I mean, she's a nurse. If she wanted to take her own life with a knife, certainly she knows anatomy enough to be able to do it. Again, being respectful of suicide, but looking that I think it was more orchestrated than maybe we give at first blush.
I want to have you listen to the prosecution's closing argument, the central focus on the fact that Lindsay Clancy did not ask for help, and have you react to that on the other side. Listen here.
She killed those kids as soon as he left. She didn't ask for help. She didn't say, oh my God, what have I done? She stayed calm. She presented herself as normal. She had complete control over her behavior and her emotions. She had a normal conversation with him because she didn't want him coming home, because she needed to finish her plan.
What do you make of that argument, especially the line "didn't ask for help," since so much of this trial focused on the help that she did ask for with all of her mental illness leading up to this moment?
Sure. So, and I think the distinctions there, I think, and again, I was trying to listen to it when it was happening. You take it in context. I think what the prosecutor was saying there is she wasn't asking for help, from it when she's talking to the husband on the phone after she sent him on this errand. And I think there's a distinction there from seeking help, with their mental health treatment and the different things. Who wouldn't want help? So I don't think that's what, I can't put words in the prosecutor's mouth. I think she was referring to, if it was really at its worst point, if it was really at the point of psychosis, why is it she's not telling him, you need to come home? Something, I got a voice telling me, I'm gonna lock myself in the bathroom. Something's got to change. You got to come home. I think that's what she was talking about. But we are woefully inadequate in our assistance in mental health across the board. But again, that's been a large part of this trial, predominantly because in Massachusetts, the prosecution has to prove that it was not postpartum psychosis, and the prosecution has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. When I was first watching, I always wondered why they spent so much time on that. But now I know that's part of their burden of proof, and so they had to do it. But I do think the prosecution did a good job at the end of bringing it back after wading through all of that, all the treatment and the day of, bringing it back to 3 lives of children were taken that did not have to happen.
We'll have to leave it there. Tommy Pope, Representative, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate talking to you today.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Chris Cuomo here. Welcome to Cuomo Crime Time. It is good to have you here. Do you want to know how the Lindsay Clancy case is going to come out? We will discuss it. I will give you what the legal standard is, what the real question is on the table, what points of confusion are for this jury, potentially, what the strong parts of the case are, in my perspective, and that of the experts I've talked to, and the 7 key witnesses that should decide the outcome of the jury's verdict. The 7 witnesses. Now, from the top, what is the trial about? Good question. For me, is this about justice, fairness under law, or just us, meaning how one particular group in our society determines to feel about mental illness? This trial is about mental illness. This trial is about mental illness. It is not about a monster. This woman is not a serial killer. She is not known to be. She is not thought to be. This is about whether she is held to be responsible for the murder of her kids criminally. And there is a fundamental question that I can't get past in terms of my reckoning of this situation. Because it's too easy. Oh, but it's so horrible. Yeah, no shit. Of course it's too horrible. But that's what's clouding our judgment about what actually matters in the case, which I believe is true not just legally, but I think is true sociopolitically. I think the reason that you see a lot of women being divided on this isn't because women are divided on whether or not you should kill your children. It is about whether or not this is a case of a bad woman or a woman who is treated badly. Meaning what? Patrick did it. No, that is for fools and for people who have such misplaced sympathies that they see him as some avenue of misandrist fascination, you know, hating of men. Men are the problem. Anytime a woman does something wrong, it's because of some man. I think there are people who feel that way. I think that is part of this. I think bullshit is a part of this also. I think making money on social media is a part of that also. I think that there's an interesting nexus between people who believe that Lindsay Clancy needs to go to prison forever and people who are anti-abortion or people who are anti-vax and people who don't know how to spell Lindsay Clancy. Here's a hint. There's an A in her first name. Now, if it were a man who had done this with PTS after returning from the war, would women be divided outside? Probably not. Would men? Probably not. Would men and women? Probably not. Why? Well, I think there are bad reasons before that. We don't respect mental illness. We try to blame. We want to punish. We also can overcorrect the other way, that every veteran has PTS. And, you know, you paint them all with the same brush. That's not good either. Why isn't he saying PTSD? Because the word D, a disorder, isn't really a clinical term, and it's more of a judgment. And people in the community of those who suffer with this and study it and understand it and treat it would rather not hear the D. Okay, I'm good. I can accommodate that. So, and I try to. So I think it's okay that women are drawn to this. I think it's okay that they're drawn to this because they believe that women have a history and a pattern and a cultural disposition towards having to hide their suffering, not being treated, not taken seriously. And there's also a draw towards empathy. And there's sometimes an exaggeration of that empathy instinct, and that people overplay what mental illness is. And that makes it all very, very tricky. Here's the fundamental question for me. Do you believe Lindsay Clancy does what she did even if she weren't mentally ill? Do you believe Lindsay Clancy murders her children, sends her husband out, chokes them with exercise bands, methodically, slowly, deliberately, sequentially, and then jumps out the window head first if she's not mentally ill. I can't get past that question to, yeah, I think there's proof she was going to do this anyway and do it this way. I don't think so. Now, if you do, let's discuss. As the questions come in, I'll take questions on other things also. I'd really rather not. Okay. Strait of Hormuz. Okay. That's not even funny. Your joke, but I'll take the questions. And yes, I'm going to smoke. Toast the tip. Keep it a safe distance so that you're not overheating it. Make sure the foot is fully done so it doesn't canoe. Means it burns flat and straight across. And then smoke it methodically with purpose, not too fast, not too obsessed because you'll overheat it and it changes the taste. Now, I can't get past the question of would she do this if she weren't mentally ill? I think the answer has to be no. And if the answer is no, she doesn't do this if she's not mentally ill, then how do you convict her? Now, there is a judgment involved in convicting her. There's a lot of judgment, right? Some of it is righteous because you have to. This is a judgment situation for the jury. But for the rest of us, there's an inclination to judge on the basis of a notion of punishment. That she's got to be punished. We got to punish. You killed the kids. The kids are bad. You can't do that. I have to punish. Okay. There is I think mental health is bullshit. I think they use it as an excuse. Okay. It doesn't matter if you're mentally ill. This is the best reason. It doesn't matter if you're mentally ill. You can be sick and bad. And she was. Okay. So that's what's on the table about people who are going to answer that question. Yeah, I do think she would have done it. Anyway. So that means, secondly, now you have to make your way past something else. If you're on the jury, you don't have to. You can do it on any basis you want to. So you believe, yes, Lindsay Clancy would have killed her kids this way, even if she were not mentally ill, and that her plan, the reason she would have done it, is she was so sick of parenting. She was so over it that her plan was, I'm going to get out of having to parent these kids, not by giving them away, not by running away, but by ceremonially choking them to death and then jumping out the window head first.
I'll tell you what, running a small business is hard. You got employees, you got expenses, you got customers, you got accounting, all this stuff that comes with making a business go. And then you need money to grow. Finding the capital, that can be tricky. 36 million small businesses in the U.S. And more than 70% of us need additional funding at least once a year. But you go to a traditional bank, you know what's going to happen, right? Paperwork, waiting, more paperwork. We need this, we need that. Maybe months before you even get an answer. Delta Capital may be right for you. If your business is generating 25 grand or more a month in revenue, the application will take under 5 minutes. Zero impact on your personal credit, no matter what happens. Approvals can happen in minutes, not months. So if you're at that $25,000 monthly revenue mark or more, click the link in my description or scan the QR code now. You could qualify for same-day business funding of up to 500 grand through Delta Capital.
The ambition of her malice to get away from her kids ended in her killing herself. That's satisfying to you logically? Not to me. Doesn't make sense. Now, remember what the jury has to do. What does beyond a reasonable doubt do? There's another misunderstanding here. Well, I think it's like 50-50. Maybe it was the psychosis. Maybe it was that with other things that don't go to the mental illness. Then she's not guilty. Well, me, I'm 70-30. I mean, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, of course, she was sick, but she didn't have to do this. She wasn't like compelled by voices and stuff. I mean, am I certain? No. But I mean, I'm like 70-30 that like, I think the prosecution's witness has been pretty compelling. Then you have to acquit because beyond any reasonable doubt means there's no other story. There's no suggestion that makes anywhere near as much sense as the prosecution's. That's a high bar, supposed to be a high bar. And I don't know how you get over it in this case. That's my feeling. I'm not going to judge you for having a different feeling, and there are people who are saying that right now. And I will look at your reasons for it and see if there's anything worth giving some time to right now before I go into the 7 witnesses that will shape this outcome. No, they're nothing. So as more people join, then we'll have more people asking questions, and I'll take more of the questions. I'd like them to be kept on this point, okay? I would. Okay. The 7 witnesses, okay? Remember, this trial is not about the facts, per se. I mean, it is on one level. And it's whether or not she was under the influence of psychosis, of mental illness when she did what she did. So it is about the facts. But we know who did it, okay? She did it. She knows she did it. She says she did it. Everybody says she did it. So it's not about that. It's not like Koberger. Like, do we know he's the guy? Yes, by the way, we do. And no, he's not going to be able to get out of his plea deal. Now, again, I know that I often seem to take a step forward and then a step sideways. That's the way I think. That's the way I process. And I'm letting you into my process. The Massachusetts law in Lindsay Clancy. Okay, let's get it here right as I'm doing it. Okay, I didn't bake up some version of it. I'm just Googling it right here and reading it to you. Okay, and yes, show me that. Let's get the statute up here for criminal responsibility. Show me the criminal responsibility statute at play in the Lindsay Clancy trial in Massachusetts. My Google spells Lindsay Clancy right because I pay attention to these kinds of things, which everyone should. And if they spell her name wrong, they're kind of disqualified. So the legal standard for the insanity defense. So this is she guilty? Meaning she did this despite the effects of mental illness. She did this anyway. She did this volitionally and with criminal responsibility. And then there's not guilty by reason of insanity. Lack of criminal responsibility. It comes from a case called McCowl, MCHOUL. You can look it up. And it's relatively modern. And this statute is seen as an evolution, a growth from the simple, did you know that when you put a band around a kid's neck and pull, they're going to die? Did you know that? Yeah, I knew that. Okay, then you're guilty. And it doesn't matter why you do it. It doesn't matter what motivated it. We've moved on from that. A person is not criminally responsible for an offense if at the time of the conduct, as a result of a mental disease or defect, they lacked substantial capacity. What does substantial capacity mean? What do you think substantial capacity means? I'll give you a hint. It is a term of art. And you can now Google what is substantial capacity in Massachusetts case law, and you will see that that she was able to control the outcome of the behavior. She was more in control of herself in terms of coherence and competence and acuity than she wasn't, which tells us what? It's a feel standard. What is substantial to you may not be substantial to me. Well, but the standard is that it's substantial capacity, meaning substantial to the reasonable person. Okay, that's tricky. It's tricky. Why? Well, is it unreasonable to me to say I either way? No, it's not necessarily unreasonable, but one way may be more reasonable than other under the circumstances. And that's part of the subjectivity of what is often confused with being an objective process. This is not this. This is about human emotion and the ability to form consensus or not. I think the jury is going to be hung, but we'll see. I hope I'm wrong because I think we benefit from outcomes. Although here I could make the argument that we may benefit from no outcome, a hung jury, because I think on point of reflection, this prosecution can now have it both ways, which is we went after her. We didn't want to let her get rid of it, but the money, the time, the expense, in the interest of justice and mercy, we're going to have her just hospitalized for the rest of her life, which is another question. If she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, does she walk away? No, she's going to be in a hospital probably for the rest of her life. If she's found guilty, is she just going to sit and rot in a prison? Mostly, but she will get mental health treatment also, but more episodically, and she'll probably have to try to kill herself a lot. And she probably will do that anyway if you listen to her lawyer. Now, They lacked substantial capacity to one. Why am I saying one? Because it's not a one-tiered question. It's a two-tiered question, and you got to say yes to both. Appreciate the wrongfulness of criminality, okay? That is the simple part. Did you know that doing this would make that happen? Okay? All right. Then there is the second part, which I think is very difficult. In this case, did she lack substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? This is called the volitional prong, the volitional question. Meaning what? Well, she knew that when you do this to the child for this length of time, you're going to hurt them seriously or kill them. But the reason that she did it, the reason, and this is tricky in the law, why? Because we don't do motive. We do intent. Did you mean to seriously harm or kill the child? Yes. Yes, I did. Okay, so why you did it, I don't really give a shit. Why? Because it's too hard to analyze motive. It's not part of the criminal process. It's part of the investigative process, but not the criminal prosecution process. Now, do juries want to hear about motive? All the time. Why? It makes them feel more satisfied and give them more complete understanding of what formed the intent, why this happened in the first place. But it is not part of the legal analysis. Why? Because it's very hard to know someone's mind. That's why in the law, you have an exception to the hearsay rule for state of mind, which is what? Well, right before, like Carmelo Anthony, right before stabbing a guy in the chest, he told his girlfriend, I really want to stab somebody. That could go to state of mind if character is made an issue, but there are these ifs and their tests. Why? Because it's very prejudicial. So that's part of the trick here, is that this is all about prejudice. This is all about how you feel about it. Remember that. Remember that. This is not an ordinary case. This is not Koberger. Now, to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law, meaning what? That they were not in their right mind. That their nature, that their appreciation of the nature and wrongness were shaped by mental illness. And again, would she do it even if she weren't? You believe her plan was, I can't be with these kids anymore. I'm going to kill them and then kill myself. Not going to run away. So she's the kind of person who wanted to murder children. This nurse, who everyone says was a beautiful person who loved her kids and was agonizing over her mental illness. That makes sense to you? That sounds reasonable? So those are the two prongs. It's not one. It's not just whether she knew. It doesn't matter that she was methodical. You can be psychotic and methodical. You can be psychotic and plan things out. You can be psychotic and have waxing and waning, meaning what? That you kind of realize things one way and then you don't realize things that way. It can go in and out. This is complicated. This is about the experts. This is subjective. I could actually see why there may have been an argument in a case like this, that even though you have the right to a jury trial, you may have gone with a judge. They didn't make that decision. I think that that's the odds-on decision to make, is to leave it up to people, and you got a better chance of at least getting it hung versus putting your hands in one, which is why people rarely do that. And yes, I think juries tend to go guilty more than judges do, but it's close and it's dicey. So that takes us to my real the meat of this. Now, here's what I do in the interest of fairness. 7 witnesses that move the needle in Lindsay Clancy. These are not my 7 choices, okay? Dusty sent me these. These are the consensus of the Cuomo Crime Time group. Why? Because I had to be open to people who see this differently than I do. Why? Because I want to learn. I don't want to just give you things that justify how I see it. I don't want to do that. Why? 1, boring. 2, irresponsible. Irresponsible. This is about us getting to a better place. No sane mother kills her kids. No sane person kills kids. I don't care what the courts find so long as she stays in an institution for life. Well, she's probably going to be institutionalized one way or the other. But you should care, Beth, or Barb, you should care how it comes out. Why? Because this is about whether we have a justice system or a legal system. If it's just about the rules and how you fit in the box, we're not really taking our responsibility to one another seriously. Mental illness is a real thing. You have like 7 out of 10 people in prison right now have diagnoses or explanations of what they did that are rooted in mental illness, and we just warehouse them. Are you okay with that? Especially in a time of such empathy, at least on one side of the political spectrum? I'm not. All right. 7 witnesses that move the needle. Number 1, Patrick Clancy. Prosecution witness, but really worked for the defense, right? Patrick Clancy is going to be at the top of the list. Why? Because it's so unusual for the person who's victimized most by what the defendant did, right? Because you can't include Lindsay Clancy in that, even though I think you should. Why? Because I think she's been hurt the most by this. There's nothing like the connection of a mother to her children. I say this as a father. I love my kids, but I'm not their mother. There's a reason everybody likes mom best. Now, it's easier in my family. Why? Because my wife is a much easier person to like than I am. Patrick Clancy matters. Why? Because he makes, one, the sympathetic case that, hey, I've got the most right to judge, and I don't judge her the way you want me to. This wasn't my wife. This isn't who I fell in love with. This wasn't my wife when she was being who she is. She was not in her right mind. And it's not that she blew off her treatment. She didn't blow it off. She tried really hard. She was really desperate. She was really struggling. Look, the idea of whether or not Patrick is complicit in this, I think, is stupid. Criminally, it's stupid. And it's stupid on the evidence. He loved her. He helped her. He was running marathons. He got remarried. I don't judge the guy. I'm not in his shoes. While they were married, he seemed to be doing the right thing. No, he was having an affair. I don't know that. You don't know that. And why you want that to be true is probably even more troubling. Anyway, he makes the case for the prosecution. How? Why did they bring him in there? Oh, because of the horror of the moment. See, they want to move past the questions that I'm raising. How do we see mental health? What does it mean? How does it really shape your understanding of what you're doing in the moment? How should we see it? Because it's unsatisfying to not punish people who kill kids. We love our kids. That's what we tell ourselves, right? We protect kids. That's what we tell ourselves, right? We don't really give a shit about them once they're born, right? You know, you don't want the social services. You don't want to really have standards for their education. You don't want to do any of those things, right? You just like having positions about it. But it feels good. It feels good to say you're about that. So Patrick gives the prosecution that. The horror of seeing what happened. The horror of discovering it. The horror of realizing it was her, talking to her in those moments. Very powerful. Who does he do more for? Well, the prosecution is betting that you can't look past as a juror what she did. You can't forgive it. You don't want it on your hands, which is, by the way, why they're bringing this case in big part, especially having a woman lead it. Why? Because they don't want to be the ones to say they gave someone a pass in the next election for killing their kids. They don't want to have to own that. That sucks. You seem soft on crime, the worst kind of crime. Now, I don't see it as the worst kind of crime. Why? I see it as the most unfortunate kind of crime because it didn't have to happen. If we had a different setup for how we treat people and support people, this wouldn't happen. But
I totally agree with him
if
on
and
that.
buts were cherries and nuts, we'd all have a beautiful Christmas. All right. So Patrick Clancy, number 1. Number 2, first responders. Why? Same reason. Painting the picture of what you're trying to forgive here.
I saw Kellen.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
When you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah. His face was white, gray, lips were blue, eyes were bloodshot, looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes. He proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the fucking kids."
Horrible. Dead babies, nothing worse. Nothing worse. Nothing worse than having to see something so unnatural, so out of step with the human experience. Babies are life, our future, our vitality, are all things good. and hopeful, and they are killed, murdered. The worst shakes us to our core and makes it almost impossible to deal with looking past it. Yeah, but ceremonially strangling your 3 kids, planning it out one after another, different places, different patterns, getting the guy out of the house just long enough. You couldn't stop yourself? You didn't have that moment of clarity with all that planning and all that methodical behavior? Really? Tough, right? Tough. No question, tough. No question, tough. Now, interesting. Would you have saved them for last? Maybe. Now, I think that the stacking of the experts works to the prosecution's favor anyway. I think they did a good job. Period. With this case. I don't like the case. I don't think we should be a trial. I think that this should all be about what you're going to do with her and where you're going to keep her and how we keep this from happening again. But that's not who we are as a society. We're not ready for that. And I think the prosecution did a competent job. I do. But wait a minute. I thought you said you don't like their case. I don't. 2 things can be true at the same time. I'm a critical thinker.
He definitely is a critical thinker because he's like the only... I've heard a lot of experts. He's like the only one that thinks the prosecution has done a great job. So, critical thinker. Okay. I'm not surprised they brought this case. I don't think. Let me know in chat, because in my opinion, I don't think the prosecution. I don't think they proved criminally responsible at all. Not even close. So let me know in chat, do you think prosecution, who do you think proved their case? Do you think the prosecution proved their case, or do you think the defense proved their case? My opinion, I think that the defense totally proved. The prosecution wasn't even, to me, wasn't even in play. They didn't prove it to me. So let me know what you think.
I think they should have brought the case, but I'm not surprised. It would be tough to own. If I were the prosecutor, it's tough not to bring this case. And maybe it's wrong not to bring the case. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay? Cuomo versus Cuomo. Listen, that's just a Socratic method of dialogue. All right? I'm not schizophrenic, I don't think. I'm just trying to give you the questions and the answers as I see them, as you may be asking yourself. Okay? Yeah, of course. Of course, mental illness is in the brain. Where else would it be? Okay. Do you put the first responders last? Now, I think they did a good job. Why? Because the last witness, and I'm going to be getting it to them, really made the case best, I think, for the prosecution. That, look, she's sick. Nobody's saying she's not sick. It's that when she did this, she had the ability to know that what she was doing was wrong, and she didn't have to do it. I don't see in the evidence in my time with her, even though it was just 2 Zoom calls, telehealth, whatever. I don't see that she had to do this. She was compelled by voices. I think she could have stopped herself. Okay. And we'll be running clips through this when this airs as a podcast. They'll put them in so that you can see these different witnesses and their impact, but I'm just listing them to you right now. Okay. And good for you, Sue. Sue is saying that she deleted a post because she didn't make her point the right way. Good for you. And by the way, you can change your mind. You can change your mind. You know what? When I heard this person, I feel different. Oh, but you had said, hey, that's critical thinking. Information changes, perspective changes, opinions change. That's okay. I know we don't accept that in our politics. I know we don't. I know apologies are death. I know changing your mind is death. I get it. That's not where we are. Okay. Next, Dr. Kurt Heilbrunn, forensic psychologist, said Lindsay is criminally responsible.
This killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt.
Said Lindsay wanted to commit suicide and didn't want her kids to suffer without her, so she killed them too. And that is a very interesting alternate explanation from mine. So, was she sick? Yes, of course. Did she want to hurt herself? Yes. Now, the explanation is she wanted to kill herself, but she had this perverse, twisted notion that she couldn't leave the kids without her because that was wrong. So she would kill them and they would be reunited in heaven, which is why they kept bringing religion into play. What I don't understand is, even though Heilbrunn was a very effective witness for the prosecution, very compelling, expert, competent, articulate, compelling, cogent, convincing. So you don't think that only a crazy person, and yes, I'm using that invective on purpose because that's the way people think, right?
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my Valentine. We are pulling him off the stage, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize about that last guest. We're going to the next clip. What the fuck?
And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her.
Where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing.
And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
At any point in time, did she tell you she was planning to kill herself? No.
Do you think possibly that she's over-medicated?
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month.
Cora was into princesses. She just liked taking care of people.
I'm truly finding my 19-month-old to be the most difficult human I've ever encountered. How you would describe Callan? How would you describe him?
He was the happiest, sweetest, easiest baby.
How many women have you treated that were suffering from postpartum psychosis?
I don't think I have.
Welcome to Court TV Live. I'm Susan Hendricks, coming to you from Court TV studio in Atlanta, while Ted Rowlands is in Massachusetts for the Lindsay Clancy murder trial, which has wrapped up a 5-week trial.
By the way, as soon as anything happens in the court, we are going to take you there. It is almost 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. That's when we're going to be ending our latest poll. Well, technically a few minutes after that. So if you haven't voted yet, do me a favor. Is Lindsay criminally responsible? Type 1 in chat for yes, type 2 in chat for no, type 3 in chat for undecided. Our first poll for today, we're going to have another one coming up here shortly. Our first poll today, your verdict. The trial will end with a verdict of criminally responsible, ended up being 18%. A verdict of insanity, 61%. A verdict of innocent, 7%. And ending in a hung jury or mistrial, 14%. That was our poll from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. The poll from 11 a.m. Eastern to 1 p.m. Eastern, ending here in just a few. To you, is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? Again, you can type 1 for yes, you can type 2 for no, or you can type 3 for undecided. You can vote as many times as you want in any of these polls. It'll only take your vote once, but you can continue to show what you think in chat. So you can vote it as many times as you want. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And again, as soon as anything does happen, we are going to take you there. Thanks for being here with us. Thanks for the conversation in chat too. I love the difference of opinions.
being with us. We are officially in verdict watch in the accused killer mom trial of Lindsay Clancy. 5 hours and 14 minutes in. This Massachusetts jury, they have been deliberating. This is the first full day. They did partially yesterday, but we are watching, keeping an inside look. You're looking at a live shot from inside of the Plymouth County Superior Courthouse. As soon as we hear any movement, any word, we'll bring it right to you. Lindsay Clancy is facing murder charges for the deaths of her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan in January of 2023. The former labor and delivery nurse used exercise bands to strangle each child in the family basement while her husband Patrick was out running errands. Lindsay's attorney, Kevin Reddington, said his client is nervous and scared as he left the courthouse yesterday. Take a look.
Would you wish you had a second chance to go back up there and rebut any of that?
No. Kevin, you confident?
Never confident.
Kevin, did you get your money back from the prosecutors? The 75 cents.
That comes under you don't talk about hallway conversations with other attorneys, so I don't disclose that.
What do you have to say about this jury? The judge complimented them.
They've been great. They've been amazing.
There's a podium here, Mr. Reddington.
I don't see it. I don't do podiums.
Kevin does not do
Mr.
podiums,
Reddington,
everyone.
what will it take for institutions to realize that maternal mental health is a priority and something that needs to be funded and something that needs to be consistently supported for moms around the globe?
Somebody like you to advocate for them.
Yes, thank
Lindsay
you.
Clancy was obviously emotional in court. How's she doing after closing arguments?
She's doing all right. She's nervous. She's scared.
What do you hope you left the jury with today? I mean,
Pardon me?
What do you hope after hearing everything from you today that they're left with? What's the message that they're left with?
I think that they have to weigh all of this evidence, and I believe that the government ultimately has not proven their case.
Any idea how long the jury is going to take, you think?
Absolutely not. I would have no way of knowing. A lot of evidence, a lot of time on the case, a lot of exhibits, and they've been very, very attentive and what we had. I don't know.
Kevin, will you here Monday or no?
Don't know.
And any response to those critics who say your closing wasn't as great as it could have been? Just being honest here, I don't know. Do you have any second thoughts about the closing, or you think you left it all on the table?
Put it this way. I have my fair amount of haters. I'm sure there's people that would like to comment on the fact that I'm arrogant and aggressive and a bully and all the rest of it. And so, did the best I could.
He is unflappable. That, of course, is the criminal defense attorney, Kevin Reddington. Getting a lot of attention. You see it outside of the courthouse, how much attention this trial is bringing as we are in verdict watch. Joining me to discuss the case, trial attorney Krista Ramey. Krista, good to see you.
You too.
So this breaking news, we had a question about an hour ago from the jurors. Can you read into that? Kevin Reddington walked out of the courthouse, told a few of those outside of the courthouse what the question was, and it was about pill bottles and also a knife. What does that say to you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how to really zone in on that particular pieces of evidence as to whether it favors one side or the other. It tells me that they are looking at the evidence and they want to go through it. Now, the judge didn't send any of it back, not even the pill bottle. I get why they didn't send the knife back. They could have brought the knife back with a courtroom attendant or a bailiff that could have held the knife and shown the knife to the jury. So there is ways that the jury could have seen it. The jurors didn't get.
Yeah, let me know. We thought maybe the jury had come to a decision already earlier. It was pretty tense situation there. It was wild for a few minutes. Let me know what you think. Was the question from the jury about how much medication was left in the bottles and how much blood the knife had on it or didn't have on it? Let me know what you think the question from the jury was about.
Opportunity to look at some of this evidence up close during trial. So while they're deliberating is the only opportunity they really get in order to do that. Now, I think that, you can look at the fact that they're asking for, specific evidence that was used for her suicide attempt to be pretty important. Whether or not that swings one way or the other, I don't know. My view is it probably doesn't. It probably says to me that there are jurors that do not have their mind made up yet and want to take a look at, the implements that she used to try to kill herself to judge whether or not it was a serious attempt. That's my best guess at looking at the tea leaves here.
Yeah, Krista, a big part of the case, as you mentioned, and during closing arguments and throughout the trial, we heard from Kevin Reddington saying, look, she was a normal mom. She did nothing wrong, essentially saying she had no problems until she met a doctor who prescribed all of these pills. She wasn't reacting to them, holding up the bag during closing arguments. So to me, it may say, okay, right, how seriously was she taking? Did she want to no longer be here anymore? Did that drive her to where she was at the time that her 3 children were killed? So does that say to you, will this be difficult? It appears difficult to me, a difficult job the jurors have. They always do. But in this case, there's so much to analyze and go through.
Well, and you're right. And if you notice, at the beginning of the trial, the prosecution had a little bit of a different theory than they did in their closing arguments. So at the beginning of the trial, it was this is not a serious suicide attempt. This was a cold, calculated woman that controlled every aspect of her life, etc. And then at closing, you had a much softer, more empathetic view of Lindsay, where it was that she didn't want to live anymore, and so she needed to take her children with her because no one could care for them the way that she did. So you have kind of 2 different, theories or approaches to that. So, I think that kind of can get the prosecution in trouble a little bit, because beyond a reasonable doubt, if the prosecution is kind of questioning how she got there, even though they don't have to prove motive, the jury just kind of wants to know the why, particularly with something so horrible like the death of these 3 children and the way in which they were killed.
Is that common, Krista, to shift kind of where you're going based on the attention that the case gets, how you're feeling the jury is responding to you?
Absolutely. I think that oftentimes during trial, I do civil work where, most of my cases involve sex abuse claims. And so at the beginning of the trial, some attorneys might approach telling the jury how much money they're going to ask at the end of the day. I don't want to do that. I don't want to tell every detail about every piece of evidence in my opening statements, because I don't want the jury to be looking for that. And then if I do change my mind or evidence doesn't come in because a judge makes an adverse ruling to me, or I look at the evidence coming in and I think, well, what I told the jury at the beginning of the trial is wrong. I need to be asking for this amount instead, whether it's higher or lower. That causes me to lose credibility. And since I'm the one that is giving out the information to the jury, I have to be credible. My client has to be credible too, but I have to also be credible. So you have to be careful when you change course, but you do oftentimes, have ideas about how things are going to come in, and then they don't. The judge can, pull the carpet right from underneath you, and you're looking at a completely different case than when you came into the case. I think that these prosecutors read the room. They probably, watched some, legal analysts on court TV, picking apart things, and they took a different approach at the time, it came to closing arguments. I think it was smart in their case because it made them more empathetic to the victims, and more empathetic to Lindsay as well.
Yeah, and I think in the opening statement, it was she wanted out of motherhood, but we saw testimony after testimony of everyone saying she was a great mom. As we wait, Krista, 5 hours, 23 minutes and counting, we're going to go to any movement outside of the courtroom, and bring you in the courtroom. Meanwhile, some of the most important testimony in this case were the witnesses, including Patrick Clancy, the husband.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give you shall give for in the jury, no matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, calm up, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name's Patrick Clancy. It's PatrickClancy.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you move somewhere else?
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury.
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
They're in the basement. You know, I think that we all kind of thought
She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with one shift and hopefully move to two?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at that time.
I want to bring back in trial attorney Krista Ramey to get her take on the now ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, and his testimony. How pertinent is this to the case, to the prosecution and to the defense?
I think his testimony cuts both ways. It really, really does. I think that he has provided the prosecution with some very good testimony in terms of, how she was, in the months leading up to the suicide attempt and the killing of his children. So he talks about how, she was, calm and she doesn't want to go back to work and she has anxiety, all of these things, right, that we've been talking about. But that also cuts the other way. And so when he talks about those things, on cross-examination, we're hearing more, about how prolific this was in her life, that she couldn't go back to work. She didn't want to leave her children. There was that's kind of almost manic, which feeds into the bipolar diagnosis. Okay. The, keeping of all of the detailed instructions for people that are watching the children, that kind of fits in with manic. And so his testimony does cut both ways. And it also became apparent that at the end of the case, that Reddington finally kind of maybe was listening to some of the conspiracy theories out there, but he really questioned the veracity of some of the things that Patrick said in terms of could he actually, did Lindsay actually say to him, I tried to kill myself and the kids are in the basement? You know, I think that we all kind of thought, you know, how is this possible? You know, I guess with this thoracic spinal cord injury, you know, you probably don't have that serious of injuries to your throat. Maybe you can talk, but there was, you know, evidence of injuries to her throat as well from the, you know, cutting. And, you know, so I think that it all became very clear that, you know, his testimony could also play into not just a not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility, but maybe also a not guilty verdict, a straight up not guilty verdict that the prosecution has not proven their case. Not that she's not guilty in terms of they didn't think that she did it, but has the prosecution proved each element of first degree, second degree, or manslaughter?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I thought that was masterful on the side of the defense, what we saw with Kevin Reddington, because he didn't necessarily have to say anything. He just kind of stood back and said, wait a minute, why? And this was a line he said that, why would she do it now when she has a couple hours when you're out running errands? Why not when you're out with the guys, throwing in a ski trip, planting seeds of reasonable doubt? And you're absolutely right in terms of speaking. Could she speak? Because all of the first responders said no. They heard grunts and groans, but he was able to do that. And in his opening statement, he spoke fondly of him, saying, Patrick does not have to be here. He is. You'll hear about what a great mother she is. And then he, out of the gate, he kind of turns on him and puts him on the defense of like, wait a minute, how could you talk to her? And the timeline into question. So I thought that was reasonable doubt as well without actually saying it, right?
Absolutely. And you don't have to, you know, feed into the conspiracy theories. I think that, you know, we've seen, you know, in Massachusetts itself, we've seen, you know, defense attorneys lean into conspiracy theories and, you know, with moderate success in the Karen Reed trial. But I don't know that, you know, as a serious defense on a case like this, that leaning into a conspiracy theory that it was the husband that did it is really the way to go. Right. But I think that you call into question, you know, what, you know, where, like you said, you know, there was all these other opportunities for him, you know, to be gone for a long period of time, for him to do this if it was something that she was thinking about and planning. And that is why I think that a lot of us feel like that the psychosis is so believable, you know, that she became a puppet at that moment, just following the instructions of the voices that she was hearing, and make it so compelling. Because why would she pick a time when she barely had any time at all?
Yeah. And he makes you think about all of that without actually saying what no one really wants to say, just planting seeds of doubt. I'm going to take a quick break. Absolutely. Krista, we are 5 hours, 57 minutes in. We are on Jury Watch. We'll bring you any developments as they come in. Stay with us.
6 hours and 13 minutes and counting. There's only been one question. There's a live look inside the courtroom. Our camera ready to go is if and when Judge Sullivan takes the bench in the next few hours. We got you covered if there's a question, or of course if there's a verdict. There was one question so far. The jury did come in 9 o'clock, brought into the courtroom. They went back to work instantaneously after saying they hadn't read or seen anything about the case. And then they had a question, and it was according to Kevin Reddington outside the courthouse. We don't have the exact verbiage, but they wanted to, the jury, see the knife and the bags of pill bottles, which were used in the closing arguments, both by Reddington and the Commonwealth. What does it mean? Well, we don't know exactly the question, and we don't know the answer. That was not put on the record. And we're not sure if those items went back to the jury room. Obviously, the knife didn't, but did those pill bottles? Rick Rundy is with us. He is very familiar with New England and specifically this area, as he was the lead prosecutor for how many years?
I was a prosecutor for about 25 years.
25 years. The guy was, yes, he's an OG here in terms of the Commonwealth. And Krista Ramey is also with us. She is in Los Angeles. Cody Thomas is in the Court TV studios. And we are going to spend the next however many hours together as we wait for any word from this jury that's hard at work. Is there a Friday verdict? Some of the jurors apparently were cleaned up a little. The guy that wears a T-shirt was wearing a collared shirt. A lot of reading the tea leaves, and then this question. Rick, the question has it's left us with more questions than any real answers. What do you opine by the knife and the pill bottles wanting more?
That's a tough question. Unfortunately, I'm a little bereft of information because what I see there is that these were items that were actually seized by Attorney Reddington after the fact. They were not seized by the Commonwealth, placed into evidence bags, locked into evidence, developing that chain of custody that follows through to the actual presentation in court. So there could be an objection to them being entered into evidence because they were not done in that formal manner. I don't know if that happened or not, but the easy answer would be that.
All right, I went ahead and stopped the poll.
For identification, but not entered as evidence.
And I'm going to go ahead and stop the video. I stopped the poll. The final results to you is Lindsay Clancy, criminally responsible. 56% said yes, 39% said no, 6% undecided. Thank you all for your votes. We will have a new poll up in just a couple minutes.
Evidence, and therefore could not go to the jury.
And wouldn't they be back in the evidence room, in the deliberation room anyway? They wouldn't have to ask for them if they were.
In the normal course of deliberation, yes, they get all the evidence. However, that does not include weapons.
Yeah, right. Yes.
That does not include bullets. And if there's actual drugs in here, in these bottles, that could be the same rationale.
Oh, that's a great point. That is a great point. So maybe they, and Chris Ramey, they did, the Commonwealth pointed out after Kevin Reddington used it as a prop, saying this, once she got these pills, her life went downhill. Then the Commonwealth got up and Attorney Sprague said, well, look at those pills because they should have more pills in, or they have more pills in them than they should. She wasn't taking them as instructed. What do you take on the ask from the jury here?
You know, it's interesting because the same evidence has masterfully been used by both sides here in ways, that are, opposite basically. So that, she is overprescribed. She's given all of this medication, but she is not taking all of this medication. So is she compliant? When you get a new prescription, you're not necessarily, then taking that in conjunction with the other, you probably are stopping one and starting another. And so I think, wanting to see the pills, I kind of get it. I didn't think about the pills actually being in there, in the bottles still. And so that is probably why they won't let them back. But I do think that they could have allowed them back with a bailiff. So the jury could look at them, and see what, how much medication was left in each bottle. I think that there was a way to show the jurors that evidence because it is evidence that was definitely important during the course of this trial and used by both sides very effectively.
Cody Thomas is monitoring the YouTube feeds that we have going out, and we've got some people watching along with us, a lot of people actually, and we're glad to have you along with us because frankly, we're going to get word before anybody else. It's our camera in the courtroom. It's our Rich, the photographer, who's on speed dial from the Commonwealth. And once there is a question or a verdict, you'll find out first right here. Cody, any chatter about the question? People opining one way or another?
Yeah, Ted, they're just putting their statements out. Why would it be important to see the pill bottle? Why would it be important to see the knife? Things like that. And everything else they want to say about it, Ted. But one thing I'm looking at here, we had two polls up. The first poll, Ted, had 53,000 votes, and the prompt was, will Lindsay Clancy be found, X, Y, and Z? 68% of people say not guilty on this poll, Ted. 14% say guilty of first-degree murder, 12% guilty of second-degree murder, 6% of manslaughter. And Ted, just 4 minutes ago, we have a new poll up. What would your verdict be? So this is just the minds of the people and what they imagine this is going to turn out to be. 4 minutes ago, we already have going on 4,500 votes. 77% of people say not criminally responsible. 14% first-degree murder, 3% second-degree murder, 6% manslaughter. But overwhelmingly, Ted, between both of those polls, one at 53,000, this new one just came up 4 minutes ago, going on 5,000 votes and counting as I'm looking at it, as we're talking. Overwhelmingly, people say not guilty or not criminally responsible here. But another question I'm monitoring in the chat right now, people being curious, if this is a case, the result is where she's found not criminally responsible and she's committed to a mental health facility and things like that. They're asking what are her chances of her coming out of that mental facility at some point down the line. Is there a chance that she'll ever go home, back out into the public? Of course, the whole idea is when she goes to that facility is that they'll evaluate her over the years. It's not going to be a quick thing. It's not going to be 6 to 8 months, but they're evaluating whether, she'll be a threat to herself, threat to the community, threat to people around her, and things of that nature. But, there's been talk about how sometimes people stay in those facilities longer than their expected sentence would have been if they were found guilty. So that's just something they're curious about as far as, asking questions in the chat. But still, again, Ted, overwhelmingly people think this is going to be a not guilty or a result of her not being found criminally responsible.
Rick Grundy, what does happen if the jury comes back and says not criminally responsible?
So exactly as Cody pointed out, she would be committed to a state hospital. She would likely go to the secure Bridgewater State Hospital, which is a prison of sorts in that you are confined there.
Where is that?
In Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
Oh, fair.
And,
good name.
I could then see Attorney Reddington attempting to get her to another secure facility, perhaps a private secure facility, which would be unlikely if she's still under this question of criminal responsibility or that she was not criminally responsible because of her mental care. But normally what happens is these people who are found not guilty by reason of criminal responsibility, they're still arguing and found to be in the medical defect mental health wise. Here, Attorney Reddington took a tact and kind of had to, that she was in a psychosis but came out of it, and medical changes, she's fine, she's okay, she's out of it. So she would be in a different position than most of them to say maybe after even a couple of years, look, I've been fine since 2023. It was a matter of dealing with this medically, and we've done that effectively.
And if the postpartum element had anything to do with it, all the research says it's a finite reaction. The postpartum window, if you will, extends maybe a year, a little longer at max.
Right.
Krista Ramey, thoughts on that part of the equation where somebody is interested, because that is part of, to what extent will jurors know that? I mean, if they have there's an instruction, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, that does say if she is found not criminally responsible, it does not mean she goes free.
Correct.
But they don't have the whole story. How does that, you think, factor in if I'm a juror and there's 3 dead kids here? I'm real reluctant to let this woman just not pay if they think that that's the result.
Well, and that's always a real concern. Jurors always are asking themselves questions that are not appropriate for them to ask themselves while they're deliberating, and they're discussing it among the jurors as well. And, they also do things that they're probably not permitted to do, like look things up online. So, I'm not a firm believer in jurors always do the right thing in terms of those things, but there's also people that just have specific knowledge about the criminal justice system that they might, kind of know this anyway, that they'll be, committed. You also have really notorious cases out there, the Hinckley, for instance, who didn't get released until, I don't know, a couple years ago. So you do have a lot of common knowledge information out there that would maybe put some of these reluctant jurors at ease. But with Lindsay, because they are not saying that she's still in the throes of psychosis, which is what caused her to commit these crimes, then, there is the real possibility that she might not be confined for very long at all, maybe 60 60 to 90 days up to a year. The DA has a right to come in and every time that she's up to petition to keep her in. I think others do as well. So, there's ways that you can keep the system in check, but I don't know that the jurors actually know all of this, but they're definitely talking about it.
One of the drum beats for this scenario is the victim family members. There is no victim family member that's come out against Lindsay Clancy. It muddies the water a little bit on a potential release if, and it's a huge if, she's found not guilty or not responsible.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is unusual that there isn't some source, even if it's tertiary to the actual people involved, that take the position of victim, whether it's in-laws or whatnot, which we have not seen in this case. I still think, just following up on what was said, that there is, and we've seen a real monumental shift, I think, in people's opinion of this as a defense with respect to this particular case. But I think going into it, there was still that bias that, look, either it's a sham defense, or if there is something to it, the concern is, I've got 3 dead children here, and she's going to be out on the streets in a year or 2.
Right, which actually might be true. Cody, it's very rare, cases we cover, that there isn't a group of people behind the prosecution in the courtroom every day, the grieving parents, the sisters, the brothers, that is a huge component because the jurors are seeing them day in and day out. They know that the pain caused by the person at that defense table is real. Here, it's sort of the opposite. Nobody was behind the prosecution. The courtroom was packed behind Lindsay Clancy, and relatives, all of them that testified, supported her.
That's the thing, Ted. To your point that you were just making, it muddies the water a little bit because I throughout this entire case, as I've covered over the last 5 weeks, I've been trying to put myself in the jury psychology, looking at both sides, how they could analyze this, how they could analyze that. And I just keep coming back to Patrick Clancy, the man who was in the house every day, the father of these kids, the man that came home and found these kids strangled to death and his wife jumped out of a second-story window paralyzed in the yard. He is testifying, it pretty much in favor of her. This is the woman that killed your kids, and you're still not really. He had every opportunity to point the finger and be like, get her, and he did not. Okay, you had Lindsay's mother and her sisters and co-workers, which there's a potential there for people to look at that as of course this is her mom and her sister and everything. They're gonna be in favor of her just off the natural progression of things. They want to be in support. But then you have Patrick Clancy's mother, Sue Clancy, who was also testifying on Lindsay's behalf in support of her. So like when you come back to this handful of people, and as you were pointing out, Ted, no one really going against her saying, get this woman, she murdered these kids, blah, 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 outside of the prosecutors themselves, I think that's really gonna be something that the jury is wrestling with here.
Mm-hmm. And Krista, impressing your mother-in-law is a very difficult thing, let alone after you've killed her 3 grandkids. The idea that Sue Clancy got up there and supported Lindsay sort of blew back on the Commonwealth, you could argue, because in the opening, Prosecutor Buckingham was attacking her, saying that person over there, she may look harmless. She was a conniving individual who was controlling and manipulative, with some grit. Her attitude was, was biting. Now, fast forward to the close, night and day. Sprague knew better to do that because, frankly, the Commonwealth didn't deliver on that characterization of Lindsay Clancy. How does that play for the jury?
They didn't deliver at all on that. And I think that is the reason for the shift, which I think can be problematic for the prosecution. They promised this jury one thing and they didn't get it. And that may feed right into reasonable doubt, right? But what you also have with to your point about her mother-in-law, her mother-in-law was testifying that she was almost desperate to find help, desperate to get better. She was talking to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was giving her advice. She was also a nurse. And then the prosecution came in on an attack mode in cross-examination with this woman. And it was just uncomfortable to watch because she is a victim here. Her grandchildren were killed. And this, you could see the incredible pain that she had when talking about that at the beginning of her direct. And then for the prosecution to attack a victim on the stand, I just have never seen anything like that before in terms of trying to win a case maybe at all costs, but there was a way to cross-examine her. This was not the way.
Yeah. Oh, and that was the mortal sin question from prosecutor Buckingham, which of course erupted in that sidebar, which Judge Sullivan called for him, and he was visibly upset after that. Was that the biggest misstep of the trial from either side?
No.
What was
the biggest misstep was stepping into the pulpit, not really knowing your case. I mean, now that might be somewhat of an overcharge, but their beginning stance was 360 to their closing stance. The use of the attempted suicide did a complete 360 on that. So I think those were the biggest missteps. And again, I think I said on an earlier day, what a prosecution has to do is know its case frontwards, backwards, and be confident enough into it to say, we had a bad day today. Bad days are going to happen in trials that go on for 4 and 5 weeks. We got through some rough stuff. We had some rough stuff to get through, but stay the plan.
What was the plan?
She could not. No, in this situation, she could not stay the plan.
Yeah, because it was a miscalculation, or why did they not see the groundswell of support when they knew the interviews with the family members had a certain tenor to them, including Patrick?
I think the assumption there was that these are individuals who are so close to every element of this crime, grandkids first and foremost, children first and foremost, that to some degree, and knowing the defendant too, as the defense, and I think one of the hardest things the defense has is to show that she went from great mom to murderer back to great mom. That's not the person they knew. And there's a part of it, I think, when you're that close, psychologically, it's far easier to accept as a break from reality than it is that this person who lived with my son for 14 years and had these 3 children is a knowing murderer.
Yeah. And there might be some also natural guilt within that circle, because she did reach out for help, and likely others had the same attitude that frankly she had, that we can get through this. This is, be strong. Lindsay's got this. She's always been strong. This happens. There's probably a seed of like, oh, I should have blank.
Yeah, there's been nobody here shy to jump on the medical providers. And I think that's something that one question may show that the jury has seized upon, because I think it was one of the more cogently previously not developed parts of the Commonwealth's case. And that is that she went to a bunch of physicians, but she didn't necessarily take their advice because she wanted to go for a run or because she wanted to be at a birthday party. I think that's really where they're dicing it, and maybe why they wanted to see those prescriptions here. In the Monday morning quarterback category, I think if I was a prosecutor, I would have wanted to get a pharmacologist on this. So instead of having the jury think there was just tons and tons of pills and they were getting tossed down the throat and it made her kill her 3 kids, have a pharmacologist say, this is what she was on from point A to point B. These are the effects of it. She went off it. She was cleared of that when she went on another. So they don't have the impression that she was on 15 different medications at one time that could have all these adverse reactions.
Right. And it turned out the defense had the expert in terms of pharmacology.
Right.
Let's get a break. 6 hours, 33 minutes, and counting. The jury hard at work in the building behind us here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Our rolling coverage continues right after this.
That night when she came in all broken up, and she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed.
Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas with us as we wait for any word out of this deliberation room. 6 hours, 43 minutes and counting. Krista Ramey, the quarter shtick from Reddington in the close caught people's attention. Not quite sure, if it translated with I'm challenging you in a billiard, match, but your overall thoughts on it and the fact that he left him there and Sprague grabbed him.
The leaving them there was the bad part. You take them with you, right? I think gimmicks can sometimes land and sometimes they don't. I think that this was actually kind of classic Reddington. It's kind of what we all have grown to love about him, is that he is unapologetically who he is. He is a little gruff and rough around the edges, and I can see that he is challenging them to answer these questions. Many of us do this where we, maybe write a question on a whiteboard or tell a question to the jury. I have some questions, for the other side. And I would like, maybe let's see if they answer them in, when they have their opportunity to come up here, because I will not have another shot at that. And so that's, how I do something like that. But that is all he was basically doing. He was challenging them to answer for what they did. And I think that can be very effective because the dramatic, throwing down of the quarters it's waking the jury up, and the jury is paying attention. And what is he saying here? And why is this so important? And so I think that it's good. I think you should take the quarters up.
Yeah. Cody, the quarter thing, we've been in courtrooms before, and defense attorneys do, well, both sides do things, but usually it's the defense attorney that kind of goes over the top. What was your take on the quarters from Reddington?
Well, the thing about it, Ted, people love a demonstrative aid, especially after 5 weeks of being inundated with all sorts of emotional testimony, psychiatric testimony, medical testimony that these regular old people on this jury might not understand when they're using all these big words and naming all these 13 different medications about what Lindsay Clancy was on. But once you have Kevin Reddington up there slamming down some quarters, like to Krista's point, you wake up. Wait, what's going on? What's going on right now? What's he doing? What are these quarters? What's happening? So, I think it could have been effective in the sense of getting the jury's attention. To your point, Ted, I don't know if it was as effective enough as to, translate into the challenging of the billiard game. That wasn't my immediate thought. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that is what people do when you go to a pool hall and do things like that. But the fact of, just waking people up to the seriousness of what he felt his closing argument was conveying, I think it was effective in that regard. And I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted. A lot of people have their mixed reviews on the effectiveness of the quarters. One chat here said he laid the quarters down for every lie that the prosecution told. So people feel strongly about what happened here. I think it was effective again in the fact of gathering attention. Sorry about that.
He's likely done it before in a case over the years. Your thoughts, Rick?
I think those same quarters he's had for about 30 years now.
But why wouldn't he pick them up? Because Sprague, good on her. She took advantage of it, took one by one, put them into her pocket after she made a point.
But it's a lingering memory. I tried a case once where we had this one photograph that showed this blood on the defendant's cuffs of his jacket, which was pivotal based on the facts. And every chance that I got, and is this a picture of the defendant? And we had it on the screen there, and and I just leave it there and go on with my examination. Defense attorney would look up and say, could we take that picture down? So maybe he left it there so as she's doing her closing, they can still think back to that.
Yeah.
But I think we all have little things like that. You grab the jury's attention because he had the 3 points that he wanted to make sure they got those. You do something like that, you got to make sure that it hits. But on the defense side, it's also a way to physically demonstrate to them what they're going to hear. It's you. It's your burden to prove this. Mm-hmm. So that's the argument within that demonstration.
All right. 6 hours, 48 minutes and counting. We're not going anywhere. Hopefully you do not either. We're back with more of our continuing coverage. It's rolling coverage. It's Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy from Plymouth, Massachusetts. Back after this.
effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. It's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track.
Krista Ramey, Rick Grundy, Cody Thomas, all with us here. The Journal, back and forth. Krista, when Reddington said, I was like, oh, yeah, that's good. And then Sprague gets up and, to me, both seem plausible and nobody really knows the answer. Your thoughts?
You know, I feel that way about a lot of the evidence in this case, because I too thought the same thing. And, I thought that Reddington did a great job in his closing all the way. And then, I'm hearing a very different approach to the closing from the prosecution that laid out this timeline that was really fantastic. I loved how Reddington used the Journal to show the psychosis. So I thought I think it was a little bit more effective. But the problem that the prosecution has is when you have two plausible theories, two things that make sense, two things that are, completely understandable, and I can believe both of them, and I understand both of them, that is at the core reasonable doubt. And so when you talk about how all of this evidence shows this, but it also shows that. That is reasonable doubt. And, that's why I wouldn't discount that as one of the possibilities here. And, this is true with the experts as well. I think that both sides had very stellar experts. They both looked at the evidence and got to different conclusions. Both seem reasonable. If they're both reasonable, that is a reasonable doubt.
They do. And in some jurisdictions, including California, the jury instructions is very clear. If there are two reasonable explanations for the same thing, you must go with the defense in that scenario. Rick, what did you think of the Journal? Move the needle either way?
So I think at that point in time, I think the jury had enough of a grasp. They had a pre-charge before they heard the evidence. They heard all the evidence, and then they had a subsequent charge with respect to the mental health issues. And now they're hearing closings. And I think at that point in time, whether consciously or subconsciously, they're leaning one direction or the other. So it's gathering bricks and which way you're leaning. And as we both said, they're getting split. There's evidence on both sides of these. But as we just heard, the important thing is for what the Commonwealth believes a win is, needs 12. And traditionally thought of as a defense win is a hung jury, and you need one.
Yeah. And in this case, Cody Thomas, a lot of people think that is where we're going, a hung jury.
Yeah. I mean, I'm monitoring the chat, as you know, Ted, here. And first of all, I echo the same sentiments from Rick and Krista here as far as, when you have two plausible explanations. And Krista knows, we've talked about it for weeks, how I feel like almost every piece of evidence in this case can be looked at plausibly on either side. I mean, you look at it, like you said, Ted, you're listening to the closing about the Journal. It's like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. And then prosecution gets up there and it's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense, too. But to Krista and Rick's point, I mean, when it's like that, that is reasonable doubt. We know the legal standard here is beyond a reasonable doubt on behalf of the prosecution. And as Rick was just saying, I mean, their win is all 12 versus the defense's win would be 1. But as I'm monitoring the chat here, Ted, I'm looking at one of the polls we have up now. It's been up for 44 minutes, about 25,000 votes. 75% of those votes, people think the prompt is, what will your verdict be? People are saying not criminally responsible. But to the point of, what we were talking about, Ted, both sides, plausible things, that just shows how split this thing could be. And so if we're thinking about that, if people across the country on this chat are thinking about that, imagine what that jury's thinking back there. So I feel like a hung jury could be it could be highly likely here. I'm not saying either way, but I could for sure see that happening.
Yeah, just past the 7-hour mark in deliberations. Let's get another commercial break. We'll continue our rolling coverage of Verdict Watch in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Back after this. 7 hours and 5 minutes. Our continuing coverage of deliberations continues here on Court TV and the 2 YouTube channels, Court TV YouTube and the Law and Crime YouTube channel as well, the Trials channel. With us, Rick Grundy, Krista Ramey, Cody Thomas. What did you think of The Shining? If you've seen the movie, if Jack Nicholson is a raving lunatic, we don't want our client to come across that way, but we do right in that minute. In those 18 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the jury, and I'm a little on the H side with Kevin Reddington, so I hope everybody knew what he was talking about. He explained it enough, I guess, for those who weren't. But again, get away from it, what they've been hearing. Don't just repeat what they've heard in the evidence. Bring a little life to it, a little dramatic reading by Kevin. Can't hurt.
Yeah, Krista, your thoughts on the all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Because that was quite the moment in that movie, if you saw the movie.
Well, and I think that The Shining is prolific enough where I think most people would have gotten it. I don't know. I think that, and in fact, I think I recall hearing that the reporting on this from maybe Sarah Gillespie that the jurors are not necessarily younger in this case, so maybe they got it. And I think when you come up with these analogies as a lawyer, you do try to find something that will fit, but you also want the jury to understand. So hopefully it landed, because it did with me. I actually did understand it, and in that moment, because that was certainly a very good analogy to demonstrate the psychosis and how it was manifesting, and it could be visualized if you were just looking out for it. So I did like the analogy myself.
Yeah, it was bubbling, and he was out there writing just like she was out there Googling. We could figure out if it landed, because there are a couple jurors that are in their late 20s, early 30s. So, Cody, you ever seen The Shining? He's going to be our test here.
I knew y'all were going to ask me. Don't age me out of this conversation just because I'm a little 30-year-old TV boy, but I've seen it, and I think that was a better comparison than him saying, "Here's Lindsay." That would not have probably connected as well as he would have wanted it to connect here. But I think, as Krista was saying, I think it's prolific enough to where enough people would understand what he was saying. I think I love a pop culture reference. People that watch me on my hours on here on the network know I make one every now and then. So I think it was a rightful comparison, and people in the chat are responding, saying, "Here's Lindsay, here's Johnny" situation. Again, that poll still 75%, about 30,000 votes now of her not being criminally responsible. But another topic, Ted, I want to bring up here as I'm watching the chat here. People are bringing up the idea of Lindsay's personal responsibility. I know we touched on that earlier this hour, of her, not being as truthful as she should be with her psychiatrist, things like that. So, I mean, that's a topic of discussion here now.
Yep, need a break. We're going to get you back. We're going to continue our coverage right after this. Stay with us.
Hip-hop's most infamous murder.
Both Kevin Reddington and by Attorney Sprague. In the question is why? We don't know, because we don't know the answer that was provided. And frankly, we don't know if those pills were sent back to the jury room. Clearly, the knife would never be sent back unless it was just displayed by a bailiff and brought back out. Rick Ruddy's with us. Alexis Rosenberg's joining our conversation, and Cody Thomas is here as well, as we wait patiently for any word out of this jury. Alexis, thanks for joining us. Good to see you. What's your overall determination here, your thoughts in terms of 7 hours, 15 minutes? It's a 4.5, 5-week trial. You would expect them to be out this long or much longer even?
Definitely, Ted. I mean, they have a lot of evidence to go through, as well as this is a complicated issue. This isn't, we've got to take in the not guilty by reason of insanity. With the knife, I know that a lot of people have kind of chimed in, but I do think that they probably want to see it for, the sharpness. We're looking at it. It looks like what I would define as a butcher's knife, but I am not known for my cooking. So, I mean, I could see where they may want to be able to visually see that, because we had all
all that testimony, even though the prosecution was trying to say, no, we're not trying to say that she didn't really mean to attempt suicide. But that's why I would think they might want to see that knife.
Rick, I mean, a knife is a knife, and to Lex's point, it looks pretty much like a knife that we all are pretty aware of. Why would they want to see that?
So the only thing in the back of my mind that I thought of was that the prosecution made a notice of the knife and slashing at the screen, and Kevin addressed that as well. So if something about that reference to it, and Kevin seemed to mention it along the lines of just like, they're using that to say that she was dishonest about whether she slashed the screen or not. I thought it was a throwaway, to be honest with you, but that's the only common connection I thought there was between the pills and the knife, that they were both mentioned with respect to her veracity.
Of the suicide, which
Correct.
of course would be sort of, you wouldn't think that the jury would be exploring that, just given the fact that the Commonwealth pulled back from it. They threw their expert and then in their clothes.
Unless they haven't forgiven the Commonwealth for coming out and saying this was not a suicide.
Yeah, when someone's trying to make a point, maybe. Cody Thomas is watching along with us and monitoring the reaction on both YouTube channels in the chats and the polls. Cody, I know we had a poll released just a fairly short time ago, and it keeps growing.
Continues to grow. It's been up for an hour now. Over 31,000 votes, going on 32,000. The prompt is, what would your verdict be? 75% of those votes, almost 32,000 votes, are still not criminally responsible. Guilty first-degree murder, 15%. Guilty second-degree murder is the least amount, 4%. And then guilty of manslaughter is 7%. So again, Ted, overwhelmingly, the sentiment here is that Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible if it was, up to the court of public opinion here. As far as, I'm thinking about this whole knife situation, it's also kind of, I didn't notice it. I've seen this picture many a time before that when we played it on the network, but that cup next to it that says "because kids," that's a little bit eerie given what we know now about how this horrendous tragedy played out. And I just want to, reiterate some of Rick's points there. Maybe they're trying to make a point if they haven't forgiven the prosecution about backtracking on the staged suicide thing, which I thought was a big credibility flaw in the prosecution's case. How you come out and kind of double down for a few days on this staged suicide, and then once that hearing gets called mid-trial, you kind of double back and say, well, we're not saying it's fully staged. We're only saying we think the methods in which she chose to carry it out were insufficient. And I remember sitting there thinking, insufficient on whose terms? Insufficient on what scale are we looking at as far as sufficient ways to unalive people? But maybe, like Rick was saying, maybe it's to make a point here. I don't know why they'd want to see the knife, but again, the vast majority of people on these polls think Lindsay Clancy will be not criminally responsible here.
Alexis, the jury does have that option of manslaughter, and people on the polls pick that very low as a possibility, but it could be that middle ground for a person that does not want to let her go at all, but might say, all right, I'll acquiesce and go to manslaughter if you guys do too. It's a verdict you would never get to, though, just by in the eyes of the law. It's just if she was criminally responsible and killed her 3 children, I mean, by the time you got to the third one, we've passed manslaughter. Your thoughts?
I agree. I agree. I think that's a throwaway, like you mentioned. I think that it's either going to be that they're going to find her either first or second, probably second if they're going to go that way,
or as the polls are showing, it's going to be not guilty by reason of insanity. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to get somebody that necessarily on a jury thinks that they're like taking a strong position for first degree to agree to manslaughter. Not an impossibility, but I think that that's a stretch, as well as I think someone who's taking a strong stance of not guilty by reason of insanity, you're going to even get them to switch over to manslaughter. So even though they're not supposed to take into consideration the sentencing aspect of it, I think just general knowledge of people know that there's a difference between if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, that she's most likely going to go into a mental institution or facility, opposed to being in jail for a very long time. And we have to remember in Massachusetts, if she's convicted of first-degree murder, it's mandatory life without the possibility of parole. They don't have the death penalty there.
Rick Grundy, your thoughts on having the manslaughter up there? Why is it there?
Well, it's there because Attorney Reddington asked for it, which was smart. You know, you want a cascading level of culpability there for your client. But I tend to agree with everybody else that these people, if they're following the trial the way we know they did, they've dug in to a pretty strong position, and they're unlikely. Somebody who thinks that this woman murdered 3 children is not going to be happy with a manslaughter, and somebody who thinks who had no control over herself, no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act, is likely not going to want to go there either.
So you think hung juries is absolutely on the table, and is it probability in your estimation?
This is always such a hard, when people get locked into positions. I don't see a person who's really locked into the lack of criminal responsibility moving. If the people who are just like, lack of criminal responsibility is a sham defense, I still believe that, and there's not 6, 7, 8 or people like that, if it's 1 or 2 people like that, maybe they give in after a while. You know, strange things happen as time passes by in a jury room, and they don't know. I mean, they know probably enough to know that there are such things as hung juries, but they're not told, well, keep going another day and then you'll be free. They're sitting there and told, keep going.
By design, yeah. They're not told, hey, if you guys have trouble, don't worry about it.
Right.
We'll just hang the jury.
Right.
No, it's the opposite. Alexis, when you are in this position, you've worked so hard on a case, you've done everything you can, and now you sit and wait. What is that like?
Well, as the attorney, I mean, it's stressful. You want to do the best for your client and get the best result. And, the prosecution, obviously, you've spent so much time, you've lived this case, you've put all your energy. This was a long case. And I think what a lot of people are also missing, as long as the jury was sitting there was so much work that was put in from an attorney perspective into this case. I think, like, for instance, Kevin Reddington had brought up, I mean, this was a whole family endeavor. I mean, he had his son taking on one aspect who is in the firm with him. I think he had another daughter that also is an attorney that was doing a different aspect of the preparation. And then he has, I believe, a daughter that's also a nurse that was helping with the medical records and all of that. So there's a lot of energy. You're living this for a lot longer than the actual trial. Then as the defendant, I mean, your life is on the line. Her life is on the line here, and there's the amount of anxiety everybody was testifying that she was having during this trial. I mean, this is even heightened because this is going to determine whether she spends the rest of her life in prison potentially, or whether she is going to have the opportunity to hopefully get well and eventually be let out.
Yeah, Kevin Reddington did say that she's scared as part of his remarks leaving the courthouse yesterday, and worried. What's it like for you when you've done all your work and you got to wait?
hopefully you have, even if it's just a closet that you can lock from the inside. I just can't be around people, groups will gather, whether it's investigators, family members, whatever. The worst, I hate to say this, God love them, the victim's family, and they want to break the tension with conversation on. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. It's tough.
And you work for them. Do you think it's odd for these prosecutors to not have that? Because part of the process, typically in a trial for a prosecutor, is that you're fighting for justice, usually for a human being, not just the decedent. It's the mother, the father, the aunt, the uncle. There isn't that element here. Must that be strange for the state or the Commonwealth?
It's strange, and it certainly leaves a void there when there's nobody. Oftentimes you have, I think the most common situation is if you have a domestic homicide, and the children often will be supportive of the defendant. If you don't have a videotape of this happening, you don't have a long history of physical violence, there's room for them to believe their father or mother is not guilty. A lot of times you'll have them against you, and it's awkward walking by them in a hallway and everything. They hiss at you or whatever. But again, you'll have some other tertiary family members who are very supportive.
Right. And Cody, again, that dynamic just isn't here in this case. And it's so bizarre because every case we cover, there is that voice, that person that's fighting and right lockstep with the prosecutors. They hug afterwards. It's just not here.
It's just not here at all. That's what makes this one so strange, Ted. And the fact that, it's Karen Reed was up there in the same area. Obviously not the same sort of case, but you see this big crowd of people with the similar sea of pink that we see outside the courthouse here now. But it's just like this is one of those strange trials that kind of speaks to some higher conversations. Whatever it is resonating with people across this country, they just feel that it's something they should show out for. I mean, you had people showing up, bringing their children to meet Kevin Reddington earlier this week, taking pictures with him and leaving little, sweet nothings on his car and things like that. It's just now he's pretty much like, the face of women's rights moving forward in this country now, even though he's simply a defense attorney trying to do his job. But to your point, though, Ted, you don't have that conjoining with the prosecution here. They're pointing the finger. Thank you so much. This is justice for my family. This is justice for whatever it may be. That's just not here. And maybe it's because we're walking that fine dichotomous line of mental health with this one, and people don't want to discredit the reality of that. But it's a different one, Ted, for sure.
Yeah, and it's captured the country's attention, that is for sure. Let's get a break. 7 hours, almost 30 minutes. The jury has been out. Again, we're keeping the were shocked, couldn't understand why would this mother do such an extreme thing. How could a mother kill her own children? Lindsay Clancy is not the first person to kill her own children. Filicide is what it is referred to. And she's not the first mother to kill her children. Andrea Yates in the state of Texas received a lot of publicity when she killed her 5 children, drowned them one by one in a bathtub. She was found guilty the first time around, but was granted a new trial and was found not guilty by reason of insanity. Philip Resnick, the same expert that testified on behalf of Lindsay Clancy, testified in the Yates case as well. And interestingly enough, Lindsay Clancy heard about Andrea Yates before she killed her children, years before she killed her children when she was a young nurse. For whatever reason, the subject came up, and one of her colleagues said, "Oh, this is what happened to Andrea Yates." And Lindsay Clancy, at the time, according to the colleague who took the stand in the case against Lindsay Clancy, said this is what Lindsay reacted to and how she reacted.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs, and she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with Levon Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Brayton. So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you.
So Bennington was able to get their Yates story out of that witness on redirect. The Commonwealth then brought Andrea Yates up again and did it in a way to say, well, Andrea Yates was different than Lindsay Clancy. Take a listen.
There are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis, he teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times. She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children.
Counsel,
It said that was all accurate.
let's move on from that.
Alexis Rosenberg, Rick Grundy, Cody Taus with us. The Andrea Yates subject, amazing how much it came up because, of course, Resnick was the expert that the defense contracted. He worked on the Yates case, and then, of course, we just heard those two other times that it came up. First of all, the Reddington didn't get it out of the witness on direct. He waited till redirect. He called that a bear trap.
Yeah, I no doubt, knowing Attorney Reddington, and certainly fair game and smart play, that was a plan to come back and whatever she got, which was really nothing out of that witness, was going to shut the door with that. And I think it was a ooh moment for everybody. But in addition to that, he was putting a welcoming mat out there for his expert witness. So, that was he wanted them to have some understanding of that case before his expert took the stand.
And Alexis, the close from the Commonwealth, Attorney Sprague, also pointed out some very clear differences before Judge Sullivan cut her off in terms of if you want to compare Andrea Yates to Lindsay Clancy, Andrea Yates did everything she could to prevent these feelings from taking over. Was that effective?
Well, the judge did shut that down. This is an interesting judge because his facial expressions and how they, jerks his head around when he hears things is very interesting to watch. But I don't think that was very effective because she came out of the gate saying, oh, the defense expert knows everything. And to me, that's basically saying, just disregard our, experts because he really is the person you should rely on. And there's going to be differences. Not everybody is exactly the same, but there are similarities between Yates and the defendant.
Yeah, and you're right. That's a good point. Even the prosecution experts had to admit that Philip Resnick really is the OG in this scenario. He's been around it and dealt with postpartum psychosis and testified not only in the Yates case, but has written a number of articles, etc. Cody, thoughts on Yates getting into this one, another very high-profile case years ago?
I think that was inevitable that it would come up. Of course, not the exact same cases, but the way I like to describe it, it's like the same trunk of a tree, just different branches, but the same foundation is there. And to Rick's point, I think when Reddington was bringing Andrea Yates up on the redirect, I think that was the red carpet, the welcoming mat before Philip Resnick gave his testimony. Like, let's talk all about this. Let's put this in your mind. And now, boom, the expert that testified in this big high-profile one back in 2006, he's also the one that's going to be here, and he has all these different credentials and all the merit and all the knowledge specifically toward filicide, which of course that's the whole crux of what's going on here. So it was inevitable for it to come up, and I think rightfully so. I thought it was interesting that even during the prosecution's closing, that the judge kind of like cut the prosecutor off from getting deep into it. I thought that was a little bit strange because you're allocated an amount of time to have your closing argument, but he told her to move on. But neither here nor there. But I thought this was going to come up for sure in this trial.
Rick, why did Judge Sullivan cut her off? Should he have?
I think he probably should have. I think she was going to get too close to the nerve in talking about the facts of a separate case that this jury is not there to decide. And he probably had the same concerns with Kevin when Attorney Reddington started in on it, but he did it in 1, 2, 3, done. I'll sit down. I don't want to go to sidebar. I've done what I wanted to do. This is super inside ball. If anybody on the jury knew this, I'd be shocked. But you heard two of the Commonwealth's experts questioned about working for Park Dietz Associates. Mm-hmm. Park Dietz was the wherewithal for mental health defense, appearing on behalf of the Commonwealth back when this happened. Park Dietz testified for the state in the Texas case of Andrea Yates. the case was overturned because of Park Dietz' testimony, some of it being found to be false. So Attorney Reddington obviously knew all that, and I think he maybe just kept mentioning Park Dietz in case there was that one trial guru on the jury.
Absolutely, yeah. He did everything he could to continue to say Park Dietz this, Park Dietz that. Let's get a break. 7:45 and counting. The jury has been out deliberating the case against Lindsay Clancy. 9 women.
Something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
Rick Grundy, Alexis Rosenberg, Cody Tufts still with us. Jennifer Tufts. I felt bad for her. Actually, she's someone with not a lot of experience. She just finished her residency and had a few months under her belt when she encountered Lindsay Clancy. And she was put in a difficult position on that witness stand in such a high-profile trial. But she's part of the equation here. Your take on how she fits into the defense argument and ultimately how the jury may factor her, Lindsay's, care, and specifically with Tufts.
So, yeah, I definitely was sympathetic towards her. She's a cog in the line that leads to, arguably by the defense, the ultimate homicide of these 3 children. I'm sure she was hit hard by that. I think to the effect that there was a shortfall of medical care here, it's an indictment of our current medical system and how it's handled, that a person in this situation didn't have someone immediately to say, I'm going to get so-and-so involved in this because this is of a higher grade than I should be dealing with on my own. But in addition to that, I think we did get a little leveling out of this by the close of the trial and by the closing arguments, that there was some shopping being done by the defendant with respect to the medical advice, and arguably based on what Dr. Tufts was told, what she prescribed was appropriate.
And the experts that were brought by the Commonwealth testified to that. Alexis, Tufts, your thoughts? Did she move the ball for the defense? Because that's what they were hoping.
So, Ted, I am like chomping at the bit. I don't feel sorry for this woman one bit. I have represented and represent doctors on a regular basis, and I can tell you that she should have been able to testify in a very clear and concise manner about the treatment that she provided this patient. And her records definitively, there's an obligation that those records reflect that treatment clearly. And I also think that the licensing board for the state really needs to take a look at her practice of medicine. And you were right, Rick is right. Maybe it wasn't just her. It could have been, maybe she should have gotten more support. But the bottom line is she is a doctor, even though she was off her residence a hot minute, but she is still a doctor, and there are duties and responsibilities and obligations that attach to that, under that, and she can't throw it off onto someone else. She has that obligation for that treatment that attaches to that. Now, what's interesting is, don't forget, there's a civil case that has been filed related to the treatment that was received by Lindsay Clancy. And many of these doctors that had to get up on the stand as well are part of that lawsuit. And in fact, all of that testimony that was given, because it was under oath, can be used against them to, show that they were negligent in the medical, treatment that they provided to Lindsay in that civil case. And I am sure it will be used, because the attorney that's handling that case was in the courtroom for that testimony. And what's interesting about her is that she, and I'm sure Rick can talk, about this as well, that she is known for taking down corrupt situations. She is not our typical medical malpractice attorney. But yeah, I don't feel sorry for her at all.
Cody, those civil cases, boy, you could feel it in not only Tufts, but the other ones that are named in those suits. And there's two of them, one from Patrick and one from actually Lindsay. This was guarded as it gets for a medical professional on the stand. It was a lot of and waiting and pausing, and it just felt stagnant, and you have to think it was because of those civil suits brewing, and who's ever representing her and her practice was in her ear before she got on that stand. But it's an underlying factor, is it not?
Absolutely. I mean, she's probably, dancing around some answers that she otherwise would have answered in the way she felt she would. But with those civil suits looming over, she probably, maybe I shouldn't say this, maybe I should say it like that, and kind of, word it this way. But I mean, as far as her as a witness here, I mean, I understand both sentiments here. Her inexperience put under a microscope, obviously, with how she was, fresh off residency and now on this, high-profile trial. But to Alexis's point, you're still a medical professional. It's like, I compare it to Ted, like almost as if you just graduated from the fire academy and now there's a big fire downtown New York City. You can't be sitting there like, oh, I just got out of the fire academy, I don't know how to do this. The people are going to look at you like you're a licensed firefighter. You got to go fight this fire now. So I see where Alexis is coming from with that. Like, you should have been able to testify in a clear, concise, digestible way about your treatment plan here. But at the end of the day, Ted, I mean, all of that may be true, but Dr. Tufts, I mean, in this particular criminal trial, she's not the one on trial. And I feel as though, when she was brought back up in the closing argument from Kevin Reddington, I understand where he was going with that. I just wondered, the shifting this focus towards Tufts and her treatment history, is that really, explaining how Lindsay reached this point, or was this more of a distraction for the jury from the actual legal question they have to answer here, which is about Lindsay Clancy's criminal responsibility on that day, January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, well, it was a reminder of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, which, of course, the defense wants the jurors to have in their mind as they head to that deliberation room. 8 hours they've now been at it. Let's get a break. We'll get you back. Well, we're not getting you back to the courtroom unless there's some action, but we can look at the seal. We'll do that. While we take a break, we'll come back and look at the seal. Stay with us.
She described thoughts of hurting the kids, or them having some sort of ailment.
Those intrusive thoughts brought up a lot in her journals through the testimony of the medical professionals, and as you heard there by Patrick Clancy, as Lindsay Clancy was starting to spiral downhill. We welcome you back. 8 hours and 5 minutes now. This jury has been deliberating. Alexis Rosenberg, it wasn't the journal entries, horrible thoughts. Jurors were led to believe that was what Patrick explained, the horrible thoughts about hurting the kids or wishing demise for them. It's hard to understand that she wouldn't have shared a bit of that with any of these medical providers. She didn't take the stand, so we never heard, from her. But to a person, everyone who saw Lindsay Clancy said no. She never said that she was going to hurt these kids, and that does make a difference, does it not?
Well, I think it does. And also, I mean, the prosecutor came right out and asked Patrick, why'd you leave the kids with her? And he said, well, a medical professional never said that she was, there was a potential that she would harm the children. We did also hear testimony, though, that with this psychosis, she could have been fine and not in the psychosis for the whole entire time. A lot of this testimony was going back 4 months that we're talking about. I wouldn't say that it would be unusual that based on the testimony that we heard, that she wouldn't share with family members that she was going to harm the kids. We also heard testimony that she may not have shared that, even though she was thinking that, with the medical professional, especially considering that seemed to be that she had a lot of cooks in the kitchen. She had a lot of different medical professionals as well. But one thing, that it could have been that she shared it, but not to that extent. I mean, we're not going to know, and the jury can just take the information that was presented during the trial.
Rick, there were a few of these little gaps that just weren't clarified. That, again, this jury's trying to tackle something that's an inexact science, very difficult. And here's a little tidbit: do with what you want with it. Yeah.
So I think, and particularly with Patrick Clancy, but I think in general, you have a problem there, which the lawyers struggled with, is that this is a unique area of medical care that if you have a sore leg and they take an x-ray and they say, yeah, your leg's broken, this is 90% of it, it's self-reported. So if that person who is suffering from a medical defect doesn't report every little step along the way, there's nowhere else to get it very often. With respect to Patrick Clancy in particular, I don't know why they didn't ask him. Did you say, what's a horrible thought? What kind of horrible thought did you have? And the only thing I can think of is I know that a former prosecutor I worked with for years represented Patrick Clancy for purposes of having the 911 call not broadcast.
Yeah.
Did he have that attorney meet with the prosecutors prior to his testimony? What kind of preparation was done? Was it limited? Was some of it off grounds? Did they not know what certain answers to questions would be?
Yeah. I mean, they did ask, what were those thoughts at one point? And he said, well, that she was going to maybe hurt the kids or was wishing that they would get sick. It's just a horribly sad case. And the fact that these 3 kids at the end of the day are dead, there's a lot of armchair quarterbacking. Rick's earpiece keeps falling out. We better take a break. 8 hours, 8 minutes. We'll continue with more right after this. Stay with us.
Got it.
Welcome back to our continuing verdict watch coverage in the case against Lindsay Clancy. I'm Ted Rollins. We're outside the Plymouth County Courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and inside the jury of 12. 9 women and 3 men are deliberating the fate of Lindsay Clancy. 8 hours, 13 minutes, and counting. The former labor and delivery nurse admits to killing her 3 children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Cowan, on January 23rd, 2023. What's at issue here is whether or not she's criminally responsible. Was she in the state of psychosis when she killed the children? That's what the defense is hoping the jury will believe as they deliberate. The prosecution, the Commonwealth, disagrees, believes that this was a woman that, yes, was suffering from depression, but wanted to take her own life and decided that she would take her kids as well because she is the only one that can really take care of them. Patrick Clancy was the first witness to take the stand for the Commonwealth, and all eyes were on this husband who also lost his 3 children. He's the one that made that horrific 911 call that was so emotional that the judge agreed with Patrick Clancy's attorney not to let it out of the courtroom. It's sealed. The only people that have heard it were a select few members of the media and this jury. Patrick Clancy basically told it the way he saw it. He talked about finding Lindsay, then finding the children. Let's go back and listen to more of Patrick Clancy on the stand.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period of time, she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay. So she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October. took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay, switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And she thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more of like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did she get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
Yes.
Okay. And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul.
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask for it to be admitted.
Sure, yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't?
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag.
Oxanine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
All right, Patrick Clancy on the stand. Boy, we'll talk about kicking off a trial and catching people's attention. Everyone was riveted by his testimony, and we're still talking about it now. Matthew Timpatic is a defense attorney in this area, in Plymouth, worked out of this courthouse. You're very familiar with the jury pool here. To what extent did the Lindsay Clancy case, which just happened up the road in Duxbury, infiltrate the potential jurors, and do you think it's, that we can say with a straight face that this panel is not being not swayed, but interacted with by family, friends, and everybody knows this is going on? If my Uncle Jim is on jury duty, and he's been on jury duty for 4 weeks in this house, in this building, everybody knows what's happening.
Yeah, that's how small town Plymouth is. It might be the biggest town here, but it's still a small town. So these jurors are basically not speaking with anybody about it. But at the same time, it's really tough not to hear what's going on, not hearing people's opinions. They've been instructed not to say anything to anyone. It's been very difficult the last 6-8 weeks, whatever it's been, doing so. But when you be able to actually get an impartial juror, not swayed, what is good about this, there aren't protesters out there, people trying to potentially influence the verdict. The juror's able to sit down and do their job and base their verdict based on the evidence and the evidence alone.
They clearly know the world's watching, though.
It is absolutely true. And but that's part of what it is. When you're a juror, you're understanding that everything outside this courtroom doesn't matter. And that's the only way to go about it.
Yeah, and we have to have faith in the system because it does work. And I do think that most people do they take it seriously. You see jurors in a courtroom, some take notes, some don't. It's the way, but all of them, almost to a person, take it seriously. It's very rare you see someone who is, sometimes you'll see a sleeper, but we do take it seriously when put in that position. Let's talk about Patrick Clancy. We're just listening to some of his testimony. He's been the target of a lot of wacky conspiracies since, but this jury has no idea about that. As far as this jury is concerned, Patrick Clancy lost 3 children, got up there, and somewhat defended the person that took his own kids. How effective was he for, I guess, the defense? It was first Commonwealth witness, but boy, having that person with that amount of loss support his ex-wife spoke volumes.
It did, because when you're thinking about it, that man lost everything. He's lost his kids, he lost his marriage, he lost everything. And by doing so, his message testifying said, I support her. I believe what they are saying. The defense is saying that she was going through something that we can't explain, that wasn't natural. Was it postpartum psychosis? Was it postpartum depression? That's a question of fact for the jury. But him testifying, especially first, was a very powerful message to the jury. And that there wasn't, he forgave her. There was no resentment. It was, this is where we are at, and I'm trying to move forward with my life.
And he was realistically on that journey with her as she started to go downhill. And we were talking earlier, it's not just Patrick, but when you've got Patrick's mother, Sue Clancy, up there, you of course have Lindsay's parents. But to a person, there wasn't anybody who was able to come on and say, this Lindsay Clancy was a real piece of work. Before this, I always knew she was bad. It was the opposite. And yet the Commonwealth articulated in their open, be ready. We're going to show you the real side of this monster in the wheelchair. It didn't pan out.
And it never happened, because what this whole case is about is what was going through Lindsay Clancy's head at the time that the killings occurred. Not after. Did she know right from wrong at the time of the incident? And they didn't put on some individual like, oh, she was always like this, she was planning this. Nothing. It was, and that was also the part of it. And the jurors, whether they caught it or not, they didn't really get into at the exact moment whether or not they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew right from wrong. And that's what the whole case comes down to.
All right, let's get a break. 8.5 hours now. The jury has been at it. We didn't factor in the lunch break because we weren't sure if it was a working lunch or if they actually took a break. We're still working to confirm that, but 8 hours and 30 minutes, 29 and counting. Some would say this is prime verdict time because the jurors typically, if they're close, will wrap it before a weekend. But this is a very complicated case. We don't know, and we've only had the one question. Since then, not a peep out of the deliberation room, but we're here, we're monitoring it, and we're glad you're along with us, whether you're watching on Court TV or on one of our YouTube channels, the Court TV YouTube channel or the Law and Crime Trials YouTube channel. We're glad that you're with us. Matthew Tempatic is with us. We got some news. CNN is reporting that the Dr. Avram Mack, who was the second expert to take the stand for the Commonwealth in this case, in their rebuttal case, that he is no longer employed by Delaware Valley Health. That's basically it. So that's what we're hearing. Again, CNN is reporting that. Does it have anything to do with this case? Anything to do with his testimony? We don't know. But Matthew Tempatic, it could have something to do with a potential appeal if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty.
Absolutely, because when you think about it, it could be arguably Brady material if that's an avenue for Kevin Reddington to be able to cross-examine the witness on, because it goes to credibility. Okay, why are you no longer employed there? Is there any particular reason? That's an area where they could have explored. And if there were to be a conviction, I would expect that to be one of the appellate issues.
The other appellate issue likely is the blurting out of mortal sin, first by prosecutor, one of the Buckingham it was, and then it came up through the expert witness as well later, and both times the jury was admonished and told that this was stricken, and there was a mistrial on the table. Sullivan had a choice to make. He said, no, we're going to move forward. Let's talk about that. Was there enough for a potential mistrial at that juncture, the second time that the jury was exposed to the Catholic religion and the mortal sin?
Yes, it absolutely could have been. I think Judge Sullivan, based on all the factors, made a decision that it's like, if this results in a conviction, that mistrial will be an issue, will be ripe for appeal. But it's to the point where I don't need, it's kind of discretionary. I could issue a mistrial here and nobody would question me. But at the same time, I can get away with saying, I'm going to deny it and we're going to continue on and give a curative instruction.
Mm-hmm. But, if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, that would go down. Again, CNN reporting that Delaware Valley Health has severed ties with Dr. Avram Mack, who we watched testify in this trial against Lindsay Clancy. And part of this was a memorable witness. Why? Because he went toe-to-toe with Kevin Reddington, and Reddington went after him. Let's go back and listen to some of the back and forth between Reddington and Mack on the stand.
Part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate.
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm not going to finish. 2022.
She had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medication,
hold on, Mr. Reddington, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
That was just a sample of the back and forth. In fact, it got worse the next day when he was appearing on Zoom, to the point where I believe this was the witness where Reddington was having a communication problem and he couldn't hear him, and he just said, "I don't care," and he walked back to the defense table. Again, the reporting is he's lost his job. It can have nothing to do with this. Who knows what happened? But the timing raises an eyebrow.
And the fact that we didn't know about it as the trial was going on, that, like I said, that's potentially Brady material, because it goes to credibility. And anything that's like, oh, we lost a job, here's the reason, we're turning it over, we don't think it's relevant, but we're not going to be the ones to decide.
What if it was a scenario, hey, I watched that Dr. Mack on the TV, Court TV probably, and calls in and I've got this dirt on Mack because, and that's how he lost his job. It has nothing to do with the trial. It has nothing to do with anything he did during or before the trial. Would that still factor into an appeal?
It depends. If the prosecution wasn't aware of it and CNN got the information from a third party, there probably wouldn't be an appellate issue. But if they knew about it and did not disclose it, that would be a real issue. It all depends how the information was gathered.
And, Kevin Reddington, I guess, was asked about it when he left the courthouse a little bit ago, and asked if he knew about it, and he said no and grinned as he shook his head. So classic Reddington. But that's now in the back of his mind, obviously, as we move forward. Let's talk about this process here. We're on it is a Friday. But this case is different. What a lot of our Court TV watchers have followed cases with us from start to finish, and the amount of times a jury comes back on a Friday afternoon is staggering. And you get to this point on a Friday afternoon, I mean, we're all on guard at Court TV. We're like, probably going to get a verdict. This one feels a little different, and just because of the volume, and there are 3 dead children on one side, and there is a pouring of empathy out on the other side for Lindsay. You would think we're going to have 2 camps in that jury room, just like we have 2 camps out here.
Yeah, so definitely when you're looking at when a verdict potentially would come down, if we do not get one today, the probability of a hung jury skyrockets, because juries are regular people and they're thinking the same thing. It's like, all right, let's do this verdict today and let's move on with our lives. So if we're not getting one today, there's the probability of a mistrial goes through the roof.
Because if you resist the pressure today, it's going to get arguably easier next week, because you're going to focus in and hold tight.
There's an old saying, deadlines spur actions. And this is the second to last, arguably, weekend on Cape Cod. Not that jurors are like, I got to get to the Cape or something like that, but it's still like, we've been doing this for a long time. If we're not getting a verdict today, there is real disagreement in the juror room that we would come back to Monday to deliberate.
Okay, well, we're here. And the courthouse closes at 4:30. Is there wiggle room? If the jury were to say, Judge Sullivan, we're close, would they get more time?
Yes.
Okay.
If the jury said, can we stay a couple more hours, the judge would absolutely say, all right, how long do you need? It's like, would 7 o'clock work? And he would probably allow it. But they're like, I don't know if that would be enough. He would probably say, maybe we come back Monday. Okay. So because you've got staff, you've got things to consider. It costs money to keep people for overtime. It's a Friday, and people have lives as well that work in this building behind us. Let's get a break. 8 hours, 42 minutes, and counting. The jury continues to work. How long will they work today? It's now almost 2:30. The courthouse typically closes at 4:30. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan sent them home at 4 o'clock. We'll see. Don't go anywhere. It's a Friday afternoon. Anything can happen. Had a considerable amount of time to at least get the feel for where each other are. The question now is, to what extent are they split? Will they come to a verdict on this Friday afternoon before 4:30, or will they be back on Monday? Many people think it's going to be maybe Tuesday, Wednesday before there is a verdict in this case, given the complexity of it. 4.5 weeks of testimony. 5 weeks if you factor in voir dire for a lot of these individuals. They were brought to the courthouse and questioned. And the first witness that they encountered was Patrick Clancy. We have been going back and listening to some of his testimony out of the gate. It captured our attention for sure. And the theme was, this was a man who found his 3 kids dead, his wife outside on the lawn, and then came into court and supported her. Let's go back and listen to more Patrick on the stand.
Were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November?
Throes of a psychotic.
Or she felt damaged.
Welcome back to our coverage of Verdict Watch in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom where, if Judge Sullivan takes the bench, we will immediately go there. 9 hours and 2 minutes. The 9 women and 3 men on this jury have been working diligently to try to figure out what to do with Lindsay Clancy, 36-year-old former labor and delivery nurse, admits she killed her 3 children. The question for this jury, was she in the throes of a psychotic episode when she killed them, and is she or is she not criminally responsible for their deaths? We'll continue to wait patiently if there's a question, or of course if there's a verdict. You'll be the first to know, and we'll head into the courtroom. There's been one question so far. It happened today, about 45 minutes after they started deliberating. Matthew Paddock is with us, defense attorney here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. That question had to do with the pill bottles that were showcased by Kevin Reddington and used by the Commonwealth too in the clothes, and they were found in the drawers after the investigators had left. They, for whatever reason, weren't taken into evidence, and Reddington made a big deal out of it. They also wanted to see the knife. Thoughts on that? What possible reason would the jury, in this case, it wasn't a stabbing, the knife was used to inflict the wounds on herself, Lindsay. Why would you want to see the knife?
It's possible the knife could have been thrown in there so the jury doesn't know, is telling everybody what they're focusing on. It could be a red herring. The pill bottles were very important to the evidence because remember, Kevin Reddington at one point put all of the pill bottles on the witness stand just to show all the different medications Lindsay Clancy were on. So when I heard the knife was asked, I'm like, I don't know what they would want to do with that. I knew what the importance of the pill bottles, so the knife could just be a red herring.
Because really the Commonwealth's sort of low-key assertion from openings and even through cross-examination was that this wasn't a real suicide. Lindsay, oh, come on, she didn't. Then in the close, they clarified or changed positions after their experts said it was absolutely a real suicide. Otherwise, I couldn't come to the conclusions I did. They switched it to, well, her natural instinct wouldn't let her kill herself, yet her natural instinct let her kill her 3 children, one after another. Was that a good recovery? Was it a legitimate recovery given the tenor before that moment?
Yes, that was a good recovery because you introduced that to show the defendant's narcissism. She had the ability to kill her 3 kids, but she did not possess the ability to kill herself.
And she's a nurse. She knows the mechanisms on how to kill. It was just her natural, the Commonwealth would argue, resistance from inside. But what about the questioning all along, insinuating that this wasn't a real suicide attempt, starting from the opening statements? Was this a reversal, or was that just we were misinterpreting where they were going to end up at the end?
I think they were just misinterpreting where the case was going to end up in the end. Because when you think about it, the defendant's actions, it was a real suicide attempt. It wasn't a fake or stage one. It wasn't one that made look worse than it really is. It was a real attempt to end her life. So this kind of idea, if you actually believe that, you need to go the whole way. You need to prove that, because otherwise you're going to alienate the jury, throwing out assertions you can't back up.
Which they didn't, if you believe that their assertion was that there wasn't, it was a feigned suicide. And it absolutely felt that way because they brought up the streaks of blood on the back of the house, the paneling, saying that, well, she may have just put herself out of the window and then grabbed on and lowered herself easily. That's why we see these blood streaks possibly. But then they reversed in closings. Do you find that jurors hold attorneys accountable if they say something in the open and it doesn't come to fruition during trial?
Absolutely, because remember, opening statements are the roadmap for how you want the case to go. You do not want to say things in opening statements you're not going to prove you can't back up, because if you do that, the jury's like, how you said this and you didn't back it up. How can I believe you when you have something more concrete and you didn't back it up? So the fact of kind of like pulling a 180 is something the jury is definitely going to draw a big red circle around during deliberations.
How does this happen? High profile trial, they've got the discovery, they've interviewed the family members, they know Patrick's in the supporter. Why would they go down this road, the Commonwealth?
I think because remember, this is an extremely high profile case and the prosecution is under an enormous amount of pressure to secure a conviction. Right now, they're almost throwing anything against the wall to see what sticks. And especially when your openings and your evidence are in direct conflict, that's when you know you're starting to maybe get a little desperate, and maybe you feel like it's slipping away. And maybe if you can kind of change your game plan, the jury, it might be so small that the jury won't notice this. But with all the media attention on this, with all the how good Kevin Reddington is, I don't see the jury missing that.
Okay. 9 hours, 8 minutes, still deliberating. We're outside the courthouse. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan sent the jury home at 4 o'clock after 3.5 hours. It is now getting to be near 3 o'clock. Will he allow them to go past 4:30 when the courthouse closes? We'll find out. It's a crucial hour. It's a Friday. I've seen a lot of jurors come back on a Friday afternoon. We'll see what happens over the next hour. We're here. Stay with us. Back after this break. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. We are outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. 9 hours, 13 minutes is how long this jury of 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating. We anticipate that they'll be allowed to deliberate until 4, at least, possibly 4:30. The courthouse closes at 4:30, unless there's an indication that they're close. If they are close, accommodations likely will be made for a determinate amount of time, but it is a Friday, and the courthouse staff and all the people working here, of course, are getting off at 4:30. So accommodations will have to be made if indeed they do stay late. Cody Thomas is with us back in the studios at Court TV, and on site here is Matthew Timpanek, and Vinny Politan is also joining our discussion as we enter into what is likely the last hour of deliberations here on this Friday. Vinny, of course, the host of Vinny Politan Investigate. You can watch it right here at Court TV every night and on our YouTube channel. Vinny, good afternoon to you. Thoughts, 9 hours, 15 minutes and counting, and just the one question.
Yeah, well, it's the Friday factor, right? We're in the witching hour. Any minute, if it's going to happen today, obviously it's got to happen soon. But this is usually the time that it does happen. So I am anticipating a potential verdict here. If it comes down now, quick verdict, and I would think that would be advantage defense. But if this jury does what a normal jury does, the average jury does, in the average case that we cover on Court TV that I've been covering longer than any man on earth or woman on earth at Court TV, I think we're about halfway there.
And we were talking earlier, if there is no verdict today, both sides, if you will, if this jury is divided into sides, know that it's Friday afternoon. they know that they're going now either to the weekend of freedom with beautiful weather predicted, or they're coming back on Monday. I mean, they're going on their weekend regardless, but to have this hanging over their heads, if they're close, they're going to finish the deal. If they're not, that brings the possibility of a hung jury big time into play, does it not, Vinny?
It does, but I'm not thinking hung jury until we get to Wednesday. You know, if we get past Tuesday, then I'll be like, all right, we may have some real problems here. There was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of testimony. There were experts. There's timeline issues. There's residue of crushed pills, and there's residue of chicken nuggets. Like, there's a lot to talk about here, and there could be a lot of discussion back and forth. What I've been listening to is you and Cody going back and forth on the poll, right, that we've done here at Court TV. I've done it on my YouTube channel as well. And through the course of the trial, I've seen a widening of the gap between the majority that believes not criminally responsible and the minority. But the numbers you guys were talking about today, those numbers clearly favor the defense. And I can't ignore what we've seen here at Court TV. We've seen this mirror image of what the jury is seeing and what the viewers are seeing. We saw it in Karen Reed. We saw it in Alec Murdaugh. We saw it in Johnny Depp. When you have a high-profile case like this, I think you kind of look at what is the public saying. And wow, what's the number now, Cody? I don't want to take over here.
You're
I'm curious
fine.
what the latest number is.
Listen, man, I love to hear you talk anyway. First of all, we got all the boys back together. This is a wonderful trifecta here, along with our guest out there with Ted. The numbers, Vinny. Over 61,000 votes. This poll has been up for roughly 3 hours now, and the votes are climbing as I'm looking at it. 73% of that 61,000 plus are saying not criminally responsible. 73%. That's almost 3/4 of this total amount. 16% say guilty first-degree murder. 4%, smallest amount here, 4% guilty of second-degree murder. 7% guilty of manslaughter here. But again, Vinny, to your point, 73% say not criminally responsible. And of course, that the prompt on the poll is, what would your verdict be? And Vinny, that's the lowest I've seen it. I mean, when we first started off, Ted, you and I earlier, it was at 75% when it was around, 30,000, 35,000 votes. But, naturally, as the number climbs, the numbers. And also, Ted, to the point of, I think I was bringing it up earlier in one of our segments, the idea of Lindsay's own personal responsibility regarding everything that went down, because yes, she was seeking the help with the mental health professionals, but there are aspects that, Commonwealth people in favor of the prosecution are saying that she was leaving out when speaking with these medical professionals, that if she was telling them the full truth or abiding by, whatever resources they are providing, maybe we would not be here. That's pretty much the sentiment I'm gathering here. But overarchingly, Ted, it's just about these 3 young children, and somebody has to be held accountable, and who to not be held accountable than the woman who killed them.
And Matthew, her reluctance to tell the whole truth to healthcare providers along the line, it's been pretty well documented. Is that enough for this jury to hold her accountable for the deaths of her children, even though that decision to not be upfront may have contributed to an eventual psychotic event?
I think it's definitely something they have to consider, because it shows, if your belief that she's on the influence of postpartum psychosis, some kind of mental disease or defect, but she still has the ability to kind of not tell the whole truth. That's definitely something the jury is going to understand. I don't know if they're going to basically take it to the bank, but it is a fact to consider when evaluating guilt, given that in order for the defendant to be found not guilty by reason of insanity or to be found guilty of manslaughter, mens rea needs to be negated by a mental disease or defect.
Vinny, what did you think of that question that we had today? Wanting to see the knife and the prescription bottles.
Okay, here we are, and a lot of us have been talking about battle the experts, whose opinion matters. What do the opinions have to do with the knife? What do the opinions, to me, the knife gets to the whole
out of left field.
Did she or did she? Yeah, or did she or did she not have a serious attempt at her life, right? the severity of it, I think, was acknowledged by the prosecution. But the real nuance of that, and I don't know if this is where they're going, because it's very nuanced, is the question of control, where the voice, even if the voice is giving her commands and there is a voice or a horrible thought, whatever it is, however it's manifesting itself in her head, outside of her head, she is able to overcome that voice and not kill herself with the knife. Like, the hesitation wounds that she was talking about. To me, maybe they want to know, well, is the knife not that sharp? I don't know. Like, because it seems like a knife like that, if you really, really, really were being commanded to take your own life, you could do it with that knife. You wouldn't even need to jump out the window.
Yeah, that's a good point. And to your point, that might be that they are just litigating that little portion of this massive equation, and along the lines of like, hey, let's see if that knife is sharp enough, and which would mean we're going to be here a while because they're just plotting from piece to piece, and the knife is, because otherwise there's no significance to whether she was in psychosis or not because of the size of the knife. It's fascinating. Of course, we try to read these tea leaves and it never works out. Yeah.
Yeah. So one experience I had in Massachusetts, and I really have a lot of admiration for Massachusetts jurors. I think they take their jobs very seriously and are very thoughtful. There was a case, Dr. Dirk Greinader, and there was overwhelming evidence. Rick Grundy was on your show earlier. He was the prosecutor in the case. And I remember speaking to the jury afterwards because they had the case over the course of a number of days, like I think 4 or 5 days. And we were like, well, what are they fighting about? They weren't fighting. What they did is they went through all the evidence in the case before they took a vote. So, I mean, that's possible. They could be going through all the evidence and not voting yet. And you know, we don't tell the jury exactly how to do it. So maybe this is the way they decide to do it, and that will take time. And you go back to my theorem, you've got, 21 days of evidence. That's a lot of evidence to go through.
Yeah, that's a good point. Remember the Scott Peterson case we both covered? The first jury foreman was the doctor engineer who wanted to do just that, go through all of the evidence, and there was an uprising. They revolted and kicked them off. But that's a legitimate way to do it. And if you look at the foreperson who, for me, walking into this courtroom, there were 2 jurors that stood out. One was the guy that was wearing a t-shirt, didn't have a notepad, was listening, but was reclining, and he's on the jury. And then there's the foreperson, a woman, probably late 60s, maybe even early 70s. Looks like she's a retired MIT professor, and looking down, taking notes, observing the courtroom, checking out Lindsay, and not just a stenographer type note taker, a real absorber. If she's taking them on that journey, oh boy, there's a lot to go over.
I mean, we've all seen the movie 12 Angry Men. We saw how that plot went out, how it started and how it ended. So I could imagine if that's the case, that could be how it's going out. But I'd imagine you'd want to go through all of the evidence before you vote, because that's I would imagine to be the ethical way of things. But what do I know?
They don't tell you how to do it. We don't tell jurors enough, or we let them at their own will to figure it out.
Every now and then you'll have a prosecutor or a defense attorney suggest, I suggest you go back there and you start by blank. We didn't get that today or yesterday with the closing arguments. They're on their own, and boy, this jury foreperson could be leading them. Jurors, impossible to, know what they're thinking when they're sitting there, and that translates into the jury room. What do you think of the idea of going through all of the evidence first before even taking a vote? Have you ever had a jury that did that?
I believe I have, given some of the lengthier deliberation. I've done something like 45 plus trials, and that's kind of the best way to actually do deliberations, because instead of like, where's everybody's opinion? Let's first discuss the facts. Facts win trials. So if we discuss the fact, we know right off the bat, what do we agree with, what do we disagree with, so we know what we're actually going to deliberating on before we actually get to what charge, where should we check on the verdict form slip.
No, it's a good point. Yeah, because then when you do get to that vote, you might all be in unison because you've litigated fact by fact. So buckle up, get ready. Could be here a while. We'll look for an apartment. Let's get a break though first. 9 hours, 26 minutes and counting. There's the seal. If there's any word, any question or a verdict, of course, in the next probably hour they have left to deliberate, we will take you inside the courtroom. You'll be first to know because our photographer Rich is on speed dial. As soon as the court has any action, they call Rich, and then we'll pass it on. Stay with us.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
That was Paul Zeisel on the stand during the defense case. One of the defense experts that took the stand, and a doctor that saw Lindsay Clancy just days after she killed her 3 children while she was in the hospital. He stayed with her throughout the process. He interviewed her multiple times, and he testified on the defense's behalf. There's a live look inside the courtroom here in Plymouth, Massachusetts. 9 hours, 32 minutes. The jury of 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating. Likely have another hour tops. One would think. Yesterday, Judge Sullivan brought them in at 4 o'clock, told them to go home for the evening. Unless they are close, the courthouse does close at 4:30 Eastern time. So we are on pins and needles. This is Friday afternoon. 9 times out of 10 on a court TV case that we're covering, and a jury is deliberating on a Friday afternoon, you can bet they're coming back with something before the weekend. This might be different. With us is Vidi Politan. Julia Janae is joining our discussion, and Matthew Timpanek is also with us here. Julia, good to see you. We were talking about the knife and the pills, that question that the jury had. Interested in your opinion on where they were going there, possibly.
I want another question from them. I want another follow-up question to see if it gives us any indication as to what they are thinking about what avenue they may be taking. And it may not mean anything at all. It may be that these are jurors in a murder trial, and a weapon, any kind of weapon that is used in the commission of this entire episode is important to them. Maybe they just want to look at it, want to understand how big it is, want to understand just what perhaps this took for Lindsay Clancy to do all of this. It's not a murder weapon. It's not even an alleged murder weapon. It's one that was used on Lindsay Clancy herself. So it does make me think that they are focusing on that attempt. We also had the medication that they wanted to pay a closer look at. And you think if they wanted to know just in general what medication she was taking, then they would ask for more conversation, more of the readback, if you will, of the psychiatrists who were on the stand who talked about what they prescribed. They could look at medical records. But to want to know about what was in the house, what was found by the investigators, I don't have a clear answer for you. I don't know exactly what it is, but it is interesting that they are focused on this scene, it seems, versus all of the other evidence that has come in at this trial, especially through the experts.
Vinny, Paul Zeisel, we heard from him when we bumped in out of the break there. Who won the battle of the experts, in your estimation?
I think that they weren't as different as people are saying. I think there was a lot of agreement, especially at the end. You know, the only difference lies in how they interpret her mental illness. Everyone's sort of conceding it. You know, you can take Mac out of the equation just because, the way that went, that's just a different ball game. Yeah, there's a lot going on there. But the other two for the prosecution, were sympathetic to Lindsay. Lindsay was suffering, etc. I think their testimony helped temper the prosecution's ultimate argument to this jury as to where they started and where they ended. So there's not that much difference. The problem the defense had, and they acknowledged it, is that their witness was via Zoom, so he didn't get to come into the courtroom with all the gravitas that he has and the way he's really good at speaking directly to jurors. So something could get lost in translation there. But I don't think there was that much difference other than the ultimate legal opinion. And I think a jury will say, listen, that's our job. Our job is to say whether or not there's criminal responsible. So we'll listen to your analysis, and I think they can have the same analysis as both sides and then come to their own conclusions, just the way that the experts did.
Yeah, fair. And a draw, you could argue, would be advantage defense, factoring in reasonable doubt. Avram Mack, the reason we're talking, there's a lot going on. CNN, others are reporting that he is no longer working for Delaware Valley Health, which was his employer while he was on the stand here, and we have no idea why. But Matthew, we were talking earlier, depending on the circumstances, if Lindsay Clancy is found guilty, put it on the list, I guess, for appeal.
Absolutely. When you think about one of the experts on the prosecution's list, they need to be able to. Prosecution have to know, no idea that this individual was no longer working, because otherwise it creates a.
Now, he may have lost his job post testifying.
Yes, it creates a Brady issue, like I was saying earlier, because when you think about it, it's like anything that could potentially go to credibility, that could go to negate the defendant's guilt, it should be turned over. It's whether or not the prosecution know about it. When that eventually happens, whether Lindsay Clancy's convicted or convicted of a lesser, I think on appeal, it's something that will be discussed depending on what the prosecution knew and didn't know. Yeah. And again, it's just side sort of topic. We were out here for hours and hours, so we're talking about it. But does it have anything to do with this case? The jury, no, it doesn't. He testified, and I think it's pretty clear Kevin Reddington was successful in his cross-examination of Mack, of taking some of his credibility out, especially day 2 on the Zoom. Julia, your thoughts on the quote-unquote battle of the experts, if anybody maybe had the edge? Resnick's got the resume, but to Vinny's point, he was on Zoom.
Dr. Resnick has the resume, and we don't typically see this. Other experts had to acknowledge that he is a leading voice on this topic, the hallucinations, the psychosis, and there were so many. I think what I'm learning from this trial is that psychosis isn't something that is widely enough, perhaps, investigated, looked at by experts, because it seemed like many of these experts, though they had the expertise in psychiatry and psychology and in people who were dealing with mental health challenges, once Kevin Reddington was able to hone in on, well, who have you examined who actually is suffering from psychosis, that's when you didn't see many people who had a breadth of information or experience with that. Even the treating physicians who actually were treating Lindsay Clancy, a lot of them didn't have any experience with someone who was dealing with psychosis. So in that battle, Dr. Resnick seems to emerge, even though he was on Zoom, that was explained. But the fact that it was able to be corroborated by other witnesses, I think, was interesting and compelling for the defense. However, I think the forensic psychologist for the prosecution, Dr. Halpern, he was able to go through this in a way that I think jurors are likely doing right now. He looked at whether or not this was psychosis or whether this was altruistic filicide, a depressed type murder-suicide. And him going through that in the way that he did, which I think is unique, where he said, look, I started with 2 possibilities. He wanted these jurors to understand he didn't have confirmation bias. He looked at the possibility of both. The defense tried to say, look, if he said it's possible, that's reasonable doubt. But it also could add to his credibility because he did take both into account and ultimately found that this was not psychosis and that she was criminally responsible.
Yeah, and being in the courtroom, I can tell you his engagement level was off the charts compared to the other experts, including Resnick, because he was on the Zoom. But people, the jury, the gallery, his way of answering, he was a very good expert talking to lay people with those concessions that you mentioned, saying, "Hey, I didn't know." And the way he delivered it was engaging. Vinny, a little color here outside the courthouse. The Massachusetts State Police just has been making the rounds here, informing us that Kevin Reddington, which we know, he parked in the back today. And because the jurors exit out the back, we can't chase him down. So he, on purpose, after yesterday's scrum, decided he's going to, assuming there's no verdict here, scoot out without the cameras in his face. I thought you'd appreciate that. The wily Kevin Reddington figured out a way to avoid the press.
Yeah, and the quote of the day from yesterday was, "I'm not a podium guy. I'm not a podium. Hey, Mr. Reddington, there's a podium. I'm not a podium guy." He's just wanting to go. He just likes trying cases. I mean, he loves trying cases. He loves arguing. He loves yelling at prosecutors and accusing the government of all these nefarious things. I mean, that's what he's been doing for decades. He's not in it for the glory. I think it's somewhat unexpected after all these years and all these cases and all these verdicts that he's brought in, that now is the big moment where all of a sudden he's entered that next sphere of, he's crossed over into pop culture. And I guess it's not as welcome as it is for some of our other lawyer friends when they make that transition, Ted.
Yeah, he does not care. He is true blue, and that comes across in the courtroom. Kevin Reddington is Kevin Reddington, and the jurors got a full dose of it over the last 5 weeks. Let's get a break. 9 hours, 43 minutes, and counting. Our continuing coverage on Court TV, on Court TV's YouTube channel, and Law and Crimes Trial YouTube channel continues. We'll be with you until there is a verdict here. If the jury's deliberating, count on us. We're going to count it down and wait it out with you. Back after this.
had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling, and I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point. At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
This is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone. Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day, and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious, and she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me. Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the case against Lindsay Clancy. A live look inside the courtroom. In an adjacent room, 9 women and 3 men have been deliberating for almost 10 hours now over the course of 2 days. And they're getting down to the wire in terms of deliberating on this Friday afternoon. Will they come back with a verdict just before the courthouse closes in about an hour from now? Or will they take the weekend to be back Monday morning? We'll soon find out. With us, Matthew Timpatic here outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Palatin also here. Vinny, the idea that Lindsay Clancy was not honest, even though yes, leading up to this, she checked all the boxes, great mother, nurse, stand-up person, but once she was going through this experience, she did withhold information from her providers, even her friends. She wasn't completely honest with. She was honest with Patrick at times and her mother. But to what extent does the jury take that into consideration when, in reality, her criminal responsibility revolves around whether they think she was in psychosis, and how she got there doesn't matter. Whether she contributed to it really shouldn't matter.
Right. It's really 3 levels of 3 different ways of looking at it. One, the way the prosecutor sort of couched it was she didn't release that information because she was still in control. She was not out of control. She was making specific decisions about what to reveal, what not to reveal. She didn't want family services involved. She didn't want to tell a mandatory reporter that the children were potentially in danger, right? So that's what the prosecutor was arguing. I think the prosecutor was sending another message, though. I think the message the prosecutor was sending was one more of a moral responsibility that a mother has, that if she's having thoughts about harming her children, she needs to do everything and anything she can to prevent that from happening. And this woman did not do that. And I think sort of sending a message to the jury that maybe they'll be a little upset or a lot upset that these children could have been saved if she had just spoken out to her providers. And maybe the level of care would have changed, the level of alert would have changed, red flags would have gone up, and the children would be alive. And then the final way to look at it is the legal way to look at it, which is what you said, which I think is true. Does it really matter? I mean, the fact that she's not revealing this could actually be, I don't know, maybe a symptom of the illness itself. arguably. But the bottom line is the law doesn't distinguish between, lack of care because of the actions of the defendant themselves. It's just the state of mind of the defendant. How she got to that state of mind shouldn't technically matter, but I think morally, in a case like this where three children are dead and the mother's the one responsible, it may matter to one or more jurors.
Yeah. Here is one of her friends on the stand saying that, I kind of knew Lindsay was going through some stuff, but no, I was never worried. Take a listen.
So basically, would it be fair to say that Lindsay was telling you that she'd had some side effects and some dark thoughts because of medication, but was weaning off of those and moving on to something else that would hopefully help her?
Yes.
Did she ever express at any point that she wanted to harm herself?
No.
Did she ever express that she wanted to harm the children?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was hearing voices?
No.
Other than saying that she had had some bad thoughts, did she say anything else that was concerning in that conversation?
No.
Matthew Timpanek, withholding information from friends, okay. But from healthcare providers, what effect should that have on the jury's decision on what to do here?
It's along the same lines of what Vinny was saying, is that at times she had control, but when it mattered, she didn't during the crime. But immediately after, before, when she's talking with her providers, she's able to say some things, as well as after. She's saying what she can, but she's also holding things back. So the jury is thinking to themselves, it's like, okay, there's no proper way to deal with trauma. Everybody deals with it differently. Does that mean that she was in control at the time of the incident? Or is it that she might have forgot when she's talking about it? It's something that she didn't see as important. So that's why the jurors are the fact finders, because they decide what weight to give that fact.
Jennifer Tufts has been was the target of the defense during her testimony. Kind of backed off of it a little bit, did Reddington, but brought her back up in the closing arguments here. She is saying she never told me that she was having thoughts about harming the children. Take a listen.
There's question 3, a specific plan. Do you have a specific plan of how you would kill yourself? And her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
4th question is access to weapons or means of hurting yourself, and the answer is no, correct?
Correct.
The 5th question is made a serious suicide attempt, and the answer was no, correct?
Correct.
The 6th question, purposely done something to hurt yourself. Again, no, correct?
Correct.
7th question, heard voices telling you to hurt yourself. Her answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 9, having thoughts of killing or seriously hurting someone else. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Number 10, heard voices telling you to hurt others. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Hurt someone or destroyed property on purpose. The answer was no, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the answers to every question on this suicide checklist was no, correct?
Correct.
Julie Janae, where do you weigh in terms of Lindsay keeping information from healthcare providers, including Dr. Tufts, and the jury grappling with potentially her responsibility?
Potentially her responsibility and her truthfulness, because they have to believe that she was telling the truth then, maybe wasn't hearing voices, maybe didn't have intrusive thoughts about her children. But then also they have to believe that she was hearing voices like she reported after. Not saying one can't be true, they both can't be true or not true, but it seems that Kevin Reddington would need for all of it to be true, that she was not having those situations, was not having those voices at the moment that she was talking to her psychiatrist. So that really shrinks this window of time in terms of when the psychosis happened, when she was dealing with the symptoms, Was it, as the prosecution tried to argue, that it was one voice and she responded in this horrific way? And back to what you were talking about whether or not this is something that she malingered on. Did she not do enough to get herself better? Does it matter with the psychosis how it was reached? Was it because she wasn't taking enough of her medication, wasn't complying with the doctor's orders, or was that all part of her psychosis? I do think there's a question not only in law, but also in the minds of jurors, where if it is a self-induced mental incapacity, it's treated differently. I've had this case before where a client seemed to be mentally incapacitated, had to be admitted to hospitals and couldn't take care of themselves, but the other side argued that they had this history of drug abuse. They had this history of illicit narcotics, and that couldn't be an argument that they were incapacitated in order to benefit them because of that. Of course, we argued the opposite, but I think that is a question that jurors may have, and certainly the prosecution tried to lean into that she gave up, that she should have done better, she should have tried harder. But I think that is really hard to do when you're talking about someone whose mental capacity is damaged.
Yeah. Are you getting word that there's some action outside the courtroom? The family has just entered the courtroom, which is, of course, the first step as they fill the courtroom. Almost 10 hours now. Rich, our cameraman, is in the courtroom. That's his camera. That's the seal. Likely, this is it for the day. That's what we would probably bet. But who knows? It's a Friday. Let's get a break now. Let's find out what's happening. Will the jury be going home for the day? Do they have a question? We'll find out right after this.
that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all.
Do you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
What was her demeanor during the call?
She's pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. That's a live look inside the courtroom where the parties are assembling. 10 hours and 3 minutes, the jury has been out in the case against Lindsay Clancy. And according to our photographer, Rich, who is in the courtroom is filling up. The family is in, the members of the media are in, and now members of the public are just filing in. We are anticipating it is the end of the day for deliberating for this jury of 9 women and 3 men. We're expecting that Judge Sullivan will take the bench and allow the jury to retire for the evening. Now, whether they have sent a note to that effect, or if Judge Sullivan is just telling them enough is enough for the day, we'll find out eventually. But 10 hours and 4 minutes, they've been at it a while. But this is a case that is not only complicated, but we're talking 4.5 weeks of testimony, 80 plus witnesses took the stand, countless exhibits, and medical records. There's a lot to mull over here in this case. They had one question that has this jury. It was about seeing the medication and the knife. We can dissect that all we want. Bottom line is they're hard at work and they're going through the evidence. Matthew Paddock's outside the courthouse with me in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Julia Janae, Vinny Pautan in the Court TV. Julia's in the Court TV studios. Vinny's in his studio for VPI. And joining our conversation, our friend Dr. Judy Ho. This is, I'll cut you off, Doctor, but if as soon as Judge Sullivan takes the bench, which could be any second now here, thoughts, 10 hours over 2 days, where's this going in your mind?
Well, I think the jury has quite the stakes set aside of them, because right now we're trying to decide exactly how much criminal culpability Lindsay Clancy has. And I know that there's been a lot of evidence presented. It can even feel confusing, especially as the public is taking everything in. There's a lot of different pieces. There's people who are advocating for her innocence, or people who are saying absolutely not, she still needs to be culpable. But really at the end, it really comes down to, did she know right from wrong when she killed her children? And did she completely lack the capacity to stop herself, even if she knew that it was morally wrong to do so? And that's a tough thing to disentangle, because you have to try to get into the mindset of Lindsay Clancy at the time that she killed her 3 children, and try to make the best decision possible without actually being there and really knowing exactly what her internal state was.
Vinny, we're being told that the jury is going home, according to Rich. Not official yet. We'll wait till Judge Sullivan takes the bench. But makes sense that, your theorem thinks that it's going to take them till at least Wednesday of next week, given the volume of evidence and the amount of days of testimony.
Well, no, I'm saying Tuesday after lunch. I've been saying that from the beginning. That would be like the normal time. But I still want to hear the words "the jury's going home," because this reminds me of a moment in Massachusetts. It was the hockey dad trial, and that judge was ending court, I think, at 5 o'clock, not 4 o'clock. And we all sort of gathered inside, and then all of a sudden they said, "There's a verdict." Like nobody expected it, nobody knew it, and it just happened. Our field producer had to grab the camera because our camera person wasn't even there. It wasn't ours, it was one of the locals. It wasn't even there. And so we've got our field producer manning the camera for this huge verdict that nobody saw coming until it just fell in our lap right at the end of the day. So I trust Rich. I believe in Rich, but I want to hear those words come from the courtroom.
That is good advice. We will wait till Judge Sullivan tells the jury it is time to go home. Again, Sierra Gillespie is also in the courtroom, telling us that the media is seated for the most part and just waiting for the Judge Sullivan, to take the bench. So, all right, let's do this. Let's slip in one more commercial break, and then we will find out for sure. Is this a hockey dad scenario? Do we have a verdict, or is it, as Rich believes, the jury is going home for the day after 10 hours and 8 minutes of testimony? Back with more. Our continuing coverage of the deliberations in the Lindsay Clancy case continues when we come back.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And that applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, court's back in session. Please be seated.
Anything we need to address at this time? All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.